Hi there. I've not done a video commentary before, so this is going to be a little bit weird, but I actually happen to have a very special guest with me today. Say hi, ZP.
What's up, y'all?
So ZP is the Zero Presence I talked about at the end of this video, and the one who gets hit in the back of the head with a katana about 8 times, and considering what he's told me in the past about how much he likes his character, quote unquote, he probably enjoyed that little clip. So we've got about 7 minutes before we get into the actual Nameless Mod proper, so ZP, how about you tell us a little about yourself?
Alright, outside of modding, I am a corporal at a sheriff's office. I have a wife, I have 2 kids, I live in Florida, and yeah, I've been doing this in Unreal for, wow, 25 years I've been modding this game, so, I was on the original mod team for the 2009 version. I was not in my current capacity as the lead developer, though. I was just, well, essentially the only mapper that stuck around. So I did make it the majority of the old maps, but,
So you're to blame.
yeah. And, I said this, last night when we were talking, well, not last night, but recently when we were talking. Back then, I was, how old was I? I started in high school, and then a little bit after, so I had this stupid idea of how to make maps with, with a not taking special attention to gameplay, rather how the map looks above all else. So that's kind of why all the 2009 maps, in my opinion, weren't all very good, because yes, visuals for maps are important, but it's a little more important to have proper gameplay in place. So the 2.0 maps are focused on the gameplay, including adding new methods of gameplay, and then visuals secondary. So that's pretty much like the objective of the whole 2.0 project, and why I'm still working on this to this day. So.
Yep, I am actually working on a highlight reel of the little stream that we did over the past couple of days. So,
Oh, good. So they'll know the context of that. Cool. Okay.
yeah, at least a little bit of it. I'm not uploading the entire 10-hour thing because that would be insane,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'll clip in like little clips of like the maps being different and whatnot, and the times when we just laugh at each other, or mainly you laughing at me, because I am still so annoyed by the giant military bot just with no cover as soon as you walk through the airlock. That is the worst goddamn thing. So yeah, so considering that we're still kind of in the prehistory of all of it, what was it like just developing the...
And also, real quick, do you have this? Do you have this muted?
Yes.
Okay, because it was wigging me out to hear you talk and you talk on the video.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I should have told you
Okay.
that. I've got it muted and I've got the captions on just so I have a rough idea of where
Oh,
we're at. But
captions. That's not a bad idea. I'll turn that back
yeah.
on. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. So what was the question again? My bad.
Just the question was, what were the forums like? Because considering we're still kind of in the the prehistory part of the video and whatnot, the only access to the forums that I have were just things off the Internet Archive, and the Internet Archive only saved like the first page and the last page at
Yeah.
most, so you don't really get to see that much more of it. And
So, Planet Deus Ex, the forum itself, I actually wasn't very active on it. I, in fact, registered on Planet Deus Ex to develop the Nameless mod because I was on Deus Ex editing, and those were my stomping grounds because I've always been more interested in the level design aspect. So, actually, I will say this: the archive that you've seen, probably even the first page alone, that's probably a pretty accurate representation of how it was back then. It like a bunch of goofballs just posting stuff in character and like talking about the game, talking about Deus Ex 2, upcoming stuff like that. So Deus Ex editing was kind of similar, but again, we had more of a focus on editing things over there. So kind of similar aspect, but took a little more seriously on the developing side. So, yeah, like so a lot of people do kind of dog on TNM for being in jokes. So they kind of are and they kind of aren't. Like talking about Souls Bar, that's something that you can just without context latch onto and know, okay, so cool, so this is a bar in the city, whatever. But Souls Bar was actually a thread back in the day where people would post, in my opinion, cringy shit. But like role playing type stuff and all that jazz with like a Deus Ex theme behind it. So um so yeah, it was just think about this. It was a bunch of like teenagers to young adults just talking about something they love. So sometimes goofy shit happens when that happens. Sometimes they post cool stuff. Sometimes they like to get involved in this in the themes of it, and like even on DX editing there was like a what would you call it? I don't know the terminology for it, but like someone would start a story and then other contributors would insert their own characters and add more to the story, and that's how the post just kept going on. So I
Uh,
wish
uh,
that we could get that and put it in the fanfic shop, but
oh
like,
god, yeah, that would be amazing.
so with how PDX is on the archive and how you can see some threads, DX editing is worse, and I'm pissed at that because the guy that hosted DX editing just kind of disappeared and didn't archive anything and didn't warn anybody that was coming down. Just one day, the entirety of DX editing was gone. So I would have loved to see the goofy stuff I posted as a teenager, even though it's probably cringy. But it's a history piece for me, and I would have liked to see it. But
Yeah, I'm the same way with the things that I used to do on the internet. It would be great to be able to put them like into the fanfic shop. That is a
yeah, that would have been sick because I so what was his name? It wasn't Jimmy Cracker, but it was he because he's in the Nameless Mod. But there was a similar person on DX editing. He was a funny dude. So all of us were like, "Hey, we're 15 and this is cool." Posting in that story, and then that goofball, he would just come in and say some random off the wall crap like you would post the end of your story with like an opening for the next person to then take off with, and this guy he'd be like he just typed like a couple sentences. I drive in with a hover bike and throw lit TNT at everyone, then fly away. And it's like, and back then we're like, God, shut up, it's so stupid. But it's just thinking back at it, that's so funny. Just posting a random shit about TNT being thrown at these people, taking it way too seriously.
I honestly, it just sounds like fun though.
And yeah, and then oh, in the new area of DX editing, the campus part I put if you look at all the emails, there's the bump email. Oh my god, dude! On DXE, there was a guy that I think he just really cared about post count, but he would go into that thread and use it constantly, and it was literally just exactly what it was on the tin. Just you go in and type bump post, and then that's it.
Yeah,
So,
I remember those.
yeah, and then oh yeah, that is just a common thing. That's right back then. Yeah, that's right. And then so I try, and all the references to DX editing in the campus area that I put in the emails, that was all from memory, just trying to recollect people. Um, like God, I know there was this guy named Dark something, and I really liked him because he was like a pretty chill guy, and he was good at the back end aspect of modding DX, and he was just cool to talk, bounce ideas off of and talk in threads and whatnot. But I tried to remember his name, I couldn't remember it all the way. So there's someone named Dark something in DX editing just to try and pay homage to him because a lot of these people just kind of disappeared. You know what I mean? They're not mentally ill like me and stay involved in a 25-year-old game. So
Yeah, just people move on with their lives. That's just what
mm-hmm,
happens. As we
mm-hmm.
both know, Trescon farms bees now.
Yep.
Just as an example.
He sure does.
Yep. So we're onto the apartment building, and God, it's so hard to know what to ask because I imagine that I could ask like 10 different questions, get 10 different answers here. So if you just see something that pops up on the screen and you think, oh, that sounds like it'd be fun to talk about, just start talking and I'll shut up.
Yeah, that's fine. So, one of the main things about this map is, so this building was very constricted originally. It was only Phasmatis's apartment, and that was pretty much it. All the other doors were locked, and all the other floors were open from the elevator just for realism purposes, but you couldn't get into nothing. So all the different apartment rooms, they became realized when someone made a mod for the Nameless mod, and I think and it happened pretty soon after we released, because we released, I think it was 2 total bug fix patches, and on the last bug fix patch, we actually took that mod and integrated it in as the default. So this is a map based on a mod for the Nameless mod.
That's kind of sick.
Yeah. And then
So,
when they were
how well did it like? Sorry, continue.
No, when I added the rooms for this version, I made 2 different floor plans just to make it a little more interesting. In the old map, it was just the Phasmatis' apartment copied over for all the different rooms. So.
Well, it would fit an apartment building, but it does make it more interesting in 2.0 at the very least.
Yeah, because that's that thing of oh yeah, and in 2.0 I throw realism out the door like 9 times out of 10, because realism and gameplay, unless it's a game specifically designed to be like an ImSim, like, well, this is ImSim technically, but like an immersive sim, like realistic shooter, you don't want to focus realism, like. So yeah, it's more interesting in the gameplay to have different layouts for you to go into and explore as a player. So.
Does this conversation happen in 1.0?
Yeah.
I never got close enough to actually hear it. It's interesting that you moved it closer to the vent just to make sure people would run into it.
Yeah, because
it was down like a long hallway, and if you got too close, they'd hear you.
Yeah.
And in like Punishing, there's like a cop that walks down the hallway, so you never get close enough to hear it anyway.
Yeah, I actually, it's a cool gimmick, but I don't like the enemy count system for difficulty, because it makes so much extra work, and generally speaking, you're just gonna put like an enemy on wander or an extra patrol. So I don't like it. What I normally do in 2.0 is I'll keep the enemy count kind of similar, and add characters that are like sitting or standing, but keep them in like areas where you're not going to get spooked and caught instantly like that, because that's bad gameplay. So you're sitting here just trying to get a feel for the conversations and hear what you can hear, and then some dope just walks up on you. I don't like that.
Yep, totally. That's I agree with that decision wholeheartedly. One of the many, many, many decisions I've made over you changing things between 1.0 and 2.0. You said there was a bit of a revolving door of mappers. Do you remember any of them and why they just came and went?
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why, but we had somebody, I mean, of the times, he called himself Liquid Snake. He made the original, what's that map called? God, so many acronyms. I can't even, as the developer, remember all of them. DxO, the guys in the underground building.
Yep.
Yeah. That he made that, and Unreal is a weird engine because it's essentially not like Source or Gold Source, because it's a subtractive world with a lot higher propensity for actual BSP errors and issues with the map itself, versus the additive world where it's a little more tame and easier to use. So a lot of times people will get involved in Unreal at a basic capacity and start learning it, but they don't know the intricacies of it. So he made that map, and it was somehow filled with BSP errors, even though it's a very simplistic map. So I remember back then I had to fix it, and oh my god, like, speaking of being a kid and saying dumb shit, I remember I made a thread in the private developer forum, and where I was bitching about how bad the map was, like, just an angry kid. and he replied like, I mean, I'm sorry, I guess I'm sorry you had to do that. And even back then I was like, well, I'm kind of an asshole for saying that.
Also, while we're here, we're just gonna break into his fridge and eat all his beans.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, and we're coming up on the Central District, and this is probably, like, the biggest change across the entire 1.0 to 2.0 journey.
Yeah, this map is why 2.0 started.
Yeah, because 1.0 is just bloody huge, takes ages to get across, and I'm just genuinely impressed how you managed to narrow it down into like such a small but rich area when 1.0 was so massive.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is so this map is, like I said, the reason why 2.0 started, and I'll say why in a minute, but this is actually where I developed the plan for how we're going to do things forward. So that, like you said yourself, it reduced the hilariously large map to more showcase type stuff. And there's terminology used of like destinations is something that I say a lot. So this has a lot of destinations with very little downtime between them. And in the opposite, in the 2009 map, it was opposite. It was like you know what Backrooms is. Backrooms blew up in popularity. Like it felt like a liminal space, like open area that would be in the Backrooms. You know what I mean? Like there was just
Yep.
it was just so giant and empty, and it looked so yeah, it looked decent, but the fact that the player had to walk, for instance, from the beginning of the map to Soul's Bar, which is an important location in this map, and it took you an hour and or an hour. Jesus, that would be a huge map. It took a minute and 30 seconds to walk over there, and now you step out the door, you turn right, you immediately notice it, and it takes you like 18 seconds to walk over there. So that's
Yeah,
the strategy that developed. Shorten downtime and increase visual like stimulus and making things more interesting.
yeah, my immediate thought was something along the lines of, it adds like 15 to 20 minutes of game time, just all the walking you have to do in Central, and
Yeah,
that's kind of ridiculous.
yeah, it really is. And then this has a couple more destinations that the old map doesn't even have. So even though the map is smaller, if you're exploring and having fun like a Deus Ex player, you're gonna actually have more actual gameplay time than the running around in the empty void map did.
So tell me about the factions. Now, I noticed that there's the noobs, and I know that the noobs are kind of just like a joke on new Deus Ex players who couldn't figure out how to get on the damn boat, etc. But did they ever get like assigned like noob like avatars or whatever, like this guy's wearing, or was that like a different clan altogether?
No, so actually the board guests, that was the default appearance of all profiles when they first started. That cartoonish looking face with the backwards blue hat
Yep.
that manifested as the basic guy with the backwards hat in the game. Yeah, that was the starter avatar. Um, these guys, yeah, that's like you said, it's just a lampoon of new people on the forum. And the actual factions. So a lot of this stuff is like, so like for instance, a website. It's easier to remember www.dxo.com rather than uh, what's the O stand for? Um,
Oh god, now I can't even remember.
yeah, I can't remember, but or
Proves your
okay,
point.
Deus Ex Incarnate, yeah, Deus Ex
Yeah.
Incarnate, DXI. That was also another website. DXI, it was DXI.com back then. Um, it was it's a little easier to remember Deus Ex Incarnate, but then you're like, for instance, the one with the O. Yeah, I can't remember what the hell the O stands for, so people would forget what it looked like. So it was very common to abbreviate things, and then in turn, in multiplayer and other such things, you use clan tags, which were generally abbreviations as well. So it's just kind of a thing of the time of why everything was just some stupid acronym instead of saying like Page Industries um, or the Forum City Conglomerate or the Forum City Business Associates, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's always some kind of acronym.
Were those actual names of clans?
No, DXI and DXO were just the websites. I was just using that clan example of like building the theme. Like everything was an acronym back then, basically.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So many beautiful books.
The fanfic shop.
Yeah.
Do you know anything? Like, who came up with this idea? Because this is bonkers to me that anyone think that this would be a good idea. And I proved it myself when I do this stupid visual joke when I'm talking to Jimmy Cracker.
Mm.
Just, do you know who came up with this? Who Any details, any fun details whatsoever? Because I
No,
need to know.
the fanfic, that was always like standard room on the Planet forums for all the different games. So it was just a representation of the fanfic forum, and people would they'd post all their little I'm 15 and this is cool stories in there for people to read and comment on and expand upon, that kind of thing.
Yeah, fair enough. And you
Yeah.
just took the best. You took the best ones and you added them to the game. Well, I say best. I'll be honest. I didn't read too much of them, but
Yeah, and then I think on the main forum, or not forum, I think on the main website of PDX, they actually they had a portion on the left in the column for all the different sections. That I think they actually had a section for fanfics too, for people that like self-published them on their own websites and whatnot.
that's actually pretty cool, all things considered. Because like today, fan fiction has well, let's just say that it's not as well received as it used to be back in the
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, it's got a much different connotation on it.
Yep, and I will admit, it's just kind of nice to have this here, because the one thing I really do like about the Nameless mod, even though it's, like, really exaggerated, obviously, is that it is a representation of how this community used to be, and just judging by the fact that someone thought to put a fanfic shop in the corner of the starting map, makes, or hell, it's even more prominent in 1.0's map, just makes you realize how much of it must have been involved, like, in that community.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because like back then there wasn't as God, I kind of like aging us at the moment, but there wasn't that much to do back then. It was just you were playing your games or going out to play or hanging out with your friends. Now everybody's just glued to their phones, and there's so much more other stuff to take your attention. So it was just more normal back then. Like even I did it. Like I tried. I'm not a very good writer, but even I tried it back then just because it was something to do, of like writing your own story type stuff.
Yep, I did that as well. And I will admit I didn't have very many friends either, and I didn't get good internet until, like, well after this period, so I didn't really get to participate in that era of the internet, and it's weird to have nostalgia for an era you never directly participated in.
And actually, on the first draft of the Nameless Mod like independent website, we had a link on the right for people to expand upon a story as well. I don't remember all the specifics, but I remember that it was leading towards whoever's characters having causing an like having to fight some bad guy that was trying to like what's the word for it? I guess like destabilize the forum itself. And because it's the Nameless mod and you can take a story any way, any direction you want, and it'll make sense. You know the MIB building in the corporate sector, right? That that building was involved in the story, and it actually led into like a portal that led to the center of the forum, where it was um this like generator thing, and they were trying to blow up that generator. And then it was basically just the different fans expanding upon that story, but that's the only aspect I remember of it.
I remember there being a fanfic competition that was apparently quote-unquote screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming you don't remember anything about that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, because it's that's in the bonus material, and the only mention you hear of it is like they're talking about doing it in one of the newsletters, and then I think in the credits there's something along the lines of "Sorry, we screwed up the fanfic contest."
Right.
And I have no idea what's in the middle, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck happened with that, because yeah, that just wasn't my vibe. I was into playing Battlefield 2 back then, playing Planet Side, playing DXMP, and making levels. That was me.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm just, yeah, there aren't that many people left around to ask about this sort of stuff. It would have been great to get a bunch of them in on like this, but I feel like if I tried to get onto everybody that was involved in this project, I'd be waiting for months, and maybe I'd get like 1 or 2 emails back.
Yeah, maybe, if that.
Who knows? Maybe I'll do it one of these days and make it a bonus video. So yeah, characters. So pretty much everyone in this is based off like a real person.
Yeah.
And yeah, just tell me as much as you can about what you can remember. Like, is A-Bomb based off someone?
Mm-hmm. I think on the forum though he just used a regular vanilla MJ12 Commando avatar though. Trescon used that card avatar, not the in-game TNM one. He used a different one.
Yeah, just hang on. Sorry, no context for this. He's referring to the Magic the Gathering card Justice.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering. Yeah. I couldn't remember what card game it was. And then Skara, he had, and I think he even made the texture before TNM was even a thing.
Really?
Yeah, the yellow dude with the glasses. He didn't make the whole suit or anything. He just made the face, though, I think. And Skara in real life was not unhinged. He was just a normal dude. You could tell from his posts that he was just a normal guy that liked Deus Ex, and that he chose that avatar. And he just liked to joke about being in charge of a business. Jimmy Cracker was real. He was. I didn't really interact with him. He's actually in the. I didn't interact with him that much back then. He's actually on the Discord, and you can chat with him every once in a while.
Yeah, I did see him pop up.
Yeah. But yeah, basically any like name, especially one that looks like a forum name, like Trescon and all that stuff. It's all based on real people.
Yeah, if you can remember anything about anyone, I'd love to hear it. Phasmatus, King Cashew.
And then I didn't talk to KK that much on the forum. Jonas though, he's a cool guy. He does talk about himself in a joking way, like he's the big man in charge, but he is pretty down to earth and humble in like his actual personality. So he's cool to talk to. Trescon is a sweet dude. Let's see, who else can I think of off the top of my head? Hey, that's me.
Wait, what? That's you in the Metal Gear Solid poster?
Yeah, that was me back in 2000. I want to say it was 2000. Yeah, 2006.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna be laughing at that every time I walk by it now, because I thought it was just some kind of fan poster that someone made, but no, it's actually you.
Yeah, because we wanted to make that specific poster, so I was like, yeah, I'll do it. Because the whole premise of that was the tagline, a brand new breed of snake in the grass. It was just so like pinpoint, it needed to be put into content somehow. So we just made that.
That sounds like the start to a sex joke that I cannot think of the punchline for.
Yeah.
Oh, great. You're going to keep knocking me off balance with all of these stupid stories. Oh, yes. The references to the original Deus Ex.
What drink?
Mm-hmm.
God.
You have no drink.
Alright, so... God, I don't even know where to begin. There's so much and so little time. There's Alpha. Did you ever talk to Alpha?
No, because yeah, I went to PDX almost exclusively to develop TNM. So Alpha wasn't a team member. Phasmatus was though, and so was Jonas, Trescon.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's just... I just wish I had someone around to ask, like, you know, is this just kind of how the conversations went down for the most part? Because the quotes game was actually something that you could play in the Souls Bar and Grill. That was a thing that he did. I have no examples because the pages on the archive are gone, which is a shame.
Yeah.
Too long.
But yeah,
Alright, so...
it's not gonna the forums and the dialogue are gonna translate directly over, because you gotta modify what each person is saying in order to further your narrative, kind of thing. So Kylie, she did, I remember looking at a couple threads back then. She did like talk in Souls Bar like bad bitch Kylie does in the game. So yeah, that's the only really context on that. And then I never participated in that, but I just read it every once in a while. So
fair enough. Nothing wrong with lurking on a forum most of the time.
yeah.
Pretty much what most of social media is these days. Everyone's just lurking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's talk a little bit about some of the programming challenges in the Nameless mod. Now, I know you're not like directly responsible for that. I know that's more of a Greasel thing.
I suck at that. I couldn't even tell you how to rebuild a package right now.
That's a bad sign.
Yeah.
Because if someone gets really mad at Greasel and decides to whack, you know, that's might be a problem.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, if he ever decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm done with Deus Ex and everything in general, I would just have to release what we have now and just say, yep, here it is, sorry.
Well, let's hope you can at least get the final 2.0 patch out before you get around to that.
Yeah.
So, when TNM 2009 came out, what did you think of it? Just as a thing. Now, I know you probably loved your own maps at the time.
Yeah.
But, like, all the other work that went into it, all of the voice acting, all of the story,
So, yeah, I actually... I don't know why, because, I mean, I cuss like a sailor myself, but, I didn't like how often the characters, like, cussed back then. And it was just this weird thing that I attached to. And, we actually, what I would tell like, Jonas was, like, it's kind of weird that we gotta convey our point by dropping the F-bomb in dialogue almost constantly. And, I get it, because, he would tell me, like, that's just how people talk on the forums and stuff. They don't care, they don't filter, so they just cuss a lot in posts and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I get that, but it's not everybody kind of thing, you know what I mean? And, I mean, that kind of does help in the future because, I mean, I know YouTube is constantly censoring practically everything under the sun now, so it probably wouldn't fare too well on YouTube if our videos had so much cursing and everything in it. Let's see.
Funny story about that. I was originally planning to start, like, the first 30 seconds of the TNM video with as many racial slurs as I could fit into the video as possible so they couldn't be monetized.
Hell yeah.
Because I didn't want people to think I was doing this just, like, for the ad revenue or whatnot, how little you get. But I think people's content being in this overrides, like, any sort of, like, demonetization you would otherwise have, unless your video just gets taken down entirely.
Yeah.
So... And unfortunately, the Leo Badanella sold his music to one of those really crappy copyright bots that just claims everything.
That's so frustrating. That's so frustrating.
It's immensely frustrating, but at least it gave me free reign to use All Along the Watchtower in Part 7. So,
and like half the videos on my YouTube channel are copyright because of that, and I think that's only not all of them are because of the volume of my voice versus the music in some certain circumstances. So whatever. If they want to be piece of garbage people, whatever. I think there should be a clause personally that if like the music is being played for its original content it was made for, it should not count. But
well, yeah, there is. It's fair use and it's gameplay, but the bots just automatically claim it back, and you can't do anything about it without literally taking them to court.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, I thought maybe you could just like do a quick claim to YouTube and they'd be like, all right, fine, fair. But yeah,
that's what you can do, and sometimes when the person on the other end is reasonable, you absolutely can do that. But these copyright trolls are not reasonable.
Yeah, true.
And
they'd probably do that exactly what you said because the court system is garbage, and say, all right, well, take us to court over it, and then you're not gonna pay litigation and shit to get that taken care of. So,
especially when you're in Australia like I am, and you have to take it to court in the United States, it's like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
And you weren't kidding about them being a bit more censorious about like the thumbnails and stuff too, because I had a thumbnail of a game called Gun Gun Pixies, which was literally just an anime girl showing her panties by bending over too far. And I'm not even kidding, that was the automatically generated thumbnail of the video back when I first uploaded it. And then they told me to change it, and then when I didn't, they changed it themselves.
Nice.
Nothing wrong with the video. Like, they never did. Well, actually, no, I do think they actually age restricted the video at some point.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to matter if you click the like age restriction button on YouTube. It just doesn't go through anyway.
Right.
So yeah, it doesn't matter. YouTube is a bad platform most of the time.
Yeah, for real.
Which is a shame because it means that little projects like this one don't get as much share as they reasonably should. Because I I'm pretty sure if you get enough of those marks on your channel, no matter what, it just plummets how many people are allowed to watch your video, because...
Yeah, I think it does.
But we're not here to talk about that shit, we're here to talk about the Nameless mod, and I don't know why, but this joke always gets me. Quick shit. you know what it goes there for.
Yeah.
And, yeah, considering that I don't actually show off the quick stop in this video, I'll ask the question there, was there actually a Forum City Communist Party group?
Oh,
do you remember?
Yeah, that I don't know. Maybe. But I mean, they aren't people, so I definitely wasn't paying attention to
that. Fair point.
Yeah.
Notably, this level here, the corporate district, is one that you didn't change very much on. Like, a lot of it is still in the same place.
Yeah, that was just one of those ones where, like, fatigue. I just didn't want to, because it was so big, and I didn't want to change it a lot, and it fit the scene already. So I just went in and changed a lot of aspects of it. Like that parking garage back there, that wasn't ever there. I changed the destroyed building. I replaced a bunch of buildings with better looking ones and more interesting design along the bottom. I shortened the PDX building because that sucker was enormous, like hundreds of floors for some reason, because of the way the texture repeat works. I didn't change...
That does actually bring up a funny point, because it's like, PDX moves into the old building, but there's 100 floors above them, and I just had this weird mental image of everyone just being forced up to the 98, the third floor and above.
Yeah.
They just all have to pile out through PDX. Good day, don't look at the board, good day.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and that's the problem of... Like, it's cool that mod went defunct and gave us their assets to help us along and get us released quicker, but it causes all those weird hiccups. Like, you're right, like, why would PDX have control of the main lobby of this building that they just entered, and then that cuts off everybody else, kind of thing? Because it's very clearly their lobby. I mean, why would they put a armory in a common area? So, you know what I mean? And that also leads into issues of, like, PDX. I'm probably just never gonna redo it and revamp it because of how frustratingly pinpoint all the dialogue is. Like, it specifically says that the armory is moved into the bathroom on the first floor. It's this direction from this thing. It's this direction from that. So that kind of hinders you when you're doing a remake map, because you got to make sure to follow those dialogue directions as well as making the map work. So everything's just so pinpoint because they had to shoehorn in the dialogue into the already made map. So there's just no way it's getting changed correctly.
That's actually a kind of strange thing to think about, because most of the time you build the levels before you build, like, the dialogue and whatnot. The dialogue in most games usually comes, like, towards the end of production. Like, most of the time staff members will just be, like, speaking into their own microphones just for the test lines and then just leaving it in there. And so this game happened the other way around.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. But it wasn't specific. So it's just, here's the problem. Look, it works if you don't specifically inject very, very specific things into the dialogue. So, like yeah, we'll think, like, okay, yeah, there's gonna be a dude at the bar, and there's gonna be two people talking to him and drinking, and they're gonna have animations. So there's that. That's your basic chunk. But if the Nameless mod, how some of the other dialogue works, they might say, like, yeah, one person is sitting and he's 10 feet from the end of the bar, and one person is standing and he's specifically looking in this direction, and the bartender is here and he is not sitting, but he's leaning up on the chair. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you get that specific, it really causes an issue for, like I said, remaking, but also that causes an issue for the main map, because you got to work around those descriptions, because it's built in stone, you know. So
Jesus, your company went bankrupt? Yes.
I imagine you've tried to work around those at least once when remaking something and just thought, screw it, not worth it.
Yeah, yeah. And in the beginning, when I did the downtown, I straight up forgot to remake the canal. And by then, the map was just so far done, I'm like, I'm not going back and redesigning this entire map to put a fucking canal in here. So,
You just made the tiny moat.
Yeah, that was frustrating to work around, but whatever. Because, I mean, when you first start a map, you don't really know the scaling yet. So, I built the temple, I built a couple other areas, and then I went and started working on something else in the map, and then all that started developing, and then all of a sudden I built myself into a corner, and then I had this realization of, oh crap, the friggin' canal is gone, what do I do now? So that's one of the aspects for 2.0 where we got a lot more careful about that. So, like, I started the new downtown map just from my experience of playing the game and things I remembered. In 2.0, after the downtown map, though, we started actually researching what's where in the old maps and checked the dialogue because we learned this became an issue to see where things could go. Like, I just so happened, thank God, in downtown put the goat hideout, the abandoned apartment building up there. I just, by happenstance, happened to put the building in the right spot because they mentioned multiple times the cardinal directions of where that building is. So.
Oh, that's a good bit of luck.
Yeah.
A good bit of memory.
I really lucked out on that because I remember back then when I built that building, and then the area around it developed really quickly. Like, I think I finished all of that in a day up there in that upper right corner of the map. So that would have sucked if I had that realization that I put it in the wrong spot.
Yes, and there is another very infamous one between the three of us, you, me, and Greasel.
So are you talking about the Goat City wall?
No, not the Goat City wall. The dungeon later on in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Turn left. Turn left.
That's one that snuck through for sure. Because you start from the left instead of going to the armory to the left, yeah.
Yeah, look, I don't blame you for that. It sounds like an absolute bitch to keep track of. I just think it's really goddamn funny.
Yeah, it's annoying. And I know why that is. I know why they were so specific with the dialogue. Because our maps were big. Like, even the 2.0 maps are pretty big in terms of Deus Ex gameplay. But they were worried about people not knowing where the hell to go. So they had the instructions that were spoken to the player be very intricate. But because like normally in Deus Ex it's like, hey, you need to go to Vandenberg and you need to find these people, and they're in a building outside somewhere. It's so you're like, okay, cool, got it. Eventually you'll find it, just playing the map. So like in TNM, you should be able to just say, hey, you're gonna find the entrance to the excavation site in the slums, and then that's it. But the objective of the old TNM dialogue was, hey, we don't want the player to waste their time, so let's have like 3 or 4 sentences in the dialogue of saying exactly where this item is so they don't get lost. But even though the maps are bigger, it's a game, and the maps are self-contained. You're gonna play like normal and find things, and you'll be able to use your context clues to understand, oh yeah, this is an excavation site, this is much different from skyscrapers, I understand that this is important, okay. And then you'll be able to also use the context clues of, in like your text objective says, find the DXI excavation site, and then your brain will remember excavation. Okay, excavation site, got it, easy enough. So it was just like a preemptively attempting to make sure the player had enough information, but overdoing it.
Yeah, and there's also that entire idea that you nearly mentioned there, which is basically, it kind of gets rid of that natural wanderlust if you're told exactly where to go. And on top of that, it's something like people can't... one of the problems I admittedly had when I was first playing TNM was that I kind of lost my way a couple of times just because, you know, it's a video game. Sometimes your navigation skills are bad and you can't find your way around a map. And if you introduce that wanderlust by just saying, it's somewhere in this general area, go, you'll learn your way around faster instead of keeping your eye out for something very specific.
Yeah.
But, well, there's not much you can really do about that.
Yeah, and that really, it all depends on the type of player, too. Like, a lot more gamers nowadays are expecting the heads-up display to show you a ping of where to go exactly. But then there's others that like to slow down and explore. There's like others that do like to sit there and listen to a person say the instructions to them. It's like adult learning. There's different ways that adults learn. So, like me, I don't like sitting there and have someone preach to me what I need to do. I like the idea of, hey, go find the excavation site. It's in this area, and then I just go, okay, cool, and then walk over and, like we just talked about, wander around and naturally find it.
Well, I will at least say that, well, this actually brings me around to another point now I think about it. With the remastered 2.0 maps, there are a lot more ways to sneak around.
Yes.
Which definitely improves on that whole wanderlust thing, because it should be embedded into the head of a Deus Ex player who's at least played through the game once, that as soon as you see a vent that looks like it could be opened, you go over there and you open it.
Yeah, 2.0 is definitely catered more towards that. And that's, so back in 2009 when we released, and well before that when we were developing, like a lot of this stuff was our first time doing it, like, organized like this. Like, shoot, like, when you create a new actor in the editor, like, say you're making a new Trescon, it defaults to the name of my Trescon, because it's like saying, you know, this is my version of it kind of thing. Like, there's even some stuff in the Nameless Mod packages that still say, like, my security computer and all that stuff, because we're brand new, and we're just, like, I'm sure people had the Tax Deus Ex Lab tutorials pulled up while they were developing the Nameless Mod.
I'm sure they did, considering how big of a mod this bloody is. It's practically an entire game on itself.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine how much work it was to just not only rearrange all these rooms in a way that makes sense, or at least, you know, for some of them, not counting the current map, but also to make it so that you could stealth around all of them, or shoot your way through all of them, or do a combination of the two that makes sense without feeling too non-organic, because we were playing 1.0, and by we I mean me and you were watching. I forgot this stupid joke. There's an example of the instructions being a bit too specific, because I admit I found the curved hall directions just so confusing, and that's why I did that.
And that's another thing. There is a point where an adult will be sitting here listening to you explain something, and then they just turn it off because you're getting way too verbose, and that's like a real thing. So getting that verbose with it. So here's the thing. Like, Jonas is a very, like, literal and verbose person himself, so all this makes sense to him. I could sit there and explain something to him and speak an entire paragraph to him and be like, okay, cool, yeah, got it. So it's one of those things where since you're in charge of it, it's kind of naturally built around what you want, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. He also sounds like a great guy to work for.
Yeah, he was fun, because so with me being the level designer and him being the story writer, we either were in sync and we were excited and working together to make something realized, or we were at ends with each other and we were like arguing about how things should be done. So that's actually when you're allied with WorldCorp and you're helping, and ZeroPresence helps you, if you tell him you killed Jonas, he gives you stuff. And for the new character of ZeroPresence, the second ZeroPresence, which all makes sense because it's the Nameless Mod, there's two ZeroPresences, the one I voice and then the WorldCorp one that was a stolen character. Even though the second one is, like, I guess you would call him neutral, he still rewards you for killing Jonas, so...
I found that ridiculous, I will admit.
Yeah, and that actually I like that it just comes up out of nowhere. Like he's just like, "Oh, you were at PDX. Did you kill him?" And you're just like, "The fuck, no." He's like, "Ah, okay, fine." But
Yeah, especially I pointed that out in the video. I was like, "What the hell are you with?" Oh, well, when you meet the fake ZeroPresence, and he's like, "I heard you were at PDX. Did you kill Jonas?" And I'm like, "No, you were there."
yeah, yeah. And
Speaking of fun characters, boob suit.
okay, yeah, Gan.
Yeah. Please tell me everything you know about Gan, because Gan is.
He is someone that has passed. Did he? Well, I'm not gonna say that because I can't remember. But we thought for a while. I can't confirm or deny if the actual person passed away or not. A little while ago. So that we were operating on getting him and his whole comic in the mod as like a respect for him, because Gan, I didn't talk to Gan that much back then, but if you were on PDX, you knew Gan because he wrote actual articles for PDX, and he was like just a fun, cool guy. So this humor of his comic and the humor of him in the game is very, I'm the Penguin of Doom. Here's my spork, but it was of the time. Like back then, everybody thought this shit was funny. So.
I still think this is funny.
Yeah, and this whole premise of his comic was he was just an NSF terrorist from the game, and he was caught by Majestic 12 and kept in a secret facility somewhere, and it was just him being his crazy self, like interacting with the guards and having all these tangents and whatnot. And I really liked it because he, like what we're seeing right now, he took a screenshot of this and doctored it up and put it in the comic. He didn't draw it or anything. He used the actual editor to take all the pictures for it and stuff. So that was an aspect I really liked about it, because it was like that was like pure Deus Ex content. So, and we have I'm pretty sure, well, this is how I would have done it, so it could just be me misremembering and reflecting myself on it. I would have liked if we had Gand look like just a regular NSF terrorist when you're, like, for instance, when you're talking to him just then. But then when you piss him off, that's when he turns into the Mr. T looking guy and then starts trying to kill you. And I think that idea was somewhat in development, because in our files we have Gand, the character you can place in the editor, but then we have I forget what it's called. It's like powered up Gand or God Gand or something. So I think that idea was floated around, but then it never got realized. And if you add him, he's like, it's Gand with this like energy around him. So I think that might have been the original plan, but then just never got realized because, you know, we probably just didn't know how to do it properly.
So sorry, you said he died recently?
I think he did, but I don't want to misspeak and say it's for sure, because I kind of, God, I have so much stuff floating around in my mind at all times, because it's just life, brain fog, I guess you can call it. But I think Hawk Greasel said that wasn't true, but so I don't know off the top of my head.
All right, fair enough.
I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true.
So do I.
Yeah.
He deserves to live until he's 125 and has like 28 grandchildren.
Yeah, because like, all things considered, I think he would probably be around 40 or something right now, and that's young. So
yeah, that's really young.
So I hope it's not true.
Yeah, you said you were working on getting all of Gand into the web browser. Let's talk about the web browser, actually.
Yeah.
Because that's a 2.0 exclusive feature.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot crammed into there. It's a sleeper feature that I think a lot of people don't take advantage of, but it's actually really cool.
Yeah, that I will admit, I was amazed when I first found it. Like, yeah. I mean, I know I'm not massively skilled in the art of knowing what's good and what's capable and what's not in an engine like this, but then I popped up that web browser and I saw just the page come up, and I'm like, there's no way all of these links work, and all of them do.
Yup. Yeah, that's the thing about Hawk, man. Like, he can make anything happen in this engine. Like so a lot of my 2.0 ideas were things I tried as a kid but couldn't realize because I didn't know the back end of Unreal. I didn't know how to code. I didn't know how to modify Unreal script. So like for instance, you know that in old server complex that that giant laser turret that you gotta fight.
Yep.
So that came from an idea because I really like co-op games. Anything co-op I'll play. If a friend wants to play a co-op game, I'm down. In DXMP, because I was originally, that's another thing about me, I was originally a mapper for multiplayer maps for this game. Very simplistic maps where players just shoot each other up. So I tried to make a co-op map where you landed in pods in the water, kind of like Helldivers, and then you had to go up on a beach, and I wanted BSP guns to shoot stuff at you. So what I try to do, because of my simplistic little kid mind, I would make like a big turret and put a projectile generator in front of it, and I would have it swing back and forth shooting randomly. So I remember a long time ago, I brought it up to Hawk how it would be cool if we had BSP turrets, binary space partitions. That's what all the actual levels are made of. And he was like, okay. So back then, I didn't have the infinite confidence I have in him, where I just say something and he can make it happen because he's amazing. And I was like,
raise a little keyboard. What could he possibly do?
Yeah. He's got those little long thingies, and he's only got 3 of them. What's he gonna do? And then I was like, all right, sweet. I'll let him cook, see what he does. And then, sure as shit, he shows me this video of this rectangle that almost looks exactly like the gun that I made back when I was a kid, shooting missiles, but also tracking the player and everything. And I'm like, how in the fuck did you do that? And yeah, if you look at the actual class, it's like incredibly complex. The dude just has a knack for making things happen. It's incredible. So once that happened, I got more bold, and we started implementing more and more ideas from back in the day that I just wasn't able to realize. So a lot of 2.0 content is mods that I wanted to make when I was a kid, but couldn't figure out how to do. So I implemented it into the Nameless mod somehow.
That's just genuinely impressive.
Yeah, that dude knows how to cook.
Any other, like, fun little things like that you wanted to do but couldn't? Too complex for even this engine? Or is Hawk just that good?
Everything. Yeah, Hawk is just that good, though. Like, a lot of the stuff that we wanted to implement, it was going to be better than it is. And it had to be dialed back a little bit because of the Unreal Engine. Like, here's a perfect example. So the Aunt Industries ruins, there was supposed to be a very intricate system of like 40% of that map being randomly generated. So what would happen is I would make what's the word for it? I guess I would make like modules throughout the space that you couldn't normally access, right? So I would make like 20 or 30 of them. And then the game would use portals throughout the gameplay area and randomly select one and attach it to that portal. And then you would be able to have these randomly generated rooms show up throughout the map. So, 2 issues. 1, AI does not know how to use portals. So technically, you could walk through that portal and you would basically walk through a wall to the AI. So they'd just be like, oh, he's gone. And then 2, that it really messed up the lighting system. So sometimes the wall, and you've seen this because you played one of the secret maps where we implemented a very light version of it. But
yeah, I was about to ask if you wanted to talk about that publicly, but
yeah,
sure,
no, that's fine. So that's a very light version of it. Like, instead of like 20 to 30 levels, we only had like 10 different options. One of them being super secret, and then but even then we had lighting issues with that. That's another thing. I don't know how Hawk fixed that, but
yeah, is that like the statue, or is there like a one that I haven't seen?
No, there's one that's like, I think I made the percentage like a 2% chance of this room showing up, and it's this room that you walk into, and it has a bunch of different buttons. Like there's a lever on the wall, there's a button on a box, there's a switch on a table. You gotta hit them all in a certain order, and then it opens another secret wall, and then you walk into this little tiny room that has a piece of equipment in the middle with a shit ton of loot, and you press the button and something funny happens.
Well, no spoilers. I'm gonna have to go and find that now. Is that in my build?
Yeah, I think I made that very early on, so it's been in there for a while.
God, I really am gonna have to go and find that. Here, I thought it was gonna be the room with the statue.
No, that's definitely the best room though. The room with the Greasel statue.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure I don't spoil anything that you don't want spoiled, but sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I actually have played that room, and I have seen how just the AI just sees you disappear.
Yeah, and with it being like Greasels and like crazed men that you deal with in there, I was like, it's fine. It's not going to be that big of a deal.
I tell you what you should do, and again, considering that you're talking about that, I might as well talk about this as well. You should make a mission in the stealth segments that you're working on be nothing but that. 20 randomly generated rooms with equipment, and then like a boss at the end or something.
Oh, okay.
That would be cool. Because just for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, where I get to see some of what ZP and Greasel are working on from time to time, and one of the new things coming in the final version of 2.0, assuming it doesn't get cut, is a bunch of stealth missions based off of Metal Gear Solid VR missions.
There's going to be combat too.
There's going to be combat too?
Yeah, just like Metal Gear Solid VR. There's going to be stealth and combat.
Yeah, and my favorite missions in that one were always and I know it sounds weird to say this, but the VR missions. The ones very specifically named VR missions that you unlocked at like 75%, where you had to go through, get all the gear you can, and survive to the end. Those are always the best. So I reckon you do that for Deus Ex, but you have like the pieces be generated, just like ever so slightly semi-roguelike-y, and that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Although, I tell you what would be amazing if you somehow managed to turn if Greasel somehow managed to turn Deus Ex into a goddamn looter shooter with the legendary mode. I can't imagine how hard that was to program.
I don't know. That's another one that just popped up out of nowhere, and it's friggin' awesome. and we now have like genuine New Game Plus. Like that's another thing. Back in 2009, there was a point where they literally just said, "Hey, cut it. We're done. We're finished. We're releasing now. We need to release." So, the New Game Plus awards. Well, I take that back. There wasn't even anything genuinely New Game Plus. It was just you got rewards for beating the game. So there was one aspect where you can get the fire sword early from someone if you beat the game, but
that would be Raving Nutter.
Yeah, and
I showed that at the end of this.
Yeah, there's not much else like that. So that's not really enough, you know what I mean? So the game mode you unlock Radish Adventure is being completely revamped. It's going to be turned into an actual reward. There's more cheat codes added, and there's going to be actual New Game Plus content added. So, and then as you can see from my avatar, if you're going to show this to them, I'm a big Dark Souls fan. I play those games literally daily. We even have invaders that will show up in New Game Plus now. So, and they look exactly like Dark Souls invaders. It says, so-and-so invaded your world, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I do show an example of this, the hot singles in your area thing.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, in the web browser, so they'll know, if they've watched this video before, they'll know what I'm talking about. If they haven't watched this before, it's in part 6.
Yeah, and Hawk's funny. He didn't tell me about that, and every once in a while, it's because he's so freaking capable, he just adds random shit like that in. And that's another thing. The hot singles in your area. That's another picture of me back then. So when you click on, I thought it was funny, and because I've seen those ads before, and I clicked on it and I heard the invasion sound, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, I was invaded by a hot single with a rocket launcher, and he hot singled me. So
yes, I also got blown up by the hot single. That was, I just walked outside. Well, it was actually the second one I fought, which is even funnier, right? Because the first one I fought was just a pushover. It was the one that you see in the video. But I did it a bunch more times off camera, and the second time it was just the guy with the lore. He was standing by the fountain. I walked around the corner and immediately exploded.
place to hide, found a sewer tunnel, and, well, eventually ended up here.
Your microphone was muted for a second there. Did you say something?
That was an accident.
I found in the tunnel far from here.
But yeah, honestly, I'm half tempted to just send Greasel a wish list of random things I want to see in Deus Ex, because I do genuinely think if Greasel put a little bit of effort into it, you could probably turn Deus Ex into a really capable looter shooter.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, he couldn't use the thing he made for TNM as a basis, and it would work.
Yeah, just hell, just you make it like a bunch of just like small Deus Ex style encounters with weapons you level up, and you just go through like harder and harder stages. It would be amazing. But
yeah,
we're not here talking about wishes. We're talking about what exists.
Fair.
So if I was to ask you, say, the question of like, is there anything in TNM 2.0 that you would change even now? Like, what would it be? Like, something so big that you can't change it at this point, other than, like, you know, the voice lines or whatnot.
Yeah, I'd add the canal into downtown, if I got the energy to do it, and I would, I would see if there's a way, because we actually did it a couple times. We cut either words that should not be said, or some really lengthy dialogue.
Words that should not be said. What were they actually throwing around racial slurs?
So there was one that was on accident and should not be said. Like, you know, the dude in the in Kraut's Castle, the
noob
Kraut place. Yeah, I forget his name, but the leader.
Yeah.
Like, Trescon calls him. You know the word. I'll just describe it, but you'll probably know what it is. It's that insult where you call a white person when they're trying to impersonate how a black person acts.
Really?
Yeah, he calls him that, and me and Hawk were just sitting there like testing, and one of us heard it, and we're like, "What the fuck? Why is that in here?" So we just straight up, yeah, that was really random, and so we just straight up took that out. Like that was not gonna stay in this game. That was like actually unhinged to me that was in the 2009 release.
Like, I know Trescon could be a bit rough on his "if you don't do what I want, I will kill you. Yes, I am a psycho" responses, but that just sounds insane.
Yeah, that was very unhinged. I have no idea why that was in the game or why it was thought. But I mean, different times, I guess you can say. I mean, that was what, like a little less than 20 years ago. So.
And it is still in the 2009 release, so at least you can say, well, if you really desperately want to hear that line, you can...
I think we even edited that out in, like, all of our public releases, so...
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah, because that's bullshit. That shouldn't be in there. But that was just an easy fix, because the rest of the line is fine, so just remove the one word, because it was it was at like a spot where it was a comma anyway, so it was just an easy slice out.
Eventually we find our way without killing ourselves.
And then what's some other things? Keep in mind, my passion is level design, so it's all level design related usually. For 2.0 specifically, I would probably, what's some more level stuff? World Corp sublevel. So with how this game works and how sound is transmitted, like say you and I are in an underground bunker and there's 3 feet of concrete between us, you would not be able to hear each other.
Yeah, sound will not go through that.
Yeah, but in this game, it's just a solid sphere that radiates from the point of origin for the sound. So no matter what's between you, it'll be heard. So, I did not know about that aspect of the game while I was designing stuff. So, and looking back at vanilla maps, there's a lot. Actually, things are pretty fairly spaced out. Like, instead of, like, say for instance, this room right here, it would be here, and then it would be like 256 or 512 units away from the nearest enemy in like a hallway that happens to lead here. So technically, if he was closer, he would hear you, but because of their smart design of the level, he didn't hear you, kind of thing. So sublevel is a very, very compact map. There's spots where you can be heard in the main hallway in like every lab that you walk by. So that's very stupid. That's not proper gameplay. That's not proper stealth. There's a lot of issues with it. So what I would do is redesign sublevel to be a little bit bigger, so there's a lot more space between things. Something, of course, Hawk is related to the fix that we did, but these floors that you're walking on right now in this gameplay, they're actually technically surfaces that transmit sound a lot less. So, like, I think they transmit sound at like 25% the normal sound. So, like, there is floor transmission modifiers in this game. So, like, if you're walking on a tile or a metal, you will make more sound than when you're walking on a carpet.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid does the same thing, Splinter
Yeah.
Cell, etc. Yeah, stealth game basic.
So basically, he forced he remade the same textures, just copied them, and then modified the transmission values to be like down, like I said, down to 25%. So it helps, and it makes it so that you can run through a hallway without everybody in the goddamn place knowing where you are. So this book. Is it here? Oh no. Did you look at all the cells, the data cubes on the cells in this area?
I didn't look at all the data cubes, I looked at all the cells.
Okay, so, like, 2.0 became a Dark Souls reference fest, as well as a classic game reference fest. So, there's a data cube in this area that implies that someone was turned into a shambler from Quake 1, and he's just loose in the sewers now.
Oh god.
Yeah, so there's a... Because there's been, even back in the 2009 version, there's been, like, lore-related info of equipment and things being transferred from different planets to other different planets. So the idea is World Corp got a hold of something from Planet Quake, and they turned it into a serum and injected it into a guy, and then they just observed what happened, because World Corp is evil. So basically, from the text, it implies that he turns into a shambler and then breaks out, and World Corp tried to stop him, but because he was a shambler and Deus Ex entities and AI isn't set up for fighting like a freaking shambler from Quake 1, he pretty much mopped the floor with him, and then he escaped into the sewers. And then in order to cover up the situation, they pretty much spent a shit ton of money to remake the cell to make it look like just a plain cell again.
Now you have to go get Greasel to stick a fucking shambler in, like, the sewer level that takes you to the air traffic control tower.
So what I wanted to do, but it was very hokey pokey and wouldn't translate well.
Turn around.
I was just gonna get like a 2D texture of a shambler, and then it was gonna go into the corporate sewers. There's a long hallway, well, I guess sewer tunnel in that map that just dead ends, and there's a metal grate at the end. I was gonna have the shambler standing there, but then like just slide out of view. But I tested it with just like a texture of another flat thing in Deus Ex, and it didn't look good. It just, you could tell that it was straight up a sheet of something just disappearing. So I scrapped it.
Aww.
Yeah. And that's a thing that you wouldn't get it unless you found that data cube. So.
Well, at the same time, I would find it hilarious just to be like, where the fuck did this shambler come from?
Yeah.
You're just 2/3 of the way through a World Corp run. You're about to get to ABI, and then this just drops in on you out of nowhere.
What we can do though, I was just thinking, like the Half-Life reference in the old server complex, right near the end, where you hear a head crab and a shotgun blast.
No, I'd never found that.
Yeah, when you're walking up to the final elevator that leads to where Shadowcode, I think. I can't remember which one his name. What's his name? The stupid. It is
Shadowcode's
Shadowcode.
the virus, yeah.
Yeah, when you're walking up to him, you go through this metal scaffolding that goes over a concrete hallway that looks like an area out of Black Mesa, and you hear the classic head crab leap sound, and then you hear the classic shotgun blast and pump sound, and then the head crab sound of it dying. So
that's a really cute reference. I like that.
yeah, like you can't see it, but you hear it. So that could be an option for that. Just like a an echoing sound of a shambler walking away.
I would also recommend doing something like well, you know, that would require changing the lore, but you can make it something out of Doom instead, because Doom looks better with 2D textures.
Oh yeah, you know what?
Make it like a fucking cacodemon or something, and it just shoots massive balls of fire.
Yeah, that is true. And yeah, I didn't think about that because yeah, there are some Doom references as well. I mean, shoot,
Yeah,
the BDE canon is a Doom reference, so.
Yeah, and well, I made a Doom reference. Not trying to toot my own horn here, you know, but anyway, moving on. Yep, missing head, because camera bug.
Yeah. Because he's so close.
Yeah, I love the stupid discussion camera. You can make it do so many wacky things. Two of the...
It's very unruly. It really is.
Yeah. Two of my favorite highlights come from the bloody 1.0 stream, where everyone's just a little bit too close, and then for some reason you just turn around and not looking at the people you're talking to.
Oh,
I was just watching that back, and I'm like, that's clearly because I'm closer to like the noob than I am to those two, and that's probably what's causing it. But I imagine you have to go to a lot of effort to avoid that sort of thing.
Yeah, we have modified actors that can specifically change the camera, but it's still unruly. Oh yeah, did you ever find all the keys to the other lockers in the weapon shop?
No, I found a couple of them, but I never got around to finding all of them because I was already so well equipped anyway.
That's that's over the years we've always had an issue because TNM is very large, so loot bloat was a real issue. So we tried to think of different ways to make it fun to explore, other than just saying, hey, here's a big-ass box of rockets, because you're going to have infinite rockets by that logic. So so the idea was fronted to find keys that would bring you into all those lockers. So yeah, if you're exploring and they're always in like very intricate hidden areas, like a true DX player, you're exploring every nook and cranny, you'll find them all. And you'll find there's some of them have data cubes with lore, some of them have items, some of them are joke ones, like one of them is just like a locker full like 20 or 30 cans of beans. So
yeah, I remember opening up the one that's like 10 flares, and I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah, flares too. Yeah, that's another crappy one, because then it's like a risk reward thing. So
yeah, it's like a gotcha. You don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's also an innocent one. Like, something that I hate is, like, say you come up to a door that you can't see through whatsoever, and it costs 4 lockpicks. So it's very opinionated what's worth 4 lockpicks, for obvious reasons, because if you're a heavy player and you find 10mm ammo in there, you're gonna be like, well, that wasn't worth it, that sucks. So with the keys, it's more of a friendly thing for everybody, because you find something cool, and then you have the option to go back and try it, and if it's not something you want, oh well, all you did was find a key, you didn't expend anything.
Unless you're like me, in which case you quick save before you open the door, and then you quick load once you know what's on the other side and you don't like it.
Yeah. And yeah, there's some that can be broken and some can't, and some that can be lockpicked and some can't. That way, you also have the option of expending your equipment to just get into some quicker.
Yeah, and that's always a nice thing to have.
And then it's explained in the lore. There's a data cube nearby that specifically explains why some are like that and some aren't. So.
Really, I never found that one either.
Yeah, there's a little like an observation deck in the very middle where all the lockers are, and if you look at a data cube on the table there, it talks about all that you can pay money for higher security, and you can pay additional money to have infinite lock, that kind of thing. So it explains why some doors are like that, it explains why others aren't, and then it also is in accurate depiction of the game, because it's a forum based on a game, so game logic is real logic. So it talks about how you can go up, you can pay level 3 security for a level 4 lock, which is infinite, and takes keys only. So, or you can use the level 1 lock, which sometimes can be broken up unless you have the added plan, or if someone could just easily lockpick into it, that kind of stuff.
That adds actually some funny context to the rest of the game, where it's like, oh, all of the doors in World Corp are like level 1, so he's clearly cheaped out on his security because all he wants is money.
Yeah, pretty much.
I do appreciate all of those like interconnected explanations about why everything is the way it is in this sort of thing. It just makes me wonder how other games would handle this kind of like forum structure.
Yeah, and this is like, so I will say this: I am a gamer who likes like serious games. I like dark settings like Dark Souls. I like stuff like Ready or Not. I like Helldivers. Well, that's a heavily satired game, so that's a bad example. But
well, it's a heavy satirical game where the automatons are actually just like human brains shoved into robots. I'd call that pretty dark.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that is fair. That game that if you really look at it, that game actually is pretty dark. But yeah, what I'm getting at is I wouldn't normally like something like the Nameless mod. Like it's pretty much Deus Ex lampooned. But the way that the setting works, and I'm surprised I had the wherewithal as a kid to realize this. It's so open, and you can make anything work in it. Like, hey, I want this heavy explanation of the locks and why it's like that. I want the player to go to a boat that you have to disable the engines before you hit the forum boundary, otherwise you're gonna die because you're gonna be out in cyberspace, or other crazy shit like that. That is cool, a little crazy, but it can work.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, if you make it just in the way that you're able to explain everything, it makes for a more interesting world.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of media that comes out, especially these days, that doesn't bother to tie up those loose ends, and it's just nowhere near as entertaining as a result. And
yeah.
Admittedly, even though I didn't find a lot of those things that you were talking about, the Nameless mod does just get itself right by not only having like this big intricate world where everything makes sense, but it's willing to take the time to explain it if you look for it. It's why you can have like that 10-minute long optional conversation with Phasmatis at the very beginning that lets you like learn how just this world is supposed to work, so you can jump in without knowing any of the context.
Yeah, and about that, so religion, right? There's a multitude.
Oh, here we go.
there's a multitude of interpretation what religion is in real life, right? So, in the Nameless mod, there's multiple interpretations of what the actual world itself is. So there's the explanation Phasmatis gives. In 2009, there was a book written to kind of explain what a forumite is, explain what a user is, explain what a moderator is, da-da-da-da-da. And then in 2.0, I really liked that idea of playing with the actual world itself. So I made another book that writes similar themes, but explains in his own way what a forumite is, what a user is, what a moderator is, da-da-da-da. And then there's the explanation of what the world is by Narcissus at the end. So it's pretty much leaning into that, like, there's always a varying of opinion of what the world actually is, of what the religion actually is, that kind of thing. So yeah, if you can find, like, for instance, on Discord, you can talk to somebody that found the first book, and he'll cite that as fact, and then you'll find another user who found the book I wrote and use that as fact, and then they'll be like, well, no, that doesn't sound right. Actually, I found this and it's this, and then the other guy will be like, actually, no, you're not right. I found this and it's this way, and then you'll have the third guy who's like, well, I beat the game and I talked to Narcissus and he said this. So that's cool, because I like that idea, because that's like the whole reason I brought up religion. That's how it is in real life. People will debate back and forth about religion nonstop.
Yep, I was worried that was going to get slightly controversial there, but we're an hour and a half into this video. Nobody will ever watch it anyway. Who cares? And I did also bring up that that in the beginning there is a second option. Just go with the flow. Jump in. Of course, there's a guy who's being considered for a moderator position and he doesn't know what a noob is.
Yeah.
Yep, just roll with it. You'll have fun either way.
Mm-hmm. And then, something else we did for 2.0, I expanded on something. So they mention, like, once that there's something called the personality matrix. So what that does is it governs what the AI does while a user is not logged into the forum. So basically it's saying, like, Forum City is running 24/7. So if there's no users that are logged into the actual PDX forum, that doesn't change anything for PDX. It just keeps going. So I expand on that a little bit, talking about how the personality matrix is a physical thing in the Nameless mod, and it transmits these said personalities into the avatars throughout the game. So another thing, and I talked to you in text a little bit about this because it had to do with the secret level when you first found it. So how another aspect of it being related to the game is how collision works in this game is you have an entity, and then its collision is a cylinder. So a player is so and so height of a cylinder and so width of a cylinder. So the personality matrix tied into how the game is built has a invisible influence of a cylinder. So in Forum City, you can actually be roaming around, and you'll get to the edge of this cylinder, either up, down, or to the side. And then if you're stuck out there, the personality will degrade because of the, I guess you can call it the Wi-Fi signal of the intelligence of the forum doesn't reach you anymore. So if you're logged into your user account, your influence as a person and posting can make him stay sane. But as you log out and the character keeps operating in the 24/7 world of Forum City, it's he'll start to go insane because his shell of a person has less of an influence from the personality matrix. So again, it all comes together, and it's another reference to Dark Souls. It's kind of like hollowing in Dark Souls, where if you don't have a specific goal and you keep dying, you're just gonna go hollow. So that's all. It all comes together.
So who wrote all of like the lore for the Nameless mod?
So now it's me. Back then it was Jonas.
Jonas did all of this.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Because and in fact, the way he describes it in one of our old developer blogs is Trestcon just used his basic skills and made a level and called it World Corp, and he showed pictures of it to people in a post. And then what he would do is he'd take like Jock, and he would rename it to someone that he talks to on the forum, and then he would say like the actual default model for Anna Navarra, he would call that one Kylie Griffin, and he would show pictures like, look, Kylie's here, ha ha ha. And then it turned into this thing in that post where everybody was like, hey, this is actually kind of a cool idea to like lampoon everything together and make a fun mod about the forum. That would be sweet. So it kept taking off and kept taking off, and I remember Trescon and his humble, sweet self is like, yeah, that is a cool idea. I don't know how to do all that though, so sorry. If someone else wants to do it, cool, but I can't do it all myself. And then Jonas, he posted on the forum for a while. He was active in the community for a while, but then he pops in and then starts talking and saying, yeah, this is cool. We can do this. And then other people are like, yeah, I know how to make maps. I'll help too. Hey, I know how to make textures. This does sound pretty sweet. And then it turned into a whole kickoff of a team. They got an official developer forum in Planet Deus Ex, and then it took off from there. And then how I got involved is Jonas then went to DX editing looking for level designers because, you know, DX editing, focusing on editing, he'll have a better chance of finding somebody there. And then I replied to him, and well, okay, back it up. He messaged me in a PM. So coincidentally, the guys that sent us these maps, Planet Deus Ex and New Server Complex and whatnot, Unatcoborn, he actually messaged me on the same day. So the Nameless Mod and Unatcoborn asked me to help with maps, and I don't know why, honestly. It was probably just because I opened it first, but I replied to Jonas and said, yeah, sure, that would be cool. So I went to help the Nameless Mod. So I was one of the mappers that said, hey, yeah, cool, I know how to map, let's do this.
investigating the abduction of one of the moderators.
It's
Do you know anything
so
else
why
you
did
want
the
to
yeah?
report?
I kind of wondered. Did you have like any maps out at that point?
Yeah, so I had all DXMP maps, like I mentioned earlier. I was a multiplayer mapper.
But
I
do you
released
ever
this map called DXMP Deep Blue. It was an
I
underwater,
Appreciate that both
like
sides of this
just an
fight
underwater
are
lab looking
vindictive to one
place,
another.
and just like my 2009 maps, it was way too cramped. I had this map called DXMP Dead Eyes, which was a kind of more like an Unreal Tournament map with a objective to it, where you were in two towers that were across from each other, but you couldn't walk over to the different towers. You had to just stand there and snipe at each other. I had another one that was like an Asian themed skyscraper top floor thing called DXMP Yokotami, and that was like a small smuggler like map where it was a really close quarters fighting, but on purpose this time. So yeah, it was all multiplayer maps prior to this.
Oh god, was the melee combat in DXMP anywhere near as bad as DXSP?
Yeah, yeah, it sucks. It's the only time because then you had netcode issues. So sometimes you would swing at somebody, and on their screen you weren't in range, but you were on yours, so you would hear the really loud hit sound of the dragon's tooth, and then nothing would happen. So you just got to kind of madly swing at somebody until you hit them.
Oh god. We both know just how bad I am at melee in this game. I'm pretty sure we've already passed the point where it was very audibly spelled out.
Yeah, it's just like the way this and shoot, even Unreal didn't really have that much melee aspect to it. The way that collision works and the way that damage is done, it just doesn't work. So like you swing the dragon's tooth at an angle to the lower right, you expect the damage to be caused by the models colliding like any other normal game, but it's actually a point system. So like the very dead center of the screen, no matter what the swing looks like, unless the dead center of your screen is on the target perfectly, you're not doing any damage. So it's just not built for melee.
strange markings in the green glow?
Right, so in that case, like, even though it looks like the sword is swinging into their shoulder, just because you're not pointing dead center, it just misses.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the most annoying thing imaginable for a melee combat system.
Yeah, it really is.
The only thing I can imagine being more annoying is Morrowind's combat system, where it's just random whether or not you hit.
Yeah, the random strikes, yeah, that would be bad too.
Now that we're going to be here for a little while, I can give you a bit of a tour of the
Oh, and we're right back onto just another little visual show-off of one of your maps.
Nice.
Yeah, I put a lot of effort into making sure that these, like, looked good, because I'm always impressed at how you managed to create just, like, the different feel in all of these areas. Like, crafting atmosphere is something that's very difficult to do correctly. I've learned this the hard way, and I'm being shot at because I'm the cameraman.
Yeah. So some people actually gave me shit for how this map turned out because they thought it looked too much like the other city maps, but I mean,
Really?
yeah, like think about how an actual downtrodden section of a city is. It looks just like everything else. There's just
More
trash.
shit everywhere.
Yeah, there's more shit everywhere. There's more trash. There's more homeless, and that's portrayed here. Like there's even like damage to the streets, showing that the utility services aren't doing their thing. There's more trash bags. There's broken glass. There's signs of vandalism, which again is another realistic sign of things. Like that's why I redid this map, because I think back then I was like, okay, which one do I want to do? Do I want to do goddamn slums or I want to do goddamn corporate? It's one or the other. Corporate and downtown happened to end up looking similar, which is good. But slums, it was just made by somebody that didn't have the experience of, I think it was Phasmatis and then me back then. So it was just so disjointed in appearance. It looked like it was for a completely different setting. So I was like, yep, let's redo slums since it's the odd man out.
We'll see, vampire.
I can agree with that. It does look a bit weird at the end of the day. It's not awful. It doesn't look that far out of place, I will say, though.
Yeah, it was just, and my biggest thing is like the buildings in the old one, they all look too small in comparison.
That's true, actually. You're
Yeah,
right.
and that's again just an experience kind of thing. Because like, even looking at the map, so Unreal units. So like, what you're looking at right now, that's not that window is 96 by 96. The door is 128 by 64. The ceiling is 160 units. So a lot of the buildings in the old slums were like on a grid system of most of the buildings were 512 by 512 units. Or he made a big building which was 1024 units by 1024 units. All the buildings were like very squared, and yet squared and short. So it was just, like I said, it was just the odd man out of the maps.
Yeah, that's interesting to think about. I never would have noticed that had you not brought it up.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes into this business, as one might say.
Yeah, that's why I like it too. Like, the Unreal editor is very convoluted and not very feature intensive. It's very basic. So something that I like about it and why I still do it today, like I can tell you right now, I do not have the skill set where I would be useful in any capacity to game design in the current year. Yes, I guess you could call me a subject expert on Unreal, but when's the last time a game was made in Unreal? Like the original Unreal. I know there's the popularity of the new Unreal engines, but yeah, it's so different now. But damn, I lost my train of thought on that one. Sorry.
It's all right. That might happen one or two more times.
Yeah.
But
I got the object.
yeah, it is interesting though. Just all these little things. That's a very specific question that I just came up with. And is art like the doorway sizes like all the same in the original Deus Ex 2?
Yeah, they are. So technically speaking, if you wanted to be really realistic with doors, you would make the door height like 112 units, or if you want to get really nitpicky, 108 units, and the door width would probably be more like 52 units. But that is very intrusive for gameplay. Like, say you have a swing door on that frame, the door swung open would actually block you from going through the door. And
because there's just not enough room to get in between.
yeah, and then also you have to factor in AI. Like, the AI trying to squeeze through a door like that, they would do stupid stuff. They'd be running back and forth all day. So,
oh yeah, because friendly AI will just get stuck in the doors, and like it's hard enough to get them out of the way normally.
Yeah. So when we're talking about, like, there's a thing called hero scale, and usually the term is usually used in regard to characters and when you're drawing. So what that means is like the body is like buffed up and the head is smaller. So that's actually, like, look at that guy. He's supposed to be a nerdy dude, but he looks like he's freaking jacked. The bodies are big and the smaller heads. So a lot of things in Deus Ex and Unreal itself are hero scale. So things are just larger than life to look cool as hell. So like an example I used on the video you're gonna clip up the other day, the assault shotgun, the barrel is like the size of a freaking toilet paper roll. So real shotguns are not that enormous. They probably don't weigh like 50 pounds, you know what I mean? Like the assault shotgun looks like it does. But it's like that because it looks cool as hell when you're holding it.
Holy shit, I should not.
Yeah, as I also said in that discussion.
The actual levels too, so.
Yeah, as I said in that discussion, Halo has the same problem because you're this gigantic Spartan who's like 7-8 foot tall with massive hands, and you're holding these guns and they look tiny, but they put the same models in the hands of the soldiers without properly scaling them, and they look freaking huge.
Yeah,
like
they look enormous.
Yeah, if they fire one bullet, it's like their arms would just crack in different directions.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and here comes the best level in the game.
Yeah, this is another one of those donated maps where everything got shoehorned into it.
Really? It's just... Are you talking about like Shadow Code's level or just the server complex?
No, my bad. So this is technically new server complex that you're in right now. Old server complex was made by me. New server complex was a donated, like, office hell map. And it doesn't even look like a server, like, facility, you know what I mean? Like, even the server rooms, you can tell that those servers were just placed in there into a giant room that was used for something else.
Yeah, because that server complexes usually look like spectacularly cramped.
Yeah.
With cables everywhere, and I don't even know how you'd represent that in a game like Deus Ex without making the game just chug.
Yeah, it'd have to be a lot of like sheets on the ground with a bunch of different cables like purposely drawn.
Yeah,
Bad.
yeah, is there a reason you never redid this one?
Just because I hate it. It's like I called it. It's an office hell. I hate the setting. I don't like making just office buildings. And like I do this for fun, you know what I mean? Like, should I remake it? Yes, but I just don't feel like it. Like, even still, like, I edited this map a lot. Like, I took out, I don't know what's his obsession with bathrooms, but there were seriously like 8 different bathrooms in this map. And I'm like, why, dude? And they're like overly complex maps or bathrooms with like multiple rooms and shit. And I'm like, no, we don't need 8 bathrooms on every floor. Let's delete some of this shit.
8 bathrooms.
Yeah.
It's not even that big of a map. So yeah, like 8.
Yeah, it's just like it's making that office hell. It's making that liminal area that you're just roaming around in and not getting any guidance on where to go. So
yeah, I do remember feeling that way when I was playing through it. I mean, you could probably realistically cut it down or something, but I imagine that's still like a lot of time.
It would just be obnoxious. Like me, like another thing that I do for 2.0 is add a lot of like Z-axis gameplay, like right here. Oh yeah, you played 1.0 recently. You see, this is that room where you get the first server at. Like in 1.0, it's just you turn a corner, go in, hit a button, and then go to the next door. Now it's like you're climbing different staircases, you're climbing down pipes, you're hitting a button to activate a bridge that comes down from the ceiling, that kind of stuff. So it's more fun for the player. And yeah, here's the button, boop, and then that bridge comes down, and then you can access the server.
Yeah, I can see just how much effort you put into it, and it's just a bloody, the mines, the only time the mines are even remotely a problem is in, like, this one room off to the side in 1.0, and it's just, you walk in and there's, like, 20 mines on the ground, you can't see any of them, and you just have to duck in and out of the room, and it's so boring. In this game, in this version of the level, you have to look for, like, proper cover, like, immediately. There's no just running out of the door.
Yeah, and I keep that in mind. Like, for instance, you saw it in here, and you took cover behind the box like I wanted you to. There's one pops off, and then in your left of your view, you see a big box. So you're like, okay, yeah, naturally, I'm gonna go hide behind there. So it's fair. Like, it's not expecting you to get killed by it.
And yeah, you don't even really get an example of the whatchamacallit, of the mine going off like you do with the poor Karkian that just wanders over the top of it. You just get to wander in, you hear the beep beep beep, you think, what's that? And then you're dead.
Yep, don't like it.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about not liking something a bit later, but yes, you did mention the thing about the loot problem where there is just like a bit too much loot.
Yeah.
And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I'm not a massive fan of the way that not so much you went about it, but the game itself just goes about it, in the sense that the later levels just kind of starve you of everything, so you have to use everything you've picked up to that point.
Yeah.
But, what would you think about, like, doing something different just in that sense?
Like for a different project?
Oh, just more in the sense of, like, what would be the way of working around that? Just as a sort of design question.
We did a light version of it. Like, for instance, how you can find single GEP rockets now. That's the way to do it. Like, the biggest issue is the can of rockets you find. It always has freaking 4 rockets in it, and you only need 1 rocket to really be effective with the GEP gun. So you're constantly getting a net positive, because you're always going to have at least 3 new rockets. So you're constantly maxed out on GEP rockets, a freaking insanely powerful tool in this game, by the way. So it's like...
No kidding.
Yeah.
One hits everything in the game without question for the most part.
So they helped it a little bit, like how you only find a very small amount of ammo when you kill an enemy and pick up their ammo. That's a step in the right direction, and so is finding only Seagull rockets. So really, the best way to do it is, what I would do is I would make full versions and half versions of everything. So you can find a partial magazine of assault gun ammo. You can find... I would do single bullets for the sniper rifle too. You can find single bullets for the sniper rifle, which are also would also in turn be harder to see. Single gap rockets is another one. And then let's see. Tools are kind of hard because you need to have tools in all the maps in case somebody gets soft locked. So, I kind of brought that into consideration. Like for instance, there's a map where I know you need to use a lockpick to progress if you can't find the key, that kind of thing. So I would put like one lockpick, but so that's kind of incumbent upon you to be keeping your eyes open and find lockpicks previously. So you would have a lockpick going into the map, and then you would find a lockpick in the map. So it's a combination of expecting the player to be, playing your video game, but also making sure to help them if they need it. Because that would be absolutely terrible if you get soft locked because you need the lockpick and you go into the map with one and you need two and you have no way of going backwards. So
there is a rune in 1.0 that does that.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, in the corporate sewers, yeah.
Yeah, I remember looking at that room and thinking, what the hell was that for? But anyway,
this map, you skipped it in gameplay, but the vent that you blow open.
Yeah, you left a shotgun there.
I made the hole in the vent to show you where you need to go a little too small, so people were actually getting stuck there because they're like, I know you're supposed to blow this vent open because I played the original. I don't know where the vent is because I can't find the hole. So I just said, okay, fine, and remade the hole to be like 3 times as big.
Fair cop, fair cop.
Yeah.
Well, tell me more about the Shadow Code level, because it's a very unusual level for this kind of game.
Yeah, it is. So that's just to make the gameplay more interesting. So there's the actually, yeah, because it's TNM, of course, they reference it later, making just like either you die or you don't jump puzzle to extend gameplay is kind of garbage. So the idea was you face traps and traps that are survivable, of course, to change up the gameplay. Like, it is very odd that you're just not sneaking around guards right now, because that's just the core of DX. So it's just to change things up and give the players something else to do.
I really did appreciate the little horror tinges to it.
Yeah,
just a tiny bit, not too much. Like that.
Yeah,
that clip on the screen there was the Resident Evil movie.
Yeah, the Resident Evil movie. Yeah, because think about it like this would actually be horror in the Forum City setting, because Deus Ex, what do you call it? Revolves around AI. It revolves around secret facilities. It revolves around some entity being in charge, and shoot, it references Daedalus. I mean, it's all there. So this would technically be horror in Forum City based on Deus Ex. So. And there's that BDE cannon I was talking about.
That cannon that got me so hard in the first time I came through here.
Yeah, that thing's fucking dope.
Yeah, I wandered up to the hologram and I'm like, oh, that's cute. And then I immediately saw it just get boomed, and then I'm like, oh, that's bad. And then I just immediately got flashbanged and died.
So did you find the text document that explains what it is?
I think I did. I don't remember the content of it, though.
It's basically... In fact, I need to change it now, because the BDE used to be kind of unfair. It had BSP penetration, so it does to a point now, but...
yeah, it can blow through the wall. I think I have experienced that.
Yeah, so we changed it so that you can actually take cover behind stuff now. So, like, it can still get you when you're behind the thin wall of the control panel room, I think. But, like, if you because I noticed a lot of streamers when I watched their streams, when they got to that part, they would see that cannon and be like, oh fuck, I need to get out of my OODA loop right quick. And they would jump behind a box, because box is a natural point of cover for video games. So they would go behind cover and then just instantly get killed, which is, again, the worst gameplay that you can imagine. So yeah. Oh yeah, and you mentioned this. The old one doesn't look like a ladder. That's the actual ladder texture. So it kind of doesn't make sense for that support being made from a ladder texture. But again, gameplay. So
Yeah.
you recognize the ladder rungs. So you're like, oh, perfect ladder jump. Whoop. So
I did mention that in the 1.0 stream.
yeah,
And I have pretty much said, like, all the changes you've made. Like, I get where you were coming from in 2009, but God, the 2.0 version is just so much better.
yeah, and that's just what it is, man. I use, for instance, that texture alone. That's a perfect example. I thought that texture looked cool, and I thought people would think it would look cool. So I was like, sweet, I'm going to use this texture. I didn't think, hey, it's going to be kind of weird to expect the player to climb this thing without some kind of hint. So that's why it translated to, okay, fine, let's just make it this ladder texture instead. It doesn't make sense realistically, but it makes sense so that the player realizes, hey, ladder jump. And it still looks good, so whatever, it works.
It makes me think about that the BDE cannon or whatever it's called. You could put like the fun thing you could do is you could have like boxes littered everywhere, but then you just have a big stack in front of the hologram and it just shoots right through the boxes.
Yeah.
If you wanted to give that warning and make it like penetrate walls properly.
Yeah. But then the problem with all that and why I wanted to reduce the kick through is like I mentioned the OODA loop, like when your senses are just overloaded like that, you're not going to sit there and think, oh crap, oh I see, that makes perfect sense. The projectiles go through boxes, that's fine, I understand. Oh, I can't take cover behind that box, cool. You're thinking, oh fuck, this giant cannon is about to turn and shoot at me, I need to get to cover. So because when you get into OODA loop like that, it requires practice to break it. So sitting there and going into that situation cold like that, it's like you're just not gonna win. So we can't have situations that are immediately unwinnable for a player.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, that makes perfect sense. Especially if you leave too much environmental clutter around the place to the point where you have to slime yellow paint over everything to lead people in the right direction.
Yeah.
That's horrific. And everyone's going on like there's no solution to that problem when that solution is just declutter everything, but can't do that because you need to spend millions of dollars on little objects that you can't interact with.
Mm-hmm.
That have like fucking 5,000 polygons for a Coke can or something. What a waste of goddamn time.
And that's actually,
wrong game.
That's actually something Warren Spector said about Deus Ex, because TNM did kind of break that a little bit, his original design concept. But if you notice in Deus Ex, anything that you can interact with can have a purpose. So like you can pick up a chair and move it, which you can move it, throw it, make sound to distract an enemy, or move it to stack to do something with it. And the example he used is he doesn't like putting bookcases in rooms with fake books on them because you can't read them. If he puts a bookcase, he wants you to be able to read every single book to make it interactable, which is cool. But TNM does have fake book textures just to load things up a bit, but yeah, that leads into that. It's I love the aesthetic of these old games and how it is not cluttered and it isn't full of all this extraneous fucking bullshit that you don't need to interact with. So like this view right here, there would probably be pots in the corner, there would probably be plants, there would probably be papers all over the floor, there would probably
there'd be lights up along the wall, there'd be just you wouldn't know where to put your fucking eyes.
Yeah, so
God, it's so sorry. This shouldn't be turning into a diatribe against modern game design, but you go back, you play these old games, and it's just better because you can walk into a room. There's two guys there. There's a couple of objects that can clearly be moved. There's a couple of environmental things that may or may not do something, but you'll have time to go look at them later. Walk into a room with a game now, and there's so much everywhere. Like I recently played the Indiana Jones game, and the intro to that has so much extraneous plants and dirt and just garbage everywhere that you have no idea what you can interact with until you're right on top of it and looking for that interaction marker. It's so boring.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Speaking of not boring, where are we in the bloody story right now? We are at... we're about to go into DXI.
Yeah.
So, about DX, about the plot, just in general, really. Who came up with the idea of making the enemies space aliens? I mean, I
Definitely
imagine it was
Jonas.
Jonas, yeah, but
Yeah. And
like,
that definitely happened after the fact, because in, what was it? There was some, like, really old preview content that was pushed out, and it showed video of a very early version of Space Station, and yeah, there were normal, like, characters on Space Station at that time. I think what it was is just the fact that, um, the alien, the gray model is unique. So hey, let's use that. Why not? It'll be different from just gun-toting security guards with blue stripes on their arms and pistols. So, I think that's literally all it was. I wish I did take steps to make it more interesting for 2.0, but that's another thing that you talked about earlier, stuff that got cut. Something that I would still want in the game, without a doubt, is but it can't be done because modeling is such an issue for this game, is like the MJ12 Commando model with a gray head. And they would talk to you like gray, like the GameSpy aliens do, whole 9 yards, and it would just be an interesting change rather than just cannon fodder grays and bots.
that does actually sound kind of interesting.
And it would, again, like I keep referencing, it would fit into the lore because the MJ12 Commando is a Deus Ex asset. The weapons would make sense because I wanted them to shoot like plasma for their machine gun, and then something similar to the gray as like their missiles. So it would still fit thematically, and it would create um more interesting things that like the lore about the GameSpy aliens is most of them are like basically going rabid because they get into this like rage state about the player, I guess you can say. And we could have made some lore how the ones in power armor are like more steeled, and they realize what's going on more, and they're more intricate onto the GameSpy conspiracy, so they're more sane. So they could talk to you, they could taunt you, they can say things about combat and fighting you, and knowingly fighting you, that kind of thing, rather than just the gray scream and then they shoot spit at you. So
Oh
but
god, that actually would have been so cool.
yeah, I know. It's like the guy that makes models for us. He's like an actual professional like game industry model maker and texture artist and whatnot. But he made that shotgun, the pump action shotgun we have, and that poor man. It was just such a freaking horror for him to use this old archaic engine. And like I had a whole plan of changing the weapons, like because I fully admit I hate all the TNM weapons because they look like Nerf guns. So I had all these plans built up. Like I even had a plan for you would do a side quest where you turn the fire staff into like a cyberpunk staff.
I didn't expect to find anyone down here.
There was going to be a new fat rifle, a new multi-missile launcher, da 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 da. But once he made that shotgun, he was like, "Bro, I'm spent. I can't do this shit."
I work for Planet Days X.
I feel so sorry for that man. I can only imagine.
Yeah, he was fighting for his fucking life with that doggone shotgun, bro. So it's gonna stay in the game, of course, but I don't foresee us changing any other assets or adding any more custom assets. And we had someone that was like like for instance that robot that shoots fire at you. It didn't normally look like that. It used to just look like that little robot with the gray arms, and that's it. The flame or the napalm canisters with the oozes that go on in the back and whatnot, that's actually new. That's brand new to the model. He edited the original vanilla model and added the assets to it to make the actual flame.
Music? What music?
But he just kind of, which happens with modding. He came in, busted the door open and kicked ass and made some cool stuff, and then just disappeared. So.
As is your internet connection, because you appear to be cutting in and out a little bit.
No, I think what that is just my mic sensitivity.
Oh god, here we go.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, it all got through, so it's alright.
Yeah.
So, Yeah, speaking of weird things, again, DXI. I actually really kind of like just the justification for this existing. Like, from what I remember about the history is just DXI used to be there, but then that got, like, converted into PDX somehow, right?
Yeah, so that's actually what happened. There was the DXI fan site before it was granted GameSpy network access. So they basically just used the basis of DXI to make PDX.
And then it just they converted it into just this big area, and there's this whole story around it based around the planetization,
Yeah.
where just everything just got dropped on top of it, which
Yeah.
is a funny thing to think about. Just one day it just went plonk, and
Yeah.
that was the end of this old city and everyone underneath it.
Yeah.
Are there any other, like, weird, well, not so much weird, but, like, expansions on historical events around this community? Or is this just the one that I could think of?
I think that's pretty much the only one. And although the DxO versus PDX thing is kind of real because DxO, when PDX became a thing, they kind of adapted this. Oh, hey, we're we're not the corporate entity. We're the rebels. Yeah, because that website did stay up after PDX became a thing. So.
And then there's just something funny about that being expanded on to have these two go up against GameSpy, who they don't know they're being ruled by.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can imagine in the Nameless Mod 2, where they spread out to all the other planets and they're like, hey, you're being ruled by these evil aliens, and just the Nameless Mod 2 is about just going all Mass Effect 3 on them.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, that technically could happen because, so I did, again, more things. I didn't change the lore, I just expanded on it. The GameSpy space station insinuates through textures and text documents and stuff that the GameSpy space station changes depending on what forum it's orbiting at the time. So like if you go to, say, Planet Quake, it might be a version of the Facing Worlds map, and the GameSpy is represented as like these like the Scar or something, that kind of thing, and it talks about like reality anchors and uploading data and the temporal stability and all that shit. So.
Did you ever meet any of the DxO guys, or were you just purely on PDX and DX editing at the time?
Yeah, just DX editing and PDX.
Fair enough. And here is your ugly mug. Now, do you want to tell me the story that you told me when we were streaming 1.0?
Oh, the one about the actual how that character came to be.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so I played Deus Ex 2 when I was just getting into starting with the Nameless mod. And there's a character in Deus Ex 2 who can double up as like a secondary transport service for you instead of just a helicopter kind of thing. And he was this Australian guy that owns a Harrier, and you could pay him credits to take you to the different levels instead of your default free helicopter ride to the maps. And when you paid him, he would also be like, hey, also, FYI, if you pay me extra credits, I can actually get you closer to your objective. Or, hey, if you give me these credits, I can actually shoot a rocket from my Harrier to, like, I don't know, blow up the big military bot protecting the base. It's up to you if you want to use the credits, So my original pitch was for someone that wasn't even called ZeroPresence, but like somebody that you could find in the game, who you would just find him in like a back alley of corporate and be like, hey dude, what's up? And then he'd do the same thing and be like, hey, give me 500 credits. I know what you're doing. I'll come be a sniper for you. Or hey, give me 250 credits and I'll actually hack the security computer so the cameras will be off when you first infiltrate. That kind of thing. So the whole purpose of that is I liked what the Harrier character did for you in DX2. back then I had the wherewithal to understand what a cache sync is in a game, and I thought it would be a good idea for the Nameless mod to have, so I pitched that idea like that. And then Jonas was like, yeah, this is cool, but I want to modify it a little bit. And I was like, all right, I guess, what do you want to do? And he said that it should be my name, and I thought, okay, yeah, that's cool. I actually like that. I'd like to be in the game like all the other developers are. But we're gonna make you the World Corp assassin. And I was like, all right. But what about the idea of me wanting to help the player? And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, I get it. We'll get that in there too. So that translated into when you're on World Corp, he helps you by killing guards on the second floor. But here's the other thing about that. If you don't have him help you, those guards aren't there anyway. So it's all just a showpiece. So he doesn't actually take out guards for you. He just takes out the characters that are standing around that were added for him. So that was like the compromise. And like I don't like how my character turned out at all, because like even back then as a kid I thought like saying the word noob and being derogatory for people for being new in the general concept was like lame. So my character specifically calling you a noob and saying that leet speak terminology was just so cringy to me. And then he's like so over the top, like, I'm a big bad sniper man. I don't like that either. And I didn't like it again because like all the other characters, they kind of do represent them as a person. Like I talked about earlier, like how Jonas is kind of like that, but it's just more comical in the game. I'm not like I try not to be a jerk to people. I try not to act like an asshole. But they turned me into this like D-bag bad guy. So it just kind of annoyed me.
I don't blame you for that, but there was also one other bit of that story you forgot about, what your model was going to look like.
Oh yeah, that's so another thing that I'll mention, which I did mention in your other thing we talked about.
Yeah, that probably will be going in there because my laugh at it was hilarious. But
yeah, that's fine. That's
continue.
Fine. We were very. Oh, I mentioned this earlier too. We were very new back then, so like our texture guy wasn't like as good as say Crimson now that does our textures and our models and stuff. So a lot of the textures were just copy and paste with like palette swaps to change the color and whatnot, like to make like a black coat, and he would lighten it to make it a gray coat, that kind of stuff. So to be lazy, no, not lazy, but as he knew, he would just copy a vanilla texture and say, yep, this is now our character. So like for some reason he made my character look like the homeless boat person in Wanchai, that like really thin guy that's like, hey, what are you doing in my house? And he's this like weird tan looking guy with like a pencil mustache, and I'm like, dude, why does my guy look like this? This is kind of ridiculous. He looks like a bum.
That's just a good story.
Yeah. So, oh, and another thing that I didn't tell you last time, that texture that he looked like in the World Corp one, that is actually a texture that I started, because like I was not good at all at making textures, so I would do the same thing that I mentioned the other guy would do, just copy stuff. But I found the ability to use like a picture editor to like cut bits out of other textures and combine them, basically. So basically what I did is I took a face texture, the Michael Hamner texture specifically, who was clean shaven, and put a beard on him, because I copied the beard from the mechanic face texture and just combined them, and boom, hey, new character texture. So I had this because I have a metric ton of old mods that didn't get realized at all. So I made this like character that was that, and he had like the blue clothing of the riot cop and the armor of the Hong Kong military character. So I was just like combining bits to make new things. And I sent that to them, and I was like, hey, how about he looks something like this? I don't know, see if what we can do. And actually that's why he has that blue shirt and the SWAT vest on his character underneath the coat, because they used that as a basis and then used the face texture I made and then added some little bits to it.
I can't argue with it. It sounds pretty good, and it's. I honestly didn't recognize any of those textures, so you know,
Yeah.
works more than well enough.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, actually, and this is actually why I changed the coat on the new ZeroPresence so they look more similar. All the characters, they all use the same textures, just different changes. Like the default male face, they all look exactly like JC Denton. Just there's different modifiers put on it. Like JC Denton has his augmentations, he has his blue eyes. So without all that, he looks exactly like, say, for instance, the MJ12 face. He looks exactly like that, but because they changed the hair, changed the mechanics of the augs, and all that jazz, it looks like a quote-unquote new character. So, the new ZeroPresence character who's trying to get his old account back in Forum City, he used to have like a black coat, but because of how the texture similarities work in this game, he genuinely just looked like a brand new character. So, what I had Crimson do is basically remake the same World Corp coat with the green textures on it and put it on the new one, so that you get the immediate impression like, oh crap, that's that ZeroPresence character. I wonder why he's friendly. And then you go up and talk to him, and then he explains everything.
And I'll remind you.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
So we just went past we just went past the XI. So it brings up a question that I just came up with. Does it feel weird injecting references to like things that mostly weren't around at the time? Like, was Dark Souls out at in 2000? Well, it certainly wasn't out in 2004.
Yeah, definitely not back then. It was I think it was like 6 or 7 years after. But another cool thing about TNM is it's, especially if we're led to believe that the Narcissus ending is correct, this is just, it's locked in time. So, but also real people do influence it. So technically speaking, any references from nowadays could fall into the realm of TNM as it lives and breathes, basically. So, and then also on the other side of the coin, it's just it's had references originally. So since we're making content nowadays, might as well use references from today as well. So that way people get it more, I guess you can say.
That's true. I just figured that there might be like some kind of like dissonance there, like just introducing things that are a bit too late in its timeline. But
I gotcha, but like all this stuff that. So a cool thing about 2.0 is I'd call the new content more so injections. So like we don't try and modify the base game to have Dark Souls references. The invasion mechanic is a toggle. You can turn it on and off. And it's in the fringes of the game, so you're never gonna run into an invader when you're talking to King Cashew, and then he just pops up behind you and like ruins the experience. It'll be more so, like for instance, this map, you'll crawl down below there and trigger an invader down there with you. It's just out on the fringes, like I said. So.
Yeah, I get it. Like, there is a part of me that just makes me want to, like, just have this permanently stuck in 2004, but new content's never a bad thing in the grand scheme.
Yeah, and then also, like, I think you saw a preview of this a little bit when you were watching me play this not too long ago, a new weapon that I showed. That is, I won't say what it is, but it is another heavy Dark Souls reference. But also, it's going to be some new content of, I know you told me you haven't seen Frozen Hell, but Frozen Hell is popular, like it or not, wherein it's this guy that is the personification of I'm 15 and this is cool. So the Frozen Hell is like, I shit you not, an hour and a half long, like full-length movie where he pretty much made a sequel to Deus Ex and Deus Ex 2. And he, the term Mary Sue, he self-inserts himself, and his name is DX Denton, and he is the brother of JC Denton and Paul Denton. So it's like a mixture of live action stuff and
what?
Footage, yeah, footage from Deus Ex, footage from an old game from back then called The Movies.
Holy
Grand Theft
shit,
Auto.
really?
Yeah,
What?
there's some Grand Theft Auto in there. So he just runs with it, bro. Like he acts like this is all normal. and some people thought when I was exposed to Frozen Hell that I would get pissed because he used like a lot of the Nameless Mod content in it. So like there's a bunch of Nameless Mod levels. He makes his own custom characters using the Nameless Mod textures. He uses the Nameless Mod textures on other mods and puts them in his setting, that kind of thing. But I freaking love it. I think it's awesome that it's a different type of content that uses our stuff. And I actually watch it pretty regularly with some other guys that just find it hilarious. And it's fun to just watch and see all the different things that are used in the movie. Like I think the most recent one is I actually saw a map that they used from the Nameless Mod from the 2009 version that I didn't recognize for all these years. And finally I was just sitting there watching and I was just laughing like normal. I'm like, oh shit, that's that security room from the GameSpy space station. Holy shit.
I feel like I need to be in on this next watch party because this sounds insane.
Oh, it's so funny. And it's like you can, like I said, the 15 and I'm cool embodiment, and like oh man, you could tell that he watched Metal Gear Solid or played Metal Gear Solid recently when he was making the movie, because there's like you know when they're dropping a lot of exposition in Metal Gear Solid, it's like someone narrating and then it shows like real life war footage and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's parts in that where you can tell he recently played Metal Gear Solid because it's the exact same setup. It's like him narrating something and showing random pictures that don't even make sense for the scene from of military vehicles and stuff like that. It's so funny. And then so like he features like Bob Page himself is featured in the story of Frozen Hell. And I don't know why he thought this was a good idea, but he would be like mimicking how Bob Page talks in his voice, and then randomly interject like quotes from Deus Ex. So it would be like, "You can't talk to me like that, da 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 da," and then it would have the actual voice line of "I will burn like the brightest star," inputted randomly in the center of the sentence, and then he just keep talking in his normal voice, and I'm like, what? Who thinks that would work?
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's so funny. Every aspect of that is just so funny. And not only that, like, it sounds like I'm making fun of it, but it's like jesting out of love, because it's so genuinely like creative, and like this dude, it's all the music featured in it is actually music that him and his band at the time when they were kids were making.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, this like it's crazy. It's so funny though. I love it.
I mean, I'm reminded of something. There's this Let's Play on YouTube made by a guy called Electrical Beast. It's of Super Mario 64, but he adds in like time travel through his ridiculous British narration. Like,
Yeah.
he sounds like a 15-year-old just talking about all these ridiculous things.
Nice.
And it's so genuinely funny to listen to, just because he's clearly so passionate about it. And
Yeah.
this just sounds like 12 steps above.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that for sure. It definitely is, because you can tell he loves Deus Ex, and it's friggin' awesome. And there's this scene, like one of the big story points is that there's this
I'm sorry, is this
Mars.
spoilers? Because I need to see this.
No, it's just because I'm talking about a visual that he did on accident that's hilarious. So, there's Mars City, right? And MJ12, or equivalent of MJ12, I should say, is commanding of this giant temple. Like, it's seriously like 3 times the rest of the city, which he made in the editor, by the way, which is also funny once you see it. But he copied the MJ12 lab in Hong Kong where it has the MJ12 hand over the globe.
Yes.
He copied that hand and put it on the top of the temple, but the angle that he took the footage from, it looks like he's a hand making the OK symbol. And it's just like, I know what you're trying to do, but I know what that looks like, and it's so funny.
I don't mean to be pushy, but you need to. Are you watching like online with your mates?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's similar to this. It's similar to this watch together thing that you're doing with
Yeah,
us.
yeah. For people who don't know, I'm using like SyncTube so that we're like in the same point of the YouTube video.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to invite me along to this next one because this sounds amazing.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, we do it every year around Christmas.
Yeah, you have to let me in for the next one, man. This sounds great. We just got past my one of my favorite sections of this video. Like, I'm not gonna ask you to like say what's your favorite part of this 6.5 hour thing you probably only watched twice video, but one of my favorite bits was the whole roller skate section because of the fact that the roller skates are broken in this beta version because they have jump detection. Is there anything like that that's been left out of the Nameless mod? Just ideas that you had, half made it in, and then just got cut out.
Oh yeah, so actually the bug related to those roller skates is one. So you know surf maps from Source and Counter-Strike stuff, right?
Yeah, where you got to just move against like a weird slope and then use your mouse to like do stunts and try and slide.
We were gonna make something like that with the roller skates. There was gonna be a racetrack that you can time yourself on, and also like you mentioned, a stunt track kind of thing. But it just, with how the engine is, even with Hawk's changes to the code to the roller skates, it's A, it's not fun, and B, it's like really difficult and time consuming to make appropriate ramps and maps for that. So I'd rather focus on the current stuff we have than mess with that, so we cut that.
Yeah, it sounded like fun, but God, I can't imagine what it's like working with an engine like this that's 20-something years old.
Yeah, it's very cumbersome, so it's safer for everybody involved just to access.
As in dangerous, as in if I put this can of Coke here, we will all go and jump off a bridge.
Yeah. So but then after the fact, we were talking about cool ideas that because we want to do bonus content for when you beat the game. That's actually how the Metal Gear Solid VR missions came about, because I was like, well, we can still use the idea of making small, compact maps that can be fun. So we leaned further into like the vanilla aspect of the game of sneaking around and shooting shit. So that'll be a lot more cooler, and it'll be a lot more content. So like for the roller skate thing, we only had 2 maps, and one of them was like the stunt map from Rush 64. So it was going to be like a redesign of that.
You mean San Francisco Rush?
Yeah. You know,
Well,
remember
bloody hell, that's a blast from the past.
Yeah, it was going to be a redesign of that stunt track map that you could play on in free play mode.
The things that could have been.
Yeah, because I made that, I made the general area and made some ramps, and just how the roller skates work when you hit a ramp, it just wasn't working. So, not worth it.
Yeah. I remember spending so much time not on that, but on Revolt's stunt course, which sounds like a very similar concept.
Yeah, it is.
I can imagine there's like a lot of ways you could play around with Deus Ex's gameplay, though. Like, as I said, you could turn it into a looter shooter without much issue with that really cool legendary mode. You're turning it into a MGS VR mission style thing. Have you ever had any ideas like that?
Oh,
any extra other than a Radish Adventure as well, of course.
So, something that was planned and was actually very close to getting implemented, but we were going to have 2 co-op campaigns, and I'll tell you exactly what the campaigns were going to be, because I can guarantee you 100% it's not going to happen, because it's just too much, even for the engine to function properly for this. But there was going to be prequel stories of 2 to 4 players basically acting as PDX commandos or World Corp commandos, and the PDX one was going to be, you need to find the entrance to a underground tram to get to Rydberg Field, which is Scarra's private military airport. You needed to plant bugs on aircraft there, and then you learn of a freighter which is en route to a port for World Corp from Planet Doom, and your objective is to then fly out to that ship, figure out what the hell's going on, disable some deck guns because if your ultimate objective is to redirect the ship to a PDX port. So your objective was disable the guns so that they didn't fire upon the dock when you get there. And then you were supposed to figure out what exactly the fuck it was. So what that ship was actually the schematics and plans for the BDEs that you find in TNM 2.0. So you would do that, and then that story is what leads up to the BDEs existing. And then there was going to be the last level where you had to what was it? It was stopping another commando team that betrayed PDX for World Corp that was trying to upload some data to them so that they could gain access to things they shouldn't. So that would in turn lead to why the firewall system was invented, because you couldn't trust the AI matrix of Planet Deus Ex characters being loyal, basically, because it's a game of intrigue and betrayal and secret organizations, da 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 da. So that was the PDX one. The World Corp one was let me see if I can find the text, because I didn't get as far on that one yet, because I was still writing that when we kind of learned that it was impossible to do. But basically, it was the World Corp commandos would be going against PDX and trying to sabotage the actual headquarters building, and it was going to take it would mostly take place in like underground facilities and the actual PDX HQ building, which would be the old building, the one that gets blown up. So those were going to be there, but that had to get cut because it wasn't possible, sadly. And then I was going to have and this one just got cut just because DXMP is just not popular. There's like maybe a top amount of like 8 players that still play it every once in a while. We were going to have DXMP version of TNM, where it would be TNM weapons, TNM factions, TNM maps, but it was going to be a little different. It was only going to be deathmatch, team deathmatch, and then the black box device that you put on servers in the story.
Yeah, the spyware.
Yeah, we were going to have a game mode based on that, where you would have to take the spyware device to a spot on each team's side, and whoever gets the device on and manages to finish time wins, basically. So it was going to be something like that. So that would have been very, very doable, but that was cut just because of the lack of interest in DXMP. So whatever.
Yeah, who I can imagine not many people would play it because, yeah, just if you've only got 8 people playing it. Also reminds me of the IRC chat, which is a bloody marvel in just tech there. Just being able to connect to an ERC server and, like, almost nobody's on it. Like, you'll see mostly people just pop in, like, once in a while, and then they'll immediately leave because they need to get back to the game.
Yeah, and that's, that code is actually in vanilla Unreal, like the very base Unreal Engine. It's just there was never a UI made for it, so...
Code to just connect to ERC?
Yeah, that's just a part of the Unreal Engine. They just never made a UI for it, so...
That's kind of sick, if I'm being honest. I wonder what they planned on using that for.
Yeah, I don't know. I generally have no idea, so...
Like, there's a million things you could do with it, like slipstream updates, have a news ticker, something like that. But, yeah, okay, wow, yeah. That's a fun fact. And there have been many fun facts in this 2.5 hours so far.
Yeah.
Well, we're on Hotel. And this is one of the 2.0 exclusive levels, which I was surprised to learn, because when I played this, it felt like it just, like, slotted right in. So I was really surprised when I didn't... Yeah, I was just really surprised when I just walked right on by the hotel, and I'm like, oh, where's the thing? Where's Hoover? And...
Yeah, this is actually... So, back when 2009 released, everybody thought it was crazy that you couldn't get into that hotel. So this is actually the very first custom thing I made, and it went through like 5 different versions, and it changed a lot. So like in the beginning, there never used to be text data. I like that. Hawk did that. So that's basically saying that Treskin's account was just destroyed.
Yeah, fun little note there.
Yeah.
And then when you let it go back to the main menu, it's just the GameSpy logo rotating.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't know what's going on at that point, you've got no idea what that means, but if
Yep,
you finish the
no
game
idea.
before, it's a really nice touch if you finish the game before, though.
Yeah. But yeah, I made the hotel because everybody wanted it back in the day, so I was like, all right, cool, yeah, we'll make it. And then, yeah, it ended up being pretty good. So originally, though, it was only text. So you would be exploring and find a data cube in a dumpster somewhere, and it's like the idea of a dead drop, like where people, like secret agents and shit, just drop stuff in areas that only they know of. So they drop the information so that they can't get caught, basically. And the data cube says, "Hey, there's something weird going on in this hotel. I'm dropping this in our normal spot so you can find it eventually and investigate." So I thought it worked because it was supposed to be this little kind of like text adventure kind of thing in real life, I guess you would call it, where you just look for clues throughout the hotel once you get in there to figure out what's really going on. But we had dedicated testers back in the day, and on the first release where that content was involved, a lot of people were just confused as shit by it and had no idea what to do. So that's when I added Hoover, which I voiced, and we just kept adding different messages to give you more and more context as you're exploring. Because the original idea was that place was so locked down digitally that data links couldn't even go through, and that aspect is still kind of there because there's a boatload of emails between Skara and the people inside the hotel. So that it could just easily explain off as like normal standard practice email, so whatever, that's fine. But yeah, we had to add those data links so that people could get more context.
An inside job, you say?
And it just got iterated on and iterated on, and eventually it was just a really good level.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's one small complication in the
Alright, and here comes another interesting one. DX editing.
Yeah.
Now, this one is in 1.0.
Yeah, half of it is.
Yeah, because the entire top level of it is just missing. And I admit, I do say, like, in this video that I'm not entirely sure why the top end is there, because there's very little to find. Sure, it's nice for a bit of world building, but basically, this is your opportunity to call me wrong on my own YouTube channel, so what inspired the top half of it to be added?
So that was another thing, that it had this big grand entrance and people were confused why they couldn't get in there. So they were like actually making posts and using ghosts to fly around and be like, why can't I get in here? I can't find the way to open this. So that was another thing of 2009 fans wanted it, so I was like, all right, yeah, I can put something up there. So what I did is I added more paths to get down to the actual basement part, and there's loot in there, and then since DXE is like really underrepresented in TNM because no one else was there but me, but DXE was a big important part of the Deus Ex culture from back then. So and this is where I talked about earlier about that dark guy that I couldn't remember his full name. So if you stop and look at all the computers, there's a ton of stuff up there that you can read about the culture of DXE and stuff. The bump thread is in there. Different people talking about modding. Different people talking about ideas for mods they want to make for Deus Ex, that kind of little world building stuff. And I mean, it is a campus. Like this is supposed to be a school. So I wanted to make a little area that presented that idea a little better. So like, yes, there was that hallway in the original, but it doesn't really show anything school related. So like the academy part actually has, for instance, a cafeteria that you're walking through now. It has little lecture hall areas for mapping, level design, texture, and all that stuff.
There's a big library too. I remember that.
Yeah, and I used my knowledge of DXE forum to label all those, like the level design side was actually called that on the forum. The off-topic library, that's just like, where people would go to post off-topic stuff, so I converted it into a library in the game, that kind of thing.
So it's just one big representation of how the forums used to be back then.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's actually kind of sweet.
Yeah, so and then of course if you just like everything else in DX, if you really pay attention, you can find a way to open a safe that actually has some really good stuff in it.
Really, I completely missed that.
Yeah, there's a part that oh, and also there's more building onto the TNM lore. So Steve Tack, the maker of Zodiac, is in this mod, and he acts like a pompous asshole that's like movie producer kind of guy per his
Yeah,
request.
he has the argument of with the communist guy in the quick stop, right?
Yeah, and he actually let's pause this real quick so that we can talk about that just happened. Okay,
sure.
But yeah, Steve Tack, per his request, is kind of like a pompous like movie producer guy. And there's backstory that he was a teacher here. So, but there, if you log into the emails, you can see emails between the headmaster and him talking about how he's missing class and not calling out, and he's kind of like failing his students. And it's because he's becoming so successful from his movie, basically. But then if you go into his office, you can find something on his computer to raise his presentation screen. And if you go behind it, you see this little panel that has a green button on it, and it has a picture of the goats on it. So basically, that's alluding to that he was a goat worshiper at some point. But if you open that, if you hit that green button, it opens up, and there's taser shells in there. There's some money. I think there's a couple mods in there. So yeah, items, different items, and world building, that kind of thing. So. But yeah, that place you were just looking at, did you read the text of that? Like, you just spawned the credits in that container and it came up out of the floor. Did you read the text on it?
I don't remember if I did.
Well, you can replay it and we'll talk about it. That's called Project Apocalypse, and it's this idea that someone is archiving all the Deus Ex assets in order to preserve it in case anything happens to the forum, kind of like how DXI had a entire city dropped on it kind of thing. So you go into the computer and you can open up the archive to look at the items that are in the archive. So this is all the stuff that you can pull up to spawn. So I mean, you could like you could spawn, for instance, item 76, a carton of cigarettes, useless to the player, but it's there. So the mini game here is to scroll through and find an item that is basically tailored straight to you, so that you can get exactly what you want. So this is another method that we use to open up the loot pool, but not overflow it. So you get an item here that's directly tailored to you, which is cool, but it's not too much.
Very nicely done. Just gonna resume the thing back there because this is gonna be a little bit of a bastard to edit later, but
yeah, I got you.
It's all right. It's all right. I'll take care of it. So I actually, after hearing that, I actually like this level a lot more now. Just the idea that it's as much of a preservation of its community as TNM is, just kind of in general, really.
Yeah. Like they're literally trying to preserve the community. And the text document that talks about it talks about if it would be moral or not to put actual characters in there.
So what? You just like throwing in King Cashew and making a copy of him?
Or more like the vanilla DX stuff, like the MJ12 commando, put him in one of those boxes, that kind of thing.
I could just imagine that. You're just looking at that list of items and being like, I type it in and I go, MJ12 Commando, what the hell? Spawn him, walk up, just wait for the thing to come up and immediately get shot by the rockets as soon as the rockets come into view.
Yeah, we considered doing that, but we thought it would be more funny to have the moral implications of throwing people in those.
I will admit that is pretty funny. Let's see, what is in the rest of this part? It looks like it's just the Athena assassination and then your quest. And then we go to DxO. So for those of you who don't know, we're going to have to record this in 2 parts. So how about we cut this part off when we get to DxO?
Yeah, that's fine.
So
some sort
I'm not entirely sure what to ask now. We've been talking for so bloody long.
I mean, we can. So I have no. We've been kind of like ignoring the gameplay because we've been talking so much. We can talk more about what's actually going on.
Well, we really have, but I mean, just the thing is, getting someone talking about something is easier to do when they're not relying on this thing going in the background, just so we know where we are.
So something about this specifically, though, the dog moving his mouth when he talks, that's something Hawk did too.
Really?
Yeah, because I mean, animals wouldn't normally. Oh boy, there he is.
Yep. At your request, I didn't show the other one that was in the test build.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I really enjoyed my time in this level. I admit I got a little bit lost, but I mean, that might be my own fault. And 3, 2, 1, Dalek.
Yep. Yep. All the references. This map it's one of our secret levels, and it's purposely tailored to be like actually hard as shit. That's why it's on the second day. So by this point, if you need to, you should be able to just fight your way through it. If you don't want to, you have the option to because of your AUGs. And it's not currently in this build you played, but we're gonna have the ability for you to non-lethally beat it. It's gonna involve running like a coward, but it is a way to beat it without fighting. So.
Yep, that's totally fair. Yeah, oh god, I remember this. Oh fuck that. Yep. Because I was having so much trouble avoiding like standard lasers in this playthrough.
Yeah.
That just seeing them spin around like that, I'm like, I'm not going anywhere near this room.
So that's actually a Quake reference. There's a part in Quake 2 where you purposely hit the lasers so that the next level is aware of you, but there's lasers that pop out of the ground like that and then sound an alarm.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see it spinning, and I'm like, if I jump on that, the physics will break, and I will go straight into orbit.
So surprisingly, it functions pretty decently. you just rotate along with it. I was actually surprised at how easily it functioned. I was like, wow, that actually worked. Okay.
Fair enough. You see something spinning like that in an old... Yeah, Charlie.
Charlie is the best boy ever to exist. The most wholesome man.
I am so disappointed that I didn't find out that you could have him follow you through the rest of the level.
Yeah, because that's when he says the best lines, is when he's following you.
Yeah, like, Trescon is... What was it he says exactly?
Trescon, user status admirable, or something like that.
Yes.
And then he says stuff like, you will not fail, and he just keeps trying to, like, encourage you.
It's so nice. I never thought of just right-clicking on him again.
Yeah.
When he leads you in there, because I thought that would just be it, but no.
Yeah.
And I really like this part too. Like the changing of the water level is such a neat little trick. It's not something that I've seen in a Deus Ex level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's hard to do. So what this is he actually he being Hawk modifies the zone, because technically when the water level is low, technically the zone is still there. It's just toggled to be off the water setting, because there's B water zone, true or false, right?
Yeah.
And he somehow scripted it. I still don't know how, and I'm sure the original Deus Ex devs don't even know how to do this. Heck, the original Unreal devs don't know how to do this, because there's a section in Unreal 1 when you get to the water temple where they quote-unquote fill a pool of water to open a door. And I looked at it in the editor, because me and my friend were playing it. We were just talking like we are now, and we both have knowledge of Unreal, and we're both playing, and we're like, oh yeah, da 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 da. And then we both just stop talking because we see this water quote-unquote filling up, and we're like, how the fuck did they do that? So we look at it in the editor. It's literally just, it's such a shallow pool that technically you wouldn't even be affected by the water. So it's a shallow pool of quote-unquote water, and all it is just like a non-collision sheet that has a water texture on it that rises up a little bit, and then the door opens. So the one time that occurs in an Unreal Engine game is in Unreal, and it's faked. So I'm assuming that Hawk is the only person that knows how to do that shit.
That's great.
And then yeah, this is, now you're gonna do it. Now you're gonna do the fight. So this is
I really enjoy this fight, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
just no word of a lie, this is great.
Yeah, this is
I kind of wish it was longer.
This is like an actual boss fight instead of just walking up to a bad guy, him saying, "Hey, I'm gonna kill you," and shooting you in the face with a rifle. It actually has steps, and the objectives change to reflect what you need to do and whatnot.
Yeah, it's really well done.
And then that music is fucking dope.
Oh, it is so dope.
Yeah.
It is so dope.
A guy, he's in the Huge Logan in the Discord, he made it.
Yeah, I was like really happy that this music was so good because you probably know this. I was recovering from COVID at the time. I was editing this part of the video, so the less I had to talk, the better.
Yeah, true.
And yeah, just being able to just say this music is awesome and then just stop talking for multiple minutes was fantastic.
And then another thing about this, I'm actually glad you did it that way. You can either blow up the spawners or hack those things. So, because it's Deus Ex, there has to be multiple ways to solve an issue. So, you hacked the panels that control the spawners instead of blowing them up. And then another thing about those turrets you just EMP'd. Before you even come in here, while you're walking around the exterior lava portion, you can find a a panel outside that window right there. You can find a panel out there and hack it, and it'll disable one of the turrets when you're in here.
Oh, that's so good. I remember walking around outside. I might have even found that panel, but then died and forgot to quick save beforehand.
Yeah. And then there's that repair bot there, which you can kill if you're dumb. So, but it is there so that you have technically infinite bioenergy. So. And then
the one thing that worries me, so this.
Yeah.
How do you deal with these things without blowing them up?
So you need a grenade to do it. So you can blow them up or EMP them, but there's a
Oh, the grenade spawner.
Where is it? Yeah, the grenade spawner. So how that works is so that you can't abuse it. If you have no grenades in your inventory whatsoever, it will spawn you a lamb. If you do have grenades, though, it'll just spawn a coffee cup. Yeah, I remember you telling me about this. He blew you up.
Yeah, I genuinely didn't expect him to explode. I thought he was just going to die like one of the firewalls when you EMP them.
It's a little bit different than everything else you've seen.
No, that's not how this works at all.
Yeah, the idea was that you're told that he has a kill phrase, so it was hoping that you would have the knowledge from Vanilla to know that he was going to blow up kind of like Gunther does.
That's totally fair, actually.
But yeah, that is when he dies. First off, his death throws is fucking amazing. Crimson did an amazing job setting that up. But him saying you can't stop them, that's a reference to GameSpy. Basically, that's saying that you learn throughout the level that he's an asshole. He killed all of his friends in order to be in charge by himself, and he was going to take over Forum City as an AI because humans suck, basically. Like you said, I think you said it was like Shadow Code Light or something.
Yeah.
So you learn after killing him that basically he was doing it because he knew about GameSpy, and he was like, ooh, that's bad. We're definitely not going to let that happen. So he was planning on taking over Forum City by force to be able to stop GameSpy, because he was assuming that because humans suck, that only him and his AI brain would be able to stop them.
They've got a fuck off huge church.
Yeah, it fits really well in the game as it is.
It always fits. All this insanity always fits in TNM.
Very convenient that you have a very good base to work from, I suppose.
Yep. It's a very good base to work from.
It's a very good base. Do you know anything about just the cults and their war quote unquote on the original forums, or did you just not lurk enough?
So I have tertiary knowledge of it. I think it was something that was just goofed about in that Souls bar thread. I don't think there was ever actual allegiances in the actual culture. It's something that was made to be funny in Souls bar. The thread, the off-topic thread.
Fair enough. I imagine if it went too far, it would have been stopped by the moderators and whatnot. I was just wondering if there was anything more to that story, because this is a really fun little dynamic. Just two groups of people just fighting over fake worshippers on an internet forum is just a fun concept by itself.
And I think this right here, the goats and the llamas, I think that's what turns off some people that just don't know how to have fun. And there might even, because I know you have a lot more followers than me, there might even be people in your comments that are gonna be like, oh, it's just so stupid because it's all the internet reference. Shut up.
I've
Learn
gotten
to have
barely any
fun.
comments.
Yeah, learn to have fun.
Yeah, learn to have fun.
But I tell people this a lot when I'm just chatting about it with people. Like, think about it, TNM like this. Replace all the names and the groups with more realistic sounding names. So instead of the llamas and the goats, let's call it, I don't know, the the Illuminati worshippers, or the believers. Just random, like, hey, this is cool sounding name, and fit it in there instead of goats and llamas. And then, for instance, Phasmatiz, instead of his name being an actual form handle, we'll call him
Ghost.
like Phil Stark or something like that. If you just replace all the internet shit with regular shit, it works. It's just you don't, like I said, you don't know how to have fun. And then this is the new ZeroPresence that I was talking about, because oh yeah, yours does have the black jacket still. So that's the jacket that was replaced, because he looks like a genuinely new person. He doesn't even look like another ZP.
And the story behind this, if I remember correctly, is that you screwed up and forgot your original login details.
Yep. So the original PDX account I made, I linked it to a different email, a different thing, whole 9 yards. And they gave it admin privileges to become a developer on PDX forum, and I used the name ZeroPresence just like it's spelled with how they question mark. And I tried to log in one day and I couldn't remember my login credentials or what email I used, and I got pissed. So I just made 0 with a 0 where the O is, and registered again. I told Jonas on MSN Messenger, dude, I messed up. I'm sorry. Can you opt this account? It's I'm telling you right now, it's mine. I just messed up. And they're like, okay, don't do it again, dummy. So
the things we do when we're idiots on the internet and young.
yeah, and then just as history repeats itself, this is not actually my original Discord name. I originally registered like right when Discord like started, and there was some numbnuts that got his account taken, and it was actually a guy that I talked to about game design stuff. He was he's like I wouldn't call him an indie dev, he just kind of does it for his own fun, kind of like how I mod the Nameless Mod for fun. And he sent me a link, and he's like, hey, I made this this build, can you test it?
Oh god, you got hit by that?
Yeah, because it was, and I don't even think it was purposeful. I think it just so happened to be that this version, this AI version that they use, happened to just be linked to, hey, I make games, da-da-da-da-da. And it just so happened to come from a guy that I talk to so often about video game stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Clicked it, and then I saw a pop-up, and then my Discord closed, and I was like, oh fuck. So I yanked my power cable out of my computer. So the only thing that was compromised was my Discord name. Thankfully, because I'm sure it was trying to log into other shit at the time as well. So, of course, everybody that had me as friends started getting messages from me. So I'm like, bro, I fucked up. Just don't accept anything. I even made like an announcement on DXHQ and my Discord, all that stuff. And then I just initiated the deletion process because it happened again a second time. People started getting messages. So I made this new account like I think it happened like 3 years ago. So again, history repeats itself.
History repeats itself. Gonna be a real quick jump just because we've jumped forward 2 weeks, because time management sucks. But we're gonna get on to the DxO quest. Now, DxO is such a weird concept, having this faction just basically not so much being a terrorist organization. They even say themselves that they hate doing this, but the question is, there is no question here. Just, do you remember anything about DxO? That'd be funny, because we're not starting this a 3rd time.
Yeah, that it was another website, of course.
Yep.
I forget what the O stands for because there's so many acronyms, but
org.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. It is just .org. That's right. Yeah, just just deusx.org. That's right. Yeah, it was just another website to get information on Deus Ex, and they actually leaned into that like resistance movement kind of thing when PDX became a thing. Not in like a serious like, hey, screw that website for existing kind of thing, just as a kind of like a trope, I guess you would call it. So naturally that just converted into them being an actual terrorist cell in PDX in the story. So I don't personally like DxO that much because like
the website, the faction, or both.
the faction, because it's like they're saying that it's supposed to be it was a mistake what happened and everything, but if you're at the point of trying to blow up a building, we got issues. Like that's like not redeemable. And then they did kill an innocent person, even if it was on accident, kind of thing.
Yeah. Also, yeah, this part always weirded me out. Bloody Jackie, like, saying, I've lost the key, but could you at least tell the firewalls outside that I'll let you pick through the door?
Oh. Yeah. It's kind of, yeah. I think that's like, why is that done? So that I think, I'm thinking in terms of, like, game design. So that was probably put in place because if you can't figure out how to get in, at least you could lockpick the door. And I think the guards are set specifically to ignore lockpicking so that they don't, you know, just turn and start blowing your head off for using a lockpick kind of thing.
Well, you would think, but right there in my video, I was just like, nope, we're going to just turn and shoot you now.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Let me get a notepad and write that down. I might have just accidentally defaulted them to the regular settings, which are get pissed off if lockpicking. So
yeah, my guess.
I'll look at the old map and then look at the new one.
My guess is that the civilians didn't get set right, and when the civilians get freaked out, it freaks out the firewalls.
Yeah, you're right. That could definitely be it.
Yeah.
There we go. Debugging on a commentary track. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you did the brick walls, right? I've just got in mind of the playthrough we did of 1.0, which you should go watch on my YouTube channel, by the way, where just the brick wall for the entrance to Goat City just kind of fades into the background instead of having a proper line of bricks there.
Yeah.
Man, this is such a weird start. The start of the first one was like, oh, we're happy to be together, and now here I am just endlessly criticizing everything that was ever done in this project. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of a lot of the 1.0 or the 2009 release stuff, and it's because of that reason that I mentioned before, where I was a dumb kid learning to level design and I made a lot of stupid mistakes. So I don't mind, and 2.0 is in place to improve upon the original, so it's going to be natural that it's going to have improvements to it.
Yeah, no question. It's just. It's going to be such whiplash coming from, like, the first 2 hours, 50 minutes straight to this, isn't it?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It happens, though, especially because like, I'll even tell them, I said before we started this one, we should try and focus on the video a little more.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of which, how did TRM get this conversation?
Oh, the voice recording thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think it's supposed to be one of those ambiguous things where it's like they're the bad guys, so they somehow got a hold of this kind of scenario. I don't think you're really supposed to know. That, or it's buried somewhere in a data cube that I did not personally place or know of.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Admittedly, there are 1 or 2 times in this mod where you kind of just have to roll with it, but
yeah.
At this point in my original playthrough, I was locked in. I'm like, you know what? That's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
They never really managed to explain how Silver Dragon managed to get a hold of that recording, so you accept that, you accept this.
And then also, how did a giant-ass dragon get inside the building? But whatever.
Yeah, especially when you see the doorways and they're all so goddamn tiny.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, he puts his flamethrower away. I didn't realize that.
We wouldn't stand a chance against
does he? Or is he holding it down? He might just be holding it in his hand like it's a pistol right now.
Oh, fair point.
I can't tell.
You can't really see it, can you?
Yeah.
And of course,
God, I hate how texture stretching works in this game.
Yeah, you're right.
His chevron. Look at his chevrons. They're like, they're melding.
I don't blame you. That's clearly an engine thing, but man,
Yeah, it is. I hate it. There's so many engine things in this old school engine, I guess you would say.
not to mention his bloody arm muscles just look whack.
Yeah.
Like if a human being had that kind of arm muscle, they would be in the hospital.
And I mean, Trescon was really supposed to have that model, but I mean, yeah, like direct comparison. Look at this model compared to the Trescon trench coat model. It just looks so more refined and make more sense than muscle-bound weirdo over here.
It would be weird to have Trescon be the muscle-bound weirdo.
Yeah, so I mean, like we've all seen the card in the card for Trescon in the tabletop game. He actually does look like that, but that's a drawing, not a weirdly modeled character.
No, I'm just thinking to be more of the sort of like Terminator angle, where he walks in and he just immediately stands out to everybody in the room. It would not be the best sort of thing for this kind of mission.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he would definitely stand out a little too much.
Although that would be hilarious if he came in to, like, say, PDX, or just Forum City in general, and he's just gimped the fuck out with massive muscles and, like, all of these massive weapons. And then Phasmatis just comes along and he's like, dude, are you serious?
Yeah, not really blending in there, bro.
Yeah. Also, I cut a fuck ton of walking back and forth for this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, because this is like the one major fetch quest in the game, and like throughout this video I did a lot of like cutting down like dialogues and whatnot in order to buy as much time as possible, because this was already going to be like 6-7 hours. But man, this is the most cut it down as much as humanly possible part of the game imaginable.
Right.
It's like, don't get me wrong, it's an interesting conversation when you listen to it for the first time, and it's like, yeah, they're clearly trying to have a conversation of, like, getting information back and forth between the two of them. But the second time and onwards, it just drags on forever.
Yeah, and that's that, like, I think I talked about this in the Q&A video that I posted on the TNM channel.
Go watch that, by the way, thumbs up.
Yeah, they, what's the terminology I used? It was like, oh, I remember. So there was this concern about our maps being so much bigger than vanilla and all the backtracking and whatnot that players would get confused. But I mean, I don't think they do. I've never heard anyone say, hey, I have no idea where the fuck to go, and then me not be able to have a solution of, hey, just check your objectives, bro. And then they'll hit F1, scroll over to the menu, and then see the objective and say, oh, okay, I get it. So
F2.
The streamer blindness, where they just are moving so quick and they don't pay attention to what they're given. But I mean, so back then they were so concerned about the open-endedness and getting people confused that they made these conversations enormous to exposition dump you like crazy so that you get it. But God, it's just so much. It's the wrong way to do it, because you're not playing right now. You're literally just sitting here waiting for you to be able to get control again, and that's where the issue lies, because your player is just sitting there looking at this wall of text, and they're like, bro, I'm here to play a video game. Not to read a thesis statement. So
yeah, just cut of like a
right there, that like 2 sentences, that's fine, because they'll be like, okay, cool, got it, and then like a couple word response, and then they go on to explain another couple sentences, another couple word response, and then they're like, all right, get going. That should be enough. But they're just so concerned about getting you all the info at once.
On one hand, I get it. On the other hand, it really does suffer from Metal Gear Solid syndrome.
Yeah. And then,
my favorite person.
Yep, good old Gond.
I will admit that this is a slightly older version of the all-in-one, so this won't have the dedication to Gand in the very beginning. Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you there. I just had to praise Gand. What were you about to say?
Honestly, I don't remember.
What the second half of this video is kind of full of just like rendering mistakes and whatnot. Not a massive amount. I fixed a couple of them in the new all-in-one, and here I am already making the mistake of not letting you talk.
That's alright.
Because you are by far the most interesting person here.
Oh, you put examples of the comic. Good. I did that same thing on mine when I was talking about them. People need to see that.
Yeah, just one. I don't make a direct reference to Got Garned, but I'm hoping people see that image and go, "What the hell was that?"
Yeah,
And
I'm upset that we can't get that in the game.
I'm telling you, man. Tell me how to do it. I'm good with this shit. I know how to.
I have no idea. I don't even think Hawk has any idea.
Because this is the sort of like manual labor shit that I'm willing to do for Garned. Like, I'm not going to claim to know the limitations or anything, but I will do that shit if you let me.
I hate those. I've probably said this 100 times already in the beginning of this, but I hate the custom weapon models.
I don't mind the dual pistols of Injustice that much. They are the least egregious model in this game.
They're very gun muggle. And
Right.
if anybody doesn't know what I mean by that, gun muggle is if you've heard muggle from Harry Potter, that's like someone that's inexperienced in magic and is a human and doesn't know what's going on. So a gun muggle would be someone that is around guns but doesn't know how they work. So like my big thing about the dual pistol model is it's a little thin of a model. Like the 45 looks too thin in Trescon's hand for one, but that's excusable. That can be worked with. But then the suppressors, they look like Sharpie markers put on the end of the gun.
Yeah.
The suppressors should be a lot bigger.
You're absolutely correct. They should not be that small.
Yeah, so it's and pistol suppressors in games always look badass because they always use those like futuristic like rectangle looking ones or like the real fat like Eastern Bloc ones. Throw them bitches on there. It would look a lot cooler.
It really would. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
There's really nothing left for us to do in town, so it's
Here we are rescuing the pilot. As I said, I cut a lot out of this. There was. Yeah. I'm trying to just sneak in a couple of facts about the editing of the video, and yeah, I slipped a few more of the things that I missed. Like, I would have loved to have gone over like every individual branch of what you could do in this, but hell, even to this day, there's still some branches that I didn't find out about until like months after the edit was complete.
Oh, so we're about to go to
ABI.
not DXI, ABI. God, these acronyms, bro.
You've tripped over so many of them. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So the intro. The intro to ABI, it still needs work, I think, but that's one of those things where I don't want to sit down and do it. Now I'll talk about it as it's going.
Oh yeah, and this is in the original episode version, there was like a fade to black, and then it popped up to this, but I didn't want to waste the time, so I just faded into the Beefman conversation. I did not know about this until Greasel told me. I do appreciate how much effort was put into such a minor thing, because I completely missed this. I did not know this was a thing. You just talk to him for long enough, and eventually he just gets pissed off and just stands up and starts fighting you.
Oh, yeah. Because, so a lot of times, this kind of dialogue does happen in games, where they're like, oh, if you don't stop it, I'm gonna teach you a lesson and kill you. But they just don't do it, because then you would break the progress.
Yeah,
this is kind of... But with him being kind of like a side character, it's actually possible. So it's funny for the fact that he just straight up threatens you and then actually goes forward with it. I remember this shit now.
Yeah, because in every other conversation like this in another game, it cycles between the 3 voice lines. So you just go from like him being super angry to him just being a little bit angry, and it's so disappointing.
Yeah.
To be fair, Greasel did try to keep it secret from me. He was like, are you sure you don't want to go and talk to Beefman a few more times? And I guessed what he was going to do, admittedly, but that is still like an awesome little thing you get to do there.
Yeah.
And as we know, Ryan likes toe socks.
That he do. So yeah, this helicopter. So how moving vehicles like that works is you put down a bunch of different points. So like I think there's seriously like 80 different points for that, and you got to go into each one and signify the next one. So this is even a problem in vanilla. It's just the vehicles move so slow you don't notice it. It's very jerky. So the helicopter will actually move, slow down, move, slow down, move, slow down. And with the helicopter going faster for this scene here, you can kind of notice it. And I also don't like how it's supposed to be this big combat scene where a SAM site is firing at you, And that right there is the only dramatic shot. Everything else just kind of, here goes the chopper. Yeah, it's kind of moving. Here we go, I guess. So what I should do is go in and make it a lot more dramatic. But God, I don't want to do that work.
Oh man, I can imagine just how much of a pain in the ass that would be.
Yeah, because I'd have to double the amount of points. I can tell you right now, I'd have to double them. And yeah, it's in my mind, I'm keeping it to the very end. So I'm gonna get everything for the last patch done, and then look at this again and be like, all right, do I want to do it? And then see how far I can get. And there's supposed to be an air raid siren playing too.
Really?
Yeah.
Just is that like a bug that it's missing? Because I don't remember hearing that at all.
No, it's just I kept telling Hawk to get one in, but it just hasn't happened. Because that's the other. But I think I'm gonna add another SAM site too, to make it more dramatic. So because the air raid siren is gonna play, and then you're only gonna see that one SAM site shooting at him. So I think I'm gonna add a second one on the left side of the helicopter.
Fair enough. What I would have done is I would have made the cutscene like entirely different. I wouldn't have shown off any of like where you end up in ABI. I would have just had like a dramatic flight through a canyon or something. But that's even more work, I imagine.
Well, we got through the mountain canyon all right.
Also, yeah, some of the
that's more of a what's the word for it? That's more of a 2.0 thing to kind of show how it is a lot different kind of thing.
Yeah, that is true. I did like the original cutscene in 1.0. Like, I don't like the map. It's just this massive tunnel with like nothing off to the sides. But that cutscene of like flying backwards through it is actually a really neat little cutscene.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, at least in my opinion.
This was supposed to be. There, I think I told you this already, but there's supposed to be dialogue in there too. But it was kind of decided that that kind of ruins it.
Yeah, I think you brought that up either in the 1.0 video or the previous section of this.
The artillery commander was supposed to be narrating what's going on.
Actually, I don't think I included that in the 1.0 video, but yeah, basically there was meant to be a guy just saying like military shit and to sound cool, but it just never happened.
Yeah, he was supposed to be like that radar scene. That was going to be quiet, and then near the end it was going to be like. There's a blip on the radar. There's another bogey inbound, and then it goes to the cannon, and it's like power up. And I was gonna name it because that is based on a strategy game building in 0K. It's called the Cerberus cannon. So I was just gonna straight up name drop and be like, fire up the Cerberus cannon, spin up drives 5 and 6, and then it was supposed to fire. And then it was supposed to be him, like, when it goes to the scene of showing the guards, then it was going to be like, ground forces prepare for incursion, we might have more World Corp bogeys incoming, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because there's an underlying thing where the ABI guys actually think that you're part of World Corp because of the color scheme of your clothing compared to theirs, so... I don't remember if it's text or dialogue, but somewhere you read that they think that you're part of World Corp. So that was supposed to be like an allusion to that as well.
There is that guy in later on in ABI, which is like, what faction are you a part of? Because he's got no clue because you're just dressed in yellow.
Oh yeah. I think that's where it is. Yeah, because I think he mentions that your uniform your clothes look similar. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what it is. Just killed Paul Denton there.
Wait, what?
The first guard that you use the katana on, his face is based on Paul Denton.
Oh god, I thought you were about to say it was his voice or something.
Mm-mm.
Right. You definitely changed that jumping puzzle, because the first time, that took me like... Well, in 1.0, that took me like 8 tries with a bunch of quick saves.
Yep, and that was changed because whenever I would test stuff that I was making like that, I would, what do they call it? I think they call this developer bias, where if you play it after making it, you can obviously do it perfectly. And back then, once I did that, I just didn't care if I didn't take into consideration that it would be too hard for people that didn't make it. So, and then it was also one of those things where the other team members would just trust that it was okay because I said it was, and then I sent out that ridiculous puzzle that you would die if you failed, so...
Hi.
Oh, yes, the best part of the video if you're involved. I admit this Lucha Libre child.
Just pass it by.
Yeah.
Had to zoom in on that. That's such a ridiculous thing. You come up out of this vent, it's a relatively Deus Exy style level, and then all of a sudden, Lucha Libre child.
Yeah.
And
That was we tamed down the original name because the original name was just a Mexican wrestler, I think.
Isn't it your job to kill me, though?
So Lucha Libre child just sounded funnier.
it really does.
Yeah, and then the question mark at the end, that makes it even more funny. Oh, there's me.
Yep, yep, there's you.
Like to be polite once in a while.
I don't know why I thought of this entire
So
bit.
polite. So polite.
At least I can't see how.
I mean, for real though, you can't be rude if you're in the middle of a conversation. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you gotta let him finish up. You gotta fulfill that last little bit of curiosity before you blow his brains into the back wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill this guy ahead of time.
Yeah,
From that range with a slug too, you just go flying.
yeah, and I knew I was dead. I knew my health. So, like, I knew I had that bit in my mind as soon as he showed up. Like,
Yeah.
and even covering the face too. Like, the positioning was just perfect.
Yeah.
And another ABI guard just wishing someone would come along and shoot them already. I don't know why ABI guards are so suicidal.
In case you didn't
I have no idea.
both have already been taken care of.
Also, for some reason, Trescon's just shorter in this shot, or at least it looks like he is.
Free man, Hale.
He might have been standing on something.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking,
What's
yeah.
his name?
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
Where is that? Oh yeah, he might be on the ramp right there. There's that little ramp that leads up to the garage doors. He might be standing on that right now.
yeah, one of the many examples of how you can create incredibly strange camera angles.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hand me the canister.
Yeah, because he's definitely taller than he should be right there. He's definitely standing on that.
I got it.
Yeah, he definitely is.
But what I really want to know is how I can get into the office building.
I do like the interior of this place though.
Yeah, well, yep, I forgot about that shot. Oh, God.
No problem. Take care, Trescon.
Something about the day is...
versus 6 foot.
Yeah, something about the Deus Ex camera just doesn't like me sometimes. I don't know why.
Yeah, it can be goofy sometimes. Yep, there he is. Definitely on that ramp.
Yep, and there's the cute kitties. I don't know what it is about me and calling the military bots kittens. That makes more sense if you've seen the beginning of Part 6, where I'm hiding and I go, nice kitty. And here I am just completely skipping the office building. We come back to it. I did exactly the same thing on my first playthrough. My first playthrough of this was basically to, like, do exactly the same thing that I did in the first playthrough I did, which was on my Steam Deck. But, yeah, I snuck a couple of extra things in there as well. It's...
Oh, did you find the Dark Souls thing in here?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
There's an actual bonfire that I put in there, in that map.
Not in this recording, but I actually found it when I went
okay.
back for it recently. It's like up the very top.
Yeah, you can see it when you can see it. Well, you can't see it, but you can hear it when you're standing on the ground level in that area you were just in.
Yeah, I was no clipping around for like finding out something. And yeah, I did see it. It's just straight up, you had the sword in the ground with like the fire going on around it.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. Oh, cool. You are going to record to this. Okay, good. Yeah, I love this area. So supposedly a lot of people that aren't really in the community but have found this map, they fucking love it. I've seen a couple posts on Reddit and Facebook about how much they like this map.
It's so simple too. You had voice acting with like a different portrait. You had like a little extra little thing at the end, and that was it. And it just does really well for like a little bit of a bonus level. Also donk, because I just bumped my head as I jumped because I can't resist putting on speed org at any time, and just it always screws me.
Yeah, I have speed org bound to R when I play, so I have quick access to it.
Fair enough. And yep, here's me actually trying to do that. I was not dumb enough to think that would actually work.
It can work in when you're playing legendary mode.
Yeah, because I did bring up at the end of the video specifically that there is a legendary edition weapon that lets you rocket jump.
Yeah. And something else that I like about this map is even the the setup is very Quake. I mean, even in Quake 1, the goal of the maps generally is get from point A to point B, and then you win. I mean, that's kind of how this is. It's a very guided map, I guess you can say. There's not much alternate pathing. There's not much going around doing different things. It's just go hit these buttons and go.
And that makes it
fine for a short map.
It makes it a good little bonus level. And then you get this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I admit, even playing on the normal difficulty, I tried to, like, bring the sword out and just jib everybody, but I could never live through more than half of the horde. They would just kill me.
Yeah, because of the radiation.
Yeah, so I had to settle for just shooting everyone with the pistols. I probably should have just gone back and, like, recorded this on the World Corp playthrough with the assault rifle or something.
Yeah, the assault rifle's fun when you do this.
Yeah, I keep looking back on this video, I keep thinking of all the mistakes I made and what I would change, but it's one of those things, right? You've got a 7-hour video, your video editor is breaking apart at the seams trying to keep it all in memory, and you're like, okay, we're good enough, ship it out, and then you look back later and it's like, oh, all these things that I could have done to make this look better.
I thought about making these guys just like, oh yeah, well, hold on. Yeah, this right here is the culmination of this whole map. I love this bit. And then it actually drops the pixelated sprites and makes the slipgate sound as the train's going through.
Yeah, and you can see it in the background. I didn't record all of it because, again, time constraints, but it is there and it does look cool. Again, another one of those little things that I regret. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Because now they gotta play to see it.
Yeah, yes they do. Go play the Nameless mod. Another silly name from Skara. I will admit that Tressman is my favorite, just because of the way he delivers it.
Good old Tressman.
Tressman. Makes him sound like a low-tier superhero.
Yeah. Through
the power of radishes. Oh yes, left.
Yep.
I didn't actually include that in the 1.0 thing either, but you can get captured here, which again, another thing that I'm really disappointed I didn't show off, because I just completely forgot to record it. And, yep, you don't turn the right way according to the voice dialogue. I did get this, though.
Oh, geez, that was a lot of text.
Yeah, that's part of the joke. Just... Yeah, you get like 0.5 seconds to read the legal disclaimer. Here in Australia, it's like, they do like the legal disclaimer at the end of the ad, and it's like, approved by Australian Government Canberra. They speak it so quickly, and it's just so annoying.
Yeah, advertisement is scummy.
Immensely scummy. I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't try and slip an advertisement in there, but no, it's just a legal disclaimer.
You work here?
This is another good remake.
Yeah, I do appreciate how this feels a lot more like an office than the original one did, with its upside-down pool and the roof. I just kind of wish that that there was a little bit more of a fight going on.
All right. Thanks for
like, you don't get that many positions where the AI is fighting. You get that cool-ass hallway towards the end, and you get that room in the beginning, but you don't get much in the middle. You don't get just, like, isolated skirmishes.
Like, the AI sucks, and it's not that thrilling to see. So, because all they do is just like stare at each other and then shoot. It's so funny how crappy it is.
I mean, you say that, but I came off of here's the thing I was talking about, by the way, where he's like, "What faction are you?"
Yeah, the guy Jonas voices.
Yeah, I think I was able to spot like one of the jump cuts I made to cut down the conversations there. But yeah, I just coming off the back of a fresh Deus Ex playthrough where the AI barely fought each other like at all. It was still really interesting to see like just head-to-head conflicts, even if they weren't that impressive by the grand scheme of things.
Do you know how many people I've killed since I've got here? I don't think anyone can be a pacifist in this world. Making a quick stop at weapons research to grab this key, and also to go to this computer and grab this username and password from
this just me saying here, how could anyone survive this shit? No wonder that like the office work is just hiding in the corner. There's no way you'd get through this crap.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, one of the funniest features added in the Nameless mod, just being able to print off emails.
We eventually have to make a run
Yeah.
across to this room.
You'd think you'd just be able to, like, screen cap them with your eyes or something and then just, like, have them in your notes. But no, you have to go to the effort of using an actual printer.
Yeah. And then eat the paper.
I can't whistle.
And I'd laugh if there was, like, a 1 in 8 chance that the print would just fail.
Oh, yeah.
Because every single printer in the world is absolute garbage.
And some printers you try and print, it just spits out a blank page.
Yep, or it comes out, like, it comes out so straight that it's unusable. Like, it looks like someone took an ink roller and just rolled it across the page. Yeah, see, I like this fight here. There's enough going on. Like, you can't actively get in the middle of this fight. I tried. You die very quickly.
Yeah, and then another issue you can run into is, like say you want to give them a boatload of get guns and a boatload of sniper rifles, then when they all die, then that's just free stuff for the player.
Oh yeah, you just get a massive amount of, like,
Yeah.
weird shit.
Like, something for 2.0 is specifically gimping how many get rockets you get, because God, you get so many of them. Four at a time, that's just excessive.
Yep.
For something so powerful.
And I do appreciate how that's kind of it. Yeah.
I like that you showed the original meme.
Yeah, I had to, just because I knew it. I feel like it's one of those things that's kind of forgotten by the modern internet, where Hunter 2 comes from. So
Absolutely.
I also do appreciate that I showed off, like, a little bit of a unique interaction there, because as far as I know, I'm pretty sure I'm correct about this, you cannot get the Gibbonator before you end up fighting, like, the Men in Black. So you would never realize, under normal circumstances, you could obviously cheat it in, that if you use a Gibbonator on a Man in Black, he just instantly explodes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is the reason why I did it the way that I did. Well, that's a lie. I wanted some cheap footage of the Gibbonator being showed off where I could actually, like, hit something with it, and I just found that by accident, so I'm like, screw it, that goes in.
God, I like the old Gibbonator model much better. The giant taser-looking thing.
I'd be lying if I could remember it off the top of my head. I don't remember if I ever bothered to get...
It's in the Discord somewhere. It's the old image. It looks like a much cleaner model.
I am not going to be editing this anywhere near as much as I was the... anywhere much as I was in the 1.0 video, so I'm not putting that image in, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's a 6-hour video, man, come on.
If they want to see it, they can go to the Discord.
Come join us on the Discord, thumbs up. Who was it that was saying that advertising sucks just like a minute ago?
Hey.
Hey.
It sucks when I'm not doing it.
Like, I don't get why people hate the Leviathan. This is such a fuck yeah moment, even with the smiley face on it.
I just don't like the weapons. Because it's supposed to be like this big badass robot that's so unique, but then it just pumps out rockets and machine guns just like the regular robot.
Oh yeah, fair
It's just
enough,
lazy.
I guess.
And then there's the texture that specifically says he has machine guns and missiles. I don't like it. He should have had like 20mm cannons or like auto cannons or something.
So yeah, what are you doing with that texture that I sent you, by the way?
It's gonna be in the in one of the stealth maps.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
2.0 feature tease, yay.
Yeah, there's gonna be a stealth map where he's essentially standing in front of the doorway of the exit, so you have to figure out how to kill him without weapons.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. I do like that that's a custom military bot model that has different animations added to it. It is cool that the rocket launchers have like when he's walking and firing it, he'll actually kick back from like the recoil of the rocket cooking off.
Yeah, it really does make it look cool.
And then when they blow up, they like crouch down and like when they like that one, how it just falls backwards and dies.
3 times already, and we're going to see you one more time before this series is over.
I'm also Ryan's right hand.
I forgot that this guy's name by default is just Rocket Scientist. He's not a rocket scientist.
Yeah.
He's bloody the right-hand man.
Yeah.
I don't believe we've met.
Also, yeah, just the reference there to Edwin Tiong. Like, I didn't recognize anyone else from this mod. But as soon as I heard Abomination's voice for the first time, I was like, where the hell do I know that voice from? And then I heard, God, who's, Beeblequicks. And then I heard Beeblequicks, and I'm like, oh, fuck, that's Edwin Tiong. And the only reason that I know who Edwin Tiong is because for those of you who are completely blind and don't watch this YouTube channel, like, at all, I used to head up the Flashpoint Preservation Project, and one of the first games that I ended up putting in that project, like in the first few hundred, was the 3 Trapped trilogy games, which is like a point-and-click thing, and Edwin Tiong is like the voice of the antagonist in that series. And he just does the same voice that he does all the time, so he's just instantly recognizable.
Yeah, fair.
And that is like the one thing that I can say I knew about this game going in, after I found Abomination, of course. Yes, Ryan.
Yup.
I like Ryan as a character. It's just, again, it is, as you said before, I'm pretty sure you brought this up already, whether it be in the 1.0 video or the thing, where he comes in a bit too late to have a real impact on the plot.
Yep.
I originally thought that he was meant to be a reference to, like, how you didn't get that third ending option until right at the end of the original Deus Ex as well. I can't remember which ending of that was off the top of my head. Like, my head is full of the Nameless Mod information, it's pushed all the Deus Ex information out. But yeah, that's what I thought it was intended as, and he still works in that sense. I get the feeling you don't agree with me. Oh, no.
I was just watching the animation for the shuttle.
Yeah.
Because I was focusing on, like I mentioned earlier, the pausing that each of the different points does, and it just drives me crazy that it can't be fixed.
Once again, I'm so sorry. I'm just playing your failures back to you.
God, you can even see it right now. It's just, it looks like it's stuttering.
Oh god, now that you bring it up now, I'm seeing it too.
Yeah, it's so obnoxious. And you'll see it in vanilla too when you play vanilla.
God, it's such a shame because I really like this scene, but I will admit that I am an absolute sucker for skyboxes. There is a lot I am willing to forget in video games as long as the skybox is nice.
Yeah, and the fact that this one's rotating now is cool as hell.
Oh, yeah.
It would be rotating, so...
Yeah, it is absolutely fabulous. As I say in the video right now, no wonder some hack YouTuber used it for the intro to his video on the Nameless Mod. Because I was just like, what do I need for, like, the beginning of the video and the end of the video where I'm just talking at the video like an absolute dickhead? Oh, I need something pretty. What's pretty? Oh, I wonder if I can go and get that texture that was being used as a skybox in the space station. And it adds a little nice bit of foreshadowing as well, because you don't know what that is when you're first watching this if you haven't played TNM.
Yeah, true.
And then when I got just, like, no-clipped out of the window and realized, oh, it's rotating. Okay, record, walk away for 15 minutes, come back, stop recording. Done.
Yeah. There's the clip.
It works so... Oh my god. Yeah, I sped this conversation up, but I didn't realize how fucking weird it looked.
Yeah.
I hope someone got a laugh out of that, because holy shit.
What's with the holocom?
Again, Deus Ex... What is this camera angle?
Couldn't tell you. Weirdness, that's what it is.
Just some cleaner bot deciding to be the cameraman today?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, it's your turn now, Wheezy. Yeah,
Game spy turrets. I like those.
Yeah, I will also admit that I had to leave in a lot more of the conversations here, just because, like, it's not going to make that much sense without them, and admittedly I like a lot of the conversations that I had here, just because it is the climax of the story, and, like, the themes that are being gone over, like, work really well just in these conversations, and it gives you a little bit of a break from the gameplay challenges as well. So here it works.
Yeah, fair. They're all the final threats and the final orders and the pep talks, all that jazz.
Yeah, it all works quite well here. Like, even if it's like a...
Roger.
Fuck, I forgot about that. I have the video on mute so I can hear you clearly. So I forgot I put that in as a joke. And again, one of the things I'm disappointed in, the fact that I didn't put in like the clip of all of the like Roger bots, the droids just shutting down.
Let's go to floor 3 and kill
Yeah, so one of the few times that I just zoomed in there for comedic effect. There is one more time, yes, yes, there is one more time for comedic effect in this video that I do that, but I did it by mistake, and I'll bring it up when we get there. Oh wow, I completely forgot that you actually fixed the skybox in there and just had it be space. Because in the 1.0 video,
so much nicer.
Yeah, in the 1.0 video, it's just a flat fucking texture. It just looks like Doom.
The garden area is so much nicer.
It really is.
It looks like it's an actual like fake nature area rather than just a circle with a grass texture.
And just the soccer goals. Was there a soccer goal on the other end in one point? I cannot remember to save my life now.
Oh, in the original? Nah, it was. I think in the original it was literally just
square,
a circle, a cylinder brush with a wall in between it, and then just a couple aliens standing there.
Cylinder.mdl. Oh god, what are we even talking about here? Oh yeah, it's just the exposition cutscene. I do think I cut a fair bit out of this one too.
Yeah. While he's inside of his Star Trek room.
Yes, the Star Trek room. Well, I guess I'll bring up a question that I did come up with here. Because for those of you who don't know, I don't have like a list of questions or anything. We've just been going at this like freestyle. How the hell do you go about making an ending for a Deus Ex game? Because there is just so many ways you have to go about making an ending satisfying, and I can't imagine how hard it was to make a decent ending for the Nameless mod, even just in a map sense.
So I think the best one is when you blow up the space station. I think it's the Ryan one.
Yeah.
Because we have actually some shit happening then. Like, because all the other ones are just kind of, okay, it's done. And then you click on the space shuttle and go. But I mean, that's kind of how it has to be for this kind of game. Because like for instance, the ending of Unreal, you're going into this crazy arena and you're fighting a giant alien who's the queen of all the aliens that have been a thorn in your ass forever. And she's spawning in lesser aliens to fight you. You have all your badass weapons, and there's the badass combat music. There's the arena coming apart a little bit as you're damaging the queen. Awesome shit. But I mean, for Deus Ex and TNM included, it's just you're a super spy going up against other humans and or game spy aliens, and you're just trying to initiate something to happen to bring the story to an end. You know what I mean? You can't like, I guess if TNM was done today, I guess me and Hawk could make it happen. If you, like, for instance, if you reference the ending of Registration when you're fighting Alpha. But then again, the issue with that is, what if you're playing a less lethal run, or what if you're playing a no-kill run? That would kind of fuck you, because now you gotta kill this big bad boss and do all these big crazy things that your character's not skilled for. So really, it kind of has to be like middle ground like that to make sure that all playstyles can beat your game, and that all playstyles can find success and not frustration at the end. So it's kind of like what's the term for it, when you write yourself into a corner and have to do it one very specific way to accommodate.
Yeah, I can't imagine how hard it was, even just from a gameplay point of view, being able to account for every single ending you could go for in this.
Yeah. And changing up the gameplay, like, if I got my wish for the armored game spy aliens, that still could have worked even within those confines, because you would still be able to sneak past them and you would still be able to use less lethal stuff on them. So that would have been a possibility, but I mean, it's just the people that could do these kind of things with the engine anymore just don't exist. Like Crimson, he's in the Discord, and he's our kind of like model / texture / sound guy. the guy actually made that pump action shotgun model, the like modernized tactical looking shotgun model. But it was like it was genuinely frustrating to him. Like he does that kind of stuff for a living, and it's frustrating for him having to work in this old system to get everything functioning for that damn shotgun. So I don't like how the shotgun turned out, but we're keeping it just because the poor man like bled to get that thing working. So
Yep.
So yeah, like I even asked him like, listen, dude, would you be okay with working on more models after this? And he was just frank with me. He was like, man, if it's a static model like a computer or like some sort of decoration, fine, but I'm not animating anything anymore. I was like, you know what, fair enough.
Have fun. I'll get back to my work now.
I really don't understand this trap either. It's just you get locked in and the doors go away in one shot.
Yeah, that's I actually remember talking to Jonas about that a while ago. Because you have to make it very, very weak so that everybody can get through it. Referencing the character setup thing again. Like, you might not have a character that uses a pistol that does enough damage to break through a strong door, or someone might just have not walked onto the space station with explosives because they're doing a challenge run where they don't want to use explosives. So you really have to accommodate that kind of thing, sadly. But then again, don't have that trap. Like, you can tell that there's, on Space Station, there were a few gimmicky type things that included. But the other side is like making a spacewalk type things, but that would be very difficult to do as well because usually spacewalks in video games involve different planes and different axi for walking on and whatnot, but that is impossible in this engine, so...
Oh, I could not imagine trying to do spacewalking in this engine.
Yeah.
And it would never live up to Prey.
Yeah, nothing would live up to that.
Okay, I think that did the trick.
I will admit this is one of the more gamey areas, just go around and push 4 buttons.
Go back to level 2
Yeah,
and find
yeah.
the AI module. We need
It's just trying to make it
Narcissus to free
a little different than normal. And that's really the whole reason it turned into GameSpy, the alien, the gray model like that, because at least it's something different.
Yeah, true enough. Oh, one of the cooler conversations in the game. I don't know why, but both conversations you have with Scar up here just kind of rock, whether you be allied with him or not.
Oh, is this the one where they reference
literature?
Like
yeah,
literature and shit.
Yeah, they just keep going back and forth like it's a
God, they're so cool.
It's a metaphorical dick waving context.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's especially funny when you can just walk into his office and just kill him on day one with like doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And that's at
that
the very
texture in
end.
the background is good. I like that. So there's a lot of textures that I added in. Basically showing that the space station is on high alert, and it's implying that there's a reality bending going on, basically, to make the space station look like it does, because it's obviously Deus Ex inspired because it's taking place inside the game Deus Ex, but there's like lore explanations of that like the space station is this like all-encompassing powerful like reality bending thing, almost like a TARDIS from Doctor Who, and it's implying that whenever it hooks into a planet, a website planet, so like Planet Quake space station would look different from Planet Deus Ex space station, is kind of what I'm getting at. So like the text down there kind of says report to your superiors if you see any reality errors or stuff like that. And there's another one that talks about how it uploaded various security measures from Deus Ex to try and counter entity from Planet Deus Ex coming up to their space station, kind of thing. So it's just kind of like I like in video games subtle world building, and I mean my icon is a Dark Souls Elite Knight. I love that kind of shit. So putting little story references in the text like that, that's right up my alley. So I just love doing stuff like that.
And I don't blame you, it does work.
That's a narcissist entity, so.
Yeah, it's just right there, just looking on in interest, in curiosity.
Yep.
I did not trigger the Narcissus ending on this playthrough. It was the WC playthrough.
Yeah.
Here's the kind of wide-eyed hippie talk I'd expect from a slave of cashew. Why don't you just join?
Oh yeah, he's threatening to ban him now.
Which is exactly what you end up doing.
I've for a while, one of the secret levels I was contemplating was putting something in ban space, but that would be such a weird thing to realize, because I mean, they show a little bit of it, and it's just a white void. So I had no idea what the fuck to do with it. So I think that's actually why I ended up doing the Quake map.
That would be an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah.
Just there are the new gloves that are coming in the next version of 2.0, and just everything you punch just gets sent there.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. I can't even imagine how you would program something like that in this engine. Just to give you an idea of my save, each save I was doing, up until the point of like a point of no return was like nearly a gig. Because that's to save every map. I'm still amazed at how you program those mirrors. Probably no point in talking about those mirrors because we won't see them just yet. Didn't show them off very much in the video either, which I will admit.
Which mirrors?
The ones in the Trescaton fight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all Hawk, man. I have no idea how the fuck he did that.
Yes, Hawk and the mysteries of the Greasel programming. Oh yes,
yeah,
and
that dude can do anything.
Yes, and the talk with Kylie. I do appreciate how she says, "Don't try to knock me out."
I think when I played, I did a stream of playing it kind of in the beginning. I think because she said that, I specifically knocked her out.
I wasn't aware you could. I mean, it'd be a really hard time doing it.
Yeah, because I think I had a crossbow and like the prod, everything, so just went at it. And it involves breaking her aggro like multiple times.
Of course it does, and of course you do it in the probably the hardest place in the game to do it in. Although it was probably even harder in 1.0.
Yeah, I remember I basically ended up over where the part where you jump up in the after altering the gravity. I remember I brought her into there and started kiting her around and hitting her with crossbow bolts for like days.
I never used these vortex grenades.
I can't imagine why you would go through the effort.
Just because she said that I shouldn't.
Oh yes, vortex grenades.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, but then so am I.
Oh yeah.
I just put a clip from that in the end at the next time bit for part 4 because it's just like people are gonna see that and wonder what the hell did I do to make that happen. Yeah, it's the vortex grenades.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that didn't actually kill her. I did actually have to follow up with the grenades.
Just that tanky.
Yeah, she's that tanky, although she just doesn't exist anymore.
Nope.
And all that blood on the other side of the door.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was me trying to hit her with a Gibbonator. It doesn't even one-hit her, which is the most disappointing, depressing thing. Also, yeah, that specific clip there, me having to, like, put the Narcissus effect over, like, Narcissus when I walk past him, because I don't bother to... Oh, wait, look very closely at the middle of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, it's not there, it's after this. But yeah, that Narcissus effect drained my CPU like no question. Alright, look at the middle of the screen carefully. Because if I remember correctly, this is where it happened. Did you see the guard?
Oh yeah, what the fuck?
I have no idea. I wanted to edit the video to show that, but he just did that for some reason.
Well, I've never seen that happen before. I've actually never seen them walk backwards like that.
I don't even think it was a walk. I don't think there was any animation there. He just did the slide.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I didn't zoom in on Evil's chat there, because I wanted to like zoom in on that, but I apparently either forgot or just got confused because I didn't zoom in on any of it. And then I did the whole Tropic Thunder bit because I showed someone who I like very much the original cut of like episode 1 where I put in the Johnny English quote.
Mhm.
And I remember that she said she liked Tropic Thunder because she brought it up in conversation, and I'm like, I gotta fit that in somewhere. And so, yeah, Evil getting compared to Jonas is what happened there. Yeah, so sorry if you have anything interesting to say about Silver Dawn here, because I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. It's just like encountering Walton Simons on Area 51. It's just unremarkable. You're just there's so much power creep in Deus Ex and this type of game in general. Like that dude he could do nothing to you. You could stand there and just you have so many options just to one hit this guy. And that's just the nature of the beast with this type of game.
And I will admit, it took me like more than one playthrough to realize that, oh, this is the guy who's behind everything.
I know, and that's the other thing. Like, Hawk made him look a little different. He's bigger and has a different green, but other than that, I mean, he's just a regular alien.
Yeah, that's it's so strange. Now, I'm trying to figure out whether or not this part of the video was anticlimactic or just like the coolest shit I could have done.
I promise I'm not a murder hobo, alright? I don't kill everyone I come across.
Also, why do they all say yes?
After you kill that guy,
I don't know. It's just kind of like a unique thing about them, I guess. It was set up to be nothing. I don't think there's really a big explanation behind it. Just that's just how they talk, kind of thing.
Yeah, I believe it. I'm just wondering if anyone had that idea in particular. But again, you're the mapper, you might not know this shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, because I hate the fact that there's grays here. This is a bad enemy.
Yeah, and this is just me being cheeky about it. Because just as I said, it's kind of anticlimactic that I
what
just...
are you doing?
It's kind of anticlimactic that I just turned on my cloak and just walked up here. But that was what I did in my first playthrough. I was just like, turn on cloak, turn on enhanced legs, and just run for it. But if you turn on enhanced legs and then just like do that, every alien in the room follows you up because you make more noise.
Yeah. No. No.
And away he goes.
Goodbye.
It's working. You have full control of the station.
I always imagined that in the real world, that was just Skara looking at his computer, hearing, "You've got mail! You've been banned from Planet Deus Ex."
Yeah, that's something that I always thought was funny. Like, because technically speaking, Skara is not being controlled by a human right now. So like he would basically get banned for something that happened technically within the website itself.
Yeah, just the underlying mechanisms going crazy and banning him.
Yeah.
Divert as much control back to the individual administrations around Forum Planet.
Oh yes, the everyone is happy ending. You always got to go for that ending at first.
Yeah, and then I like to think that yeah, the account is banned, and then he would like email customers, well, not customer support, he would just email one of the moderators, be like, "Yo, my account was banned for some reason. Can you help me?" And then they'd just be like, "I don't know, man. That's kind of weird. I didn't do it. It just kind of happened. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to make a new account." And so Skara might just pop back up just with a new name, or he might just be like, "Okay, fuck it. That forum is broken. I'm never joining again," kind of thing.
Yeah. Also, I gotta ask there, that cutscene of like the camera slowly flying backwards through the space station, is that also a Perfect Dark reference?
No, it's just supposed to look like everything's shutting down and you're leaving, and the camera is like dramatically leaving.
Yeah, sure, because I played Perfect Dark recently through, again, for like the 14th time, and I saw that cutscene just now, and I'm like, that feels very similar to when Deep Sea is blowing up.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
We have the power to create a new Forum City for everybody now.
This day is dramatically walking around the corner.
Yeah, after banning everybody.
I don't even need to look at you people to ban you. He's just holding a stick with a mirror on it. Ban, 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 ban.
Anything. And you'll be here to help us the next time, I hope.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Here.
Here.
So in Deus Ex, you'd immediately get thrown to the credits, but in the Nameless
Carlos
Mod,
de
you have a
Montesquieu.
proper epilogue.
Yep. And then in the video, I very specifically changed it so that instead of having the credits play immediately after this, it goes to the epilogue. Because I felt like that was more proper.
Oh yeah, that does happen, doesn't it? That is kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't argue with me, can you? It's strange.
Yeah, you would think that all the video sections would be together.
Did you see that?
Yeah, the chick that teleported to the chair.
Yep. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
because the anchor point is based on like either the GM trench or the GM jumpsuit, and the
Yep.
female models are so much smaller.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you again. I just had to point it out. Not as funny as the sliding backwards firewall agent, but I really do appreciate the amount of effort that went into this epilogue here. Like, after days. Sorry?
It was very frustrating to set up for the new scenes because with everything being redone, you know.
Oh right, yeah, because you had to redo like most of the maps.
Yeah.
But yeah, like excuse me, I admit that I had a fair few problems with Deus Ex. One of them being that like without that epilogue, you really don't get much. But this is enough. This satisfies me.
Yeah.
Like no matter what way I play the game, I feel like I get enough detail about what happened to everyone after I left. Though I'm just like, I don't need to see any more of this. I don't need 12 endless, unimaginative sequels.
Mm-hmm.
And just having everyone be dead or alive. Like, one of the things I would have loved to do... Now, I know this is a bit further in the future, but in the You Take Over Forum City World Corp and just, like, all of GameSpy ending, where everyone just kind of rises up to, like, rebel against you, I would have loved to have killed everybody that shows up in that particular part of the cutscene, just to, you know, make it interesting, but...
Oh yeah, kind of like the ending to Half-Life when you don't cooperate with G-Man. You just get plopped down in front of everybody and have to fight them.
Oh no, I just meant in the sense that, you know, you kill everybody as you go so that nobody shows up during that part of the cutscene. If I remember...
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. If I remember, I'll bring it up again in like 2 hours from now. Also, to anyone who's just playing through the game for the first time, that bit there, with, like, showing the server complex, you're gonna be like, where the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to put in one more of Zero being sliced from behind with the katana. I hope that running joke didn't piss people off. Like, I feel like that's a joke that a competent YouTuber would have made.
Oh, I forgot that they put this in here, that Frankenstein-looking dude, like, gets more sane.
Yeah,
they cover a lot of stuff.
They really do. If you knock him out or kill him, but mainly knock him out, if you kill him, that part just doesn't happen, obviously.
Yeah.
Although it's kind of funny because there's almost no way that you could get away with getting behind him without him seeing you do it. So I don't know. The fact that he's willing to say Trescon and be happy about it is a little strange. Is it just me, or is this room different?
No, that's the new one.
Okay, sure, it feels different. I'm not sure why.
Maybe it's just because there's less. It looks like there's less decorations. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think there's less decor. Oh yeah, because there's the boxes. So he's like he has his stuff packed up. Okay, that's what it is.
Right. Yeah. Okay, that would do it.
This scene's funny.
Yes. Yeah.
She's dancing and he's just like awkwardly standing there. Yeah. Dance for me.
Pulls out his dual pistols of injustice. Pew 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 pew. Also, this is clearly just a flat texture. It's not a skybox in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's a skybox texture from Vandenberg.
Also, is this the one where the text gets cut off at the bottom? Yes, it does.
Yeah, probably.
and then just the fade out, and then the credits start. And as you can tell, I had my high DPI on, so the credits are too big. I do that for both of the credits fake outs before the very end of the video, but then I fixed it in the last one just because it looks nicer.
The World Cup run.
Yeah, it's another thing that I completely screwed up on this video was taking fists here and then not doing anything with them, and on top of that, also just not having enough of those like intertitles towards the end of the video. Like I could have put one for air traffic control, I could have put one for the finale, but I just chose not to.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I admittedly I removed one or two just because I couldn't find like one of those funny comedy lines to put like over the top of it. My thing about picking like, oh yeah, just the firewall agent just fucking doming him for no reason.
Jesus.
That'll
show him.
I don't know why he did that, but he did. And there it was. And so I just got to go and kill all these guys freely. I would have been really pissed, like, if I wasn't trying to make that happen, but it actually worked out quite well for this section of the video, so I did it. But yeah,
be cool, Arnold, be cool. Those fucking guys.
Yep.
And their stupid voice lines.
I was,
Be cool, Arnold.
I was trying to, make it so that I would have, like, a funny comedy line for each of those intertitles. But the thing about those intertitles is that I wanted to use a line that you didn't hear in the video, just to make it so, like, just so there would always appear to be just that little bit more behind the scenes that you didn't see. But that got harder and harder and harder towards the end, like, oh my god.
Right.
Yeah, because there's like, I show off a lot of the game, like, already, so using a line that you don't know is quite difficult. Like, back in the ABI one, where I used the toe socks line, and then the, afterwards I used the same toe socks line to say, what the fuck? Man, I wish I knew that there was that line from Ryan where he's like, I hate the internet, it's where ugly people get frisky. Ugh. I would have used that line 100% in the intertitle, but I just completely forgot about it. Well, I didn't forget about it. I didn't know about it until I played through 1.0, and that just happened to be the line that he used.
Right.
Is there a reason why NVS Hacker doesn't, like, send you, like, a message or something? Is there, like, a scripting trigger you had to do here?
I think it's
Let's give it a try.
I think he thinks of it like you know what a dead drop is?
Yeah, where you take like a USB and stick it somewhere inconspicuous so someone can come and grab it later.
Yeah, I think that's what that's supposed to imply.
Fair. Oh yeah, Kylie just fucking murdering me.
Yeah,
oh, she shot me in the spleen!
This is very difficult to do. Like, you just gotta go in there and take out the guy in, like, the most central part of the map.
Yeah, and then let these two kill each other for some reason. And then just waltz on out of there. Is this where they pass the Bechdel test?
Yes.
Moving on. Yeah, I don't know why I felt the need to put the Zelda sound in there. Also, yeah, fun detail here. Get back to the corporate district. I do have... yep. The first point of the game where I just outright cut a Narcissus event. Like, it's at this point of the video where I'm expecting you to know that Narcissus thing means there's trouble. And that's just the first point where I just outright, like, nope, you don't get to see this till later. Admittedly, I came up with this, like, way at the end of the editing process. Like, I cut a couple out because I'm like, a couple of the original Narcissus events out, like the ones you find early on, because I'm like, I don't know where I'm going to put this, where it's going to make sense. But it was only right towards the end where I was like, I just have to do this all at once, don't I? Because otherwise it's not going to make a lick of sense.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. Do you have anything interesting to say whatsoever?
The only thing, so it's cool how there's different commentary on how you handle things. Like Faz mentioning that you murked everybody and he likes it, but King Cashew is not. And even if you're a World Corp, like you're doing here, you can still experience a lot of those different different ways of handling it. Like there's a way that you can. There's something cool about the beginning of TNM is you can actually exploit each faction before you make your choice. Like you can walk over there and get your money, and then come back to do this, and then still help Scara. So you can get your money back for the quote unquote subway pass. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Wait. No. Do you get the money after you say? Yeah, you get the money after you save the dragon. That's right. Never mind.
Oh.
What I meant to say was you can like go in there and loot the armory. You can go in there and even take out some guards quietly while you're still allied with them.
Right.
And you can do the same thing for World Corp. Like if you're planning on saving SD, you can take out all the guards except for like 3 before they become hostile.
And yeah, you're right. Now that well, not you. I think it was Greasel that brought this up, but that's not a dragon. That's just a massive Greasel.
Yeah, it is.
Which
makes sense for the game because he would be using the assets in Deus Ex for his representation inside a Deus Ex forum. So
yes, he would be. And also, it occurs to me because we're going to have so much of this scene here where just Scara is just talking to you. Man, you really should have made it so that like here he's sitting in his chair. But then the next time you come see him, he's like standing in the corner, and then the next time you come see him, he's sitting in front of the fireplace. Cause yeah. Again, I'm crapping on your absolutely amazing work, but I just realized also that's the boat from the beginning of Deus Ex in the background, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's the boat, and then that credit sheet is it's like that old school thing where you frame the first dollar you make when you have a business kind of thing.
So not only is he Mr. Burns, he's also Mr. Krabs.
Yeah.
Yes, because I really did feel the need to like drop in all of like the Mr. Burns references, because it really does feel like a lot of like his personality was taken from Mr. Burns.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the yellow skin, too, just like The Simpsons.
Exactly. That's another thing to bring up. I never actually mentioned that in the video, but I feel like after the 3 Mr. Burns references I dropped, it should be just blindingly obvious. And
yeah.
If it's not, it's impressive. Also, I'm not entirely sure. Well, no, I am. I very specifically made sure to make Trescon look different in this second playthrough, just so you knew.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah, if only a little bit. God, the things I could do if I was better at video editing and just had more time. But I basically said to myself, the Nameless mod, because of a lot of the other things that I need to do, that my video on the Nameless mod needed to be done and dusted by the end of 2024. So even though it came out through like the beginning of 2025, I needed it to be done.
Yeah.
So there was a lot more I could have done if I had time, but like it had already taken up like nearly 2 months of my life at this point. I had to wrap a bow on it.
Mm-hmm. And something that I was gonna do is his TV screens that overlook the different levels of the map or of the building. Those are still the 2009 maps on the pictures there. So I was gonna have them replaced just for completion's sake, but I think it's actually kind of cool to have the 2009 version still on the monitors.
Yeah, true. Neat.
Because you can tell that there are different versions of the maps that you visit.
Yeah. If you look closely enough, it's a fun little Easter egg.
Like both of those right there, the cubicles, you can tell where those are on floor 2, but they're definitely very different. And then same with the other hallway on floor 2, because on that hallway, in the old version, there's like little platforms that the different sections are on, but in the 2.0 version, it's little indents in the ground where there's different types of machinery on it for better movement. So you can definitely tell the difference, but it's still the same area.
Indeed. God, what was I about to say there? I had something brewed up in my head, and I've completely lost it. God damn it.
All right then.
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Oh no, yes, I remember.
happens.
This entire conversation would be entirely baffling to anyone who wasn't around forums circa 2004. Like, what the hell is a news script?
Yeah.
Like, I know what a news script is. I know what they're getting at, but God, people playing this today would have like no goddamn idea.
Yeah. But it also does have a what's the word for it? Like it's kind of like it's some type of technology. So as long as you think about, okay, so I got to get a thing for this guy. Okay, fair enough. At least that's enough information for you to just go and play the game.
Yeah, but still, it's definitely one of the more aged references here.
Yeah.
I completely skipped me just raiding the World Core building because it was just like, you know, what's the point? It's exactly the same layout and you can just wander around. You can have a conversation with like a random scientist that just has a tiny little bit of background information, but like, it seems like so much wasted effort.
I need to check something in the level editor while this is playing. This is that was floor 3, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it's floor 3.
I think it was floor 3, yeah. I'm also disappointed that I didn't show off that secret room that is up there, just above, like, the big-ass machinery, but... oh, well.
Okay, I noticed some of the textures on the door frames were messed up in your video, so I needed to make sure that the map was correct.
Alright, can we go for a hat trick and things you need to fix?
Nah, it's updated. It's updated. I remember, I noticed it in one of the other maps, so what happened is, like, so there's 2 versions of the editor for this game. It's Unreal Editor 1 and Unreal Editor 2. So Unreal Editor 2 is like a hacked version of the Unreal Engine 2, backtracked to work with Unreal Engine 1. So something that can mess up is if you open up a map that was edited with Unreal Editor 2 and edit it with Unreal Editor 1 and rebuild and save, it'll mess up some of the brushes that exist only in Unreal Editor 2. So I was using a special type of brush called a frame brush, where it's exactly what it sounds like. It creates a single brush out of a frame with technically 4 different brushes, but it's all one piece. So what happened is Hawk rebuilt some maps in Unreal 1, not realizing it was going to break the frames, and I use that tool a lot because I'm very specific with making textures fit correctly and framing things correctly. So all the textures merged, so it looked kind of weird and the texture was broken. But I checked our files, everything's fine. So
good.
That door right there with the gold framing, those 2 slider doors, those are technically frame brushes.
Hello, Trescon. Mr. King alerted me
Fair enough.
you were on your way.
And then the door frame around the door there, that's a frame brush. So it's like, see how the texture meets at an L? It's actually the same texture, but it's just rotated differently so that the different pieces on the single texture look like they're cohesive.
Fair enough. Nice little bit of technical info.
Yeah, full of that.
Hey, it's what I got you in here for. Reminiscing and technical details. And also, it's very hard to fill 6.5 hours with just reminiscing.
Yeah.
Is this the cutscene where everybody gets down in front, or is it the next one? I think it's the next one.
Nice little detail showing that we have to
Yeah, it's the next one.
We also break into Alpha's office and steal his gun.
Another one of those neat little details.
Because as soon as you get silencers for your twin pistols, this gun becomes basically useless, but whatever. There's not much else left to see in Alpha's bar, although if you log into his computer, you can actually find this nice bit of world building where he's trying to convince Raving Nutter to unite against WorldCore.
Silence.
The only viable way to get into DxO is to make
Ye old service pistol.
Yep, and yep, another little bit of, as you were talking about earlier, just a neat little bit of background detail and world building there about how they're all trying to fight against WorldCorp's influence because they're just moving in everywhere.
Yeah.
Just skipping aim and no mates because there's nothing new there. If I had one of the most like esoteric things imaginable, I'd love to just be able to have an extended chat with Aimer, just to make it so that he has at least one friend. I admit I'm just completely confused about the idea that he somehow manages to just have all these lines related to just wanting to sit down and have a chat with you, and yet just it just doesn't happen.
The Chevron thing.
Yeah, I had to bring that up after Greasel mentioned it. Couldn't let that one slide. And as we said, he might be Canadian, where it would be the other way around, but we just assumed, based on the fact that Deus Ex and most of these people are from the US, that he's probably from the US, but hard to be sure these days.
Yeah. I think I looked up on Wayback Machine where he was from when we were talking about that. I can't remember if I did or not, though.
You actually got the script?
Quite so.
Well, I suppose that entitles
Despot
you
may
to
be
know
impressed
what
anyway.
you
Kyler
did.
should have some idea of where to find it.
That's
Yep.
what I'm doing
I think
right
this
now.
is the cutscene where all the NPCs just wander in front of the camera for no reason.
And it's great.
Also, yes, all these lines being equally cringeworthy.
With me, son. And
God, her face texture looks so much better after the eye was changed.
yes, that should do it. Now, you know how to find Despot.
Yes, as far as we know, he has a secret.
Yep, here come the random NPCs. Despite the fact there should be plenty of room there, she just gets stuck.
In his office.
Yeah.
As a
the note's
result,
in the center.
yep, and as a result, someone else comes down and they get stuck, and it's just
Intruder and will be
this just creates absolute chaos in this cutscene for no reason. Oh,
Yeah.
hi Gand.
I can give you this though.
Oh, yep, there's the other woman.
I think you might be able to get into the PDX building from there, if you can handle the smell. Good luck.
Oh my god.
I know, right? Just when this happened, I'm like, yeah, that's staying in.
If you succeed.
Just in full.
Cares if I die. Also, this prank.
So you're the one Scar has been talking about all
Oh, that side texture on the ticket machine is off.
I'm
The stripe is a little too low.
work on a per kill
You're right, so it is.
Apparently the old man thought
There you go, there's a texture for you to fix.
PDX HQ. I've been scouting out
Hey, the
floor
updated
where your
jacket.
objective is
Wait, no,
located.
that's not updated jacket. That's the regular jacket.
There's no way a burned out
I forgot that that's the original.
I'll go to hell.
Well, at least it doesn't have the pedo mustache. You can live with that.
Yup. Yup.
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, go watch the 1.0 video. The discussion's in there,
Shots at certain guards.
along with the example.
Your own way through the first floor. But when you get to the upper
I really don't know how they would have gotten away with that. The voice would not have matched the character
Oh,
at
that's,
all,
that's
right?
another thing. It wouldn't have matched at all.
Said, into the sewers we go.
You would have needed to sound like you're in your bloody 70s, and at that point, oh yeah, you can very clearly see like the cuts I'm making in this conversation because the guy just jumped.
The sewers long this
Yeah.
time. We just need to unlock this door, go up
Oh yes, your favorite level, although we're not there quite yet.
through, and we're actually in PDX.
And yes, I had to steal that gag from Civvy because of the amount of times you end up in the sewer in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty common.
I'm surprised Winkman went down so easy.
Oh yes, the fat rifle. Now, I do get the fat rifle in this footage, and you can't tell me that this doesn't feel like it wasn't inspired by the Callisto NRG from Perfect Dark.
I thought you were.
I am. I work for Scar.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it's blue and white and not just, like, solid blue.
How nice.
Also, yeah, gotta go and, scare,
You want some?
I was about to call him Jason there. Jonas, for a moment. And also, for some reason, I'm just invisible in this cutscene. This is always the funniest thing.
1604.
Just having your cloak on and then someone just instantly seeing you.
Yeah.
How do you live with yourself?
And then you're just standing there, just being completely invisible. And well, I say funny. It's more frustrating because your org energy is just slowly running down in these cutscenes.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't stop. Yeah.
And you can't press F4 to turn it off.
Eventually first. The problem is,
It just had to do that. So yeah, like, you got the... It's almost the same shape. It loads in from the side, too. Like, the NRG, it just, like, sucks the ammo in. It isn't, like, loaded into the side like an ammo mag, but it really does feel like the Callisto NRG. Again, for those of you who have never played Perfect Dark, I'm not adding the image in, I'm sorry. Also, damn.
I just noticed the gun barrel is a lot smaller than it should be, too.
God help me, Zero is actually useful.
I really don't like the models.
I'm making so much more work for... Oh, well, you can't really edit the models, so I guess that's done.
And then this is kind of half-assed, too. Like, the guards that he shoots, They're only here if you tell them to help you. It's so dumb. So he's literally doing nothing for you.
And I've also noticed that, like, if you stray even remotely off the beaten path, it feels like King Cashew just wants to come down on you, like, with a vengeance and just instantly kill you.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. It'd be fun to have him just wandering around, not expecting you, but, like, yeah, as soon as you get seen by him, you're just instantly dead. And yeah, so one fun thing I learned about all of Garndire's lines here, just as I was, just after I did all the edits and whatnot, almost all of his lines are from Got Garned.
Yeah.
Like, as a reference, or just one-for-one copied.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is, you know, great. Because it just gets across the essence of Gandaya. He really is just like, on an individual encounter level, he's like my favorite thing in this mod. Like, I'm not usually into, you know, just like lol's so random humor. But for some reason, I just really like Garnd.
I think I feel an explosion coming on as we speak.
He's so cool.
I win. I yield.
I'm sorry.
I actually remember, this actually is directly from the comic, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, if you go on the Nameless Mod Wiki, which was written by good old Greasel, just like the list of the lines and like what God Garnd they come from, it's just a big list of them.
You should be in the clear now.
Yeah, you can tell it's a bit of a cover-up too, because like if you annoy these guys, Zero just says, well, screw it, I'm not shooting them anymore, have fun, because I imagine moving them breaks their scripting.
I think they're actually set to not react to you, even.
I am pretty sure the first one you can run into does end up actually...
if they see you. Yeah, there's no way to take off them not seeing you. But, like, footsteps, all that jazz, yeah.
Alright, so this is your favorite level.
Yeah. Good old Sen's Fortress.
Yep, that's the reason why I called it that in the YouTube video. It's, it certainly stands out. Like, you have no idea what you can expect when you drop in here.
No snake men with swords and shield, though.
Thank God for that.
The fog here is actually just bushes.
Bushes?
They're giant bushes. Yeah.
Why?
Because it's less of a hassle than making a zone of fog. Because if you make a zone of fog, it just cuts off instantly where the zone line is. So it wouldn't have looked natural.
Huh. Good point. Oh yeah, just this scene here is sick. There's a reason why there's a reason why I did that as like one of my little movie posters.
Yeah.
The internet is serious business, and there's just a guy impaled on a spike. And I made sure to turn around to get, like, a really good look at the place. Like, I actively did that for the sake of the video.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, this is actually, like, my first time playing this route. So, all of the, like, reactions you're seeing here are 100% legitimate. What I first did on, like, my first run through Despot's apartment, and, like, pretty much everything World Court related.
Mm-hmm.
And, yes, your absolute favorite little thing that you love to talk about there, you just immediately quick save and then immediately die.
Good.
I cut that so quick. The one thing that I didn't put in the video here was out those windows. You're a bastard, by the way. You put a weapon mod just like at the end of one of those columns out one of those windows, but you very specifically designed it so that you cannot jump back into that window.
Yeah.
So
you can do it with Speed Aug, but
no, as far as I can tell, you can't do it with Speed Aug. Just
if you crouch and jump, you should be able to.
Well, fuck me then, because I was originally going to put in the video that something along the lines of, this is me going out and getting this mod and then deciding it wasn't worth the effort to go back through the axes again and just quick loaded. But yeah. I figured it would be just like more appropriate for the video to just not have me say anything throughout this section. Like, I do not say anything from the moment you get into Despot's apartment to the moment you exit it.
So do you remember in 1.0 what this replaces? It's that it's the skulls.
Yeah, it's the cavern with the skulls, and the skulls are just JPEGs that haven't had the edges cut off properly, and it looks horrifically bad.
Yeah, that's so the part where you fall in the cage into the lava, that's directly taken from Doom 3, and that skull thing, that's actually another scene that's taken from Doom 3, but it just looks like crap, so I just let's just replace it. So I did.
Yeah, I don't blame you. The edges on those textures, my god. Also, I'm incredibly embarrassed by how long it took me to figure out how you're supposed to open that keypad. At the time,
big old book.
Yeah, the big old book in the background. I completely missed that on this playthrough. I came back to try and find some trivia questions that weren't just counting shit, and that was when I first found the book. Just straight up has the password in it. I don't know how I missed that. I have 25 minutes of me wandering around trying to figure out where the bloody hell this key is, and I completely missed that goddamn big book.
Yeah.
Genuinely depressing on my part. Let's see, that's me going for the callback edit here.
DxO news script, the one you want.
What do you want? I'm very busy. Welcome to PDX. I'm sorry, I'm quite lazy or busy at the moment.
Yep, he looks so busy right now.
Yep. Doesn't even bloody move.
Your admin password.
He's just idling up and down, and his tail's going a bit more.
Didn't change that. So if you look on his back, on his hind leg, you see that circle?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember telling somebody to change that, because that looks weird. It looks like it's just like a tattoo of a circle.
It
Because you
really
can see
does.
the scale of his skin. Like, that's clearly supposed to be like a augmented, like, panel thing. But someone just lazily just put an overlay of some type over the texture and then called it a day.
And here I am thinking I might actually be able to fix that. Because, I mean, I managed to fix the, that texture for you of the robot.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to look like it's definitely supposed to be like a black mechanical circle of some type.
My immediate thought is of like...
And then there's lights under it.
It looks... Wow,
No, it's not.
I didn't realize how much of like a warping effort that just the coming in and closing in of the cutscene there would be. But if my immediate thought was something along the lines of it was meant to be like a mount point for a cannon.
Are you asking me to kill fast?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Congratulations, you are not deaf. I want you to kill Phasmatis. Which part don't you understand?
And yeah, it's 100% true what I say here. Bloody...
I'm not sure that's a good
I looked at the note and I'm like, surely that can't be what I do. Looked at the F2, it just says kill Phasmatis, not go and try and kill Phasmatis at his apartment. No, it's just kill Phasmatis. And I'm like, that can't be it. So I spent 10 minutes just wandering around. I have footage of this. Just like, am I supposed to be doing something else? And then, nope, you just wander on up to Phasmatis and you just have the talk with him.
Yeah. And then he's like, are you crazy, dude?
Yep, he's more or less like, yep, just mental. Also, I didn't know this, but just outright breaking his TV just makes him hostile.
Yeah.
Which is really funny. Because at the very beginning of this video, I put me like getting in front of the TV and turning it off to get that one line of text from him. Again, one of those things I wish I knew when I started editing this project, so I could like add that in as another thing. I promise you, there isn't going to be much in the way of a director's cut for this one. Because, again, my video editor is so bad, it takes 10 minutes to load the project, and anytime I do anything, it feels like it's risking crashing, so...
Yeah, right, because it got so big, yeah.
Yeah, there is very little I can do. There is, the video editor that I use, Kden Live, stores everything in XML files, like the projects, so you can open them up. The project file, and this is in pure text, of the Nameless mod, like the main XML for the all-in-one version, is 4.8 megabytes of pure text.
Yeah, not surprised.
And yeah, again, another thing that I'm a little bit annoyed I didn't include in the video. I could have put like the email from Faz up here to like serve as my example of how they didn't really talk much to Trescon. They were just like, hey, come back, we need you for this super deadly special mission.
Yeah,
I could have put that on here to sell my point even further, but I didn't. I feel like this little conversation here just like serves that point well enough, but you know, one of those things that I would have liked to have done.
That's how I still see it.
Also, that bottle of wine there looking almost as big as the two of them.
Yeah, I think it's enormous.
And all the perks that come with it.
Oh man, like, I admittedly watched these videos a lot when I was like editing them back, because I was trying to make sure that the pacing was right and I wasn't doing too much in the way of like really shoddy editing here and there. But man, some of the shit I'm watching, even watching it through, watching it through again, is just nuts.
This isn't Star Wars. You're not going to turn me from the dark side.
He's gaslighting him. Fuck him.
Well, guess what? I made my choice. And if you don't like it,
alright, before we get into the web browser, which is like my second favorite thing in this game, I will return shortly. Please, entertain the audience.
Okay.
I like Scar's style.
Yeah, so this, the World Corp side of this, the gameplay is sort of lacking in terms of the Planet Deus Ex side, but I think the writing of it and how Trescon presents himself about feeling like a kind of betrayed by the guys and everything, and then pretty much it's kind of funny how everybody on the PDX side, the quote unquote good side, it like instantly turns on him and thinks he's like this big piece of crap and blames him for everything. But I mean, Trescon really is making like a lot of sense when he explains why it happens. So that's I really think we should have played more into that, rather than just making the World Corp side Trescon like the super evil dude, like the fact that you're really like going after your old buddies directly so often is kind of a little bit too much in my opinion. Like going after the guy that runs Soul's Bar and like just straight up whooping his ass in his own bar as your first objective, that's kind of odd to me. So yeah, like I said, I really think we should have leaned more into Trescon feeling like he's being used by PDX and really rubbing it in their face, rather than just so directly violent and making Trescon so directly like evil on this side of the game.
You know, you're not wrong about that. That does track a little.
Yeah, I was saying when you were gone that we kind of forced Trescon to be like super bad, and the like that conversation that it was just showing with Faz, he's making a lot of good points for how they treated him back then, and then also how they're treating him in this current situation. So it would have been cooler to just make it more so about like Trescon said, it's all about power for all of you people. So this is just my in by going with Scara.
And it does actually manage to sell that angle really well, like towards the end.
Yeah.
It just takes a while to get there.
Another thing that I mentioned is like, as you're doing things, like the way that the PDX guys respond, they're very like I think, doesn't King Cash like call you a piece of shit? Like when you first establish as going with World Corp, it's like they instantly turn on you no matter what you're doing. That is kind of weird that like quote unquote old friends would immediately react to you like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. It's just, again, another reason why I'm a little bit disappointed I didn't bring out that email is just because it's here. It could be better, but it is here, and it's enough that most people will be fine with it.
Yeah. Also, in my Q&A, I mentioned that I would have liked there to be a turnaround point for joining PDX or World Corp on day 2. If the way that they react to you if you join World Corp would have to have been changed if that was a possibility.
Yeah, but I get it, because this was in what, 06. Like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that kind of narrative design was not very common. So
Yeah, and like back then we were just a bunch of kids. Like no one knew how to Unreal script like freaking Hawk does. So, yeah, I don't know if I said in the Q&A. Oh, I know what I did. So I have 2 drafts of my Q&A, and in the first draft I mentioned if I went back in time to redo the 2009 version, I remember mentioning that I would have to have this caveat in the hypothetical that Hawk would have to be able to come with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do anything different.
you keep praising Hawk because
mentioned in there.
Yeah, because we're about to come up on like the best thing Hawk did in this version of the game, at least in my personal opinion. That wasn't fixing something else.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're about to get to that. I've always wondered why you can't get milk, like, in this map as well. Like, you can go swimming in it.
Because it's already the joke is already in the crystal milk that you can pick up. So.
Right. Okay.
There are actually
Yeah.
multiple computer games you
Also,
can
yeah,
play
this joke.
around on the computers, but they're all gathered here in MilkNet. There's everything from this lights out clone.
Have you ever been to a LAN center?
No.
Yeah, that's basically what this place is right here. It's a LAN center.
Yeah, it's a net cafe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I added that phone hanging up sound, and like, I didn't go to the effort of getting that phone call naturally. I just got the sound from the game files and just did it that way. Because I could not be bothered answering all the telephones and, doing that while I was recording. I found it on my first playthrough because I was answering all the telephones to hear all the lines, but
yeah,
I wasn't doing that when I was recording. It wasn't going to be worth the effort. Also, yes, the IRC gag that Hawk shows up in. If you pay attention to the timestamps on the left, the cut between this screen and the gag is like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, 5 minutes. Still. And the web browser. This is the coolest shit.
Yeah, that's actually GameSpy or the GameSpy website.
Yeah, this is straight up what the website used to look like in 04, just made in like a 640 by 480 monitor. And all of those links on the left worked. It is a super impressive effort. And again, I just want fucking got Garned in there. Oh yeah, all the movies that are not real except for Raw, which is a real movie.
This absolutely massive browser quiz about their
Wait, are those movies?
Well, they've got names underneath them, but they aren't the right names. Like, it's got Gandalf from Lord of the Rings, but under him it just says Wizard.
Yeah.
And it's got, like, the Matrix poster, but it calls it something else. The only one that's real is Raw. Because Raw is an actual, like, niche movie from the 80s that had actual lions in it.
Oh, man. I love the Invaders. I'm so glad that this got put in.
God, this was weird. Again, I didn't find this until I was, like, researching, like, extra things for the web browser. And I just clicked on that, and I'm like, oh, well, shit, this needs to go on the video.
Other TNM player.
Yeah. I fought, like, 5 or 6 of these, but, yeah.
And this gameplay, this is literally exactly how invaders are in Dark Souls. Like, you see the message that you're getting invaded, and then you're just frantically running around the map trying to find them.
Pretty much, yeah. It took me a while to figure out that was where they were meant to spawn. Yeah, that web browser is the fucking coolest.
Yeah, and there's so much hidden stuff in it.
Yeah, you've just got the whole meta element of it being like the real world websites and being just like a preservation of those, and then it just ends up having a bunch of cool stuff on the side, like being able to change your look and being able to fight those invaders and whatnot. It's just yeah. Another movie quote, that one was from Hawk, because I haven't actually seen Whiplash. He just linked that clip to me, and I'm just like, yeah, that's going in. And that was that.
This is another donated map.
Yep, another one of those ones that you just had to roll with.
Hate them. One of the most hated environments that I have to work in is office complexes. Making 100 different desks, 100 different doors, and then the boring rectangles. It just drives me crazy to work in, so I did not want to touch this stupid map. I removed some things and simplified some things, but other than that, I'm not messing with it.
What did you just do?
Yeah, I just...
Relax, I just read
It's not really an awful map, but it really doesn't fit this kind of gameplay, does it?
Yeah, it kind of works. It works, so it's fine.
Yep.
What does Scara pay you?
And I do appreciate how,
Oh? What, if you don't mind me asking?
well, I say that this makes Scara more likable.
He was pretty much nothing back then.
It makes him more...
He forgot about me.
I don't know. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is here. Just remembering this one guy.
Well, he used to be cool, but now I hear
Yeah,
he's turned into
yeah.
Yeah, just
sort of
helping this guy out 3 years ago and then just calling in a favor. And it just makes you think like, well, maybe this Scara guy isn't so bad after all.
I can't remember what the I can't remember what the story behind him is exactly. Because I mean he was associated with a lot of people in the story. Like Jonas used to work with them. NVS Hacker worked with them. So I mean at some point he was decent, you know what I mean?
And for some reason that guy was just named Jim, which...
Good old Jim.
Yeah, if you remember the Rent-A-Cops, Jim, James, Jimmo, Jimberson, and
Yeah.
Jimberly or whatever, just... It's like, oh, there's another Jim, okay.
Yeah, that's I think that's just a happy coincidence because Jim. I think that's supposed to be Jim Bowen. He made mods for multiplayer.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know any of these people. Well, to be fair, I know you.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know any of these people from back in the day, so...
Yeah.
I don't know if any of these guys are like just like people who got thrown in for the hell of it, or if they were actually important in the community, or what. So it's just nice to hear all these like little stories and all the ways that these things come together. It adds a lot more depth to this mod's background that I like for some reason. One of the main thing that like I didn't know very much about the Nameless mod like going into this. But I played it for like 20 minutes, and it just stuck out immediately that this was clearly meant to be like a community of people that existed in the past. Maybe being a little bit exaggerated, but, you know, just clearly it's going for like the feel of what this place used to be like, and I love that shit. That's why I decided to do this 6.5 hour mega project, because you could feel it from hour one.
Yeah. Yeah, that Jim Bowen guy, he, so DXMP is a very niche thing, and it's very difficult to get those lunatics to play anything other than basic deathmatch. So Jim Bowen's mod, it was actually very cool. It added a bunch of different weapon types. Like there was even a weapon where you could teleport. So he made maps that were very vertically inclined, and so that you would use your teleport gun to get around the map a lot. So it's surprising that he managed to get a bunch of those lunatics to actually play and enjoy his mod. So,
believe me, I know the feeling. Every time you play a Call of Duty game outside of the first couple of months, and it's just everyone's playing Team Deathmatch or everyone's playing Nuketown. There's no in between.
Yeah, yup, pretty much. That's how it is with DXMP too. There's like 8 people that are still dedicated to playing it, and it's always DXMP Smuggler, and it's always Team Deathmatch, even with that low amount of people.
And of course, anyone trying to get into that sort of community will just immediately get curb stomped by everyone on the map and just never come back.
Yep. Like I've played a couple matches with people from like Facebook groups and stuff, and they're always new people. Obviously, they just like DX and want to play more DX content, so they play DXMP. And I think I've done it like 3 times now. And the first 2 times we just joined a random server just to play, and of course, one of those people see that everybody's playing, that there's people playing, so they jump in. And the first time someone joined and was using like a god mode cheat, so good on them. That's pretty cool. And it was saying some pretty like heinous shit to everybody. And then the second time it was like a legit person that was just playing, but of course not gonna turn it off. They're gonna act like big badasses and swing their E-pins around and just go like 40-0. Yeah, it was a pretty stupid experience because that's the thing about these like older game communities. Like they're always pissing and moaning about how little people play. but then when new people come in, they throw all that aside and want to act like they're big bad and in charge and get those ridiculous scores and then pretty much brag about it. But it's like people that have played the game for literally minutes, like, good on you, guy, you got him. You showed them.
Just I say nostalgia, but it's not really nostalgia if it's negative, of like 6 different multiplayer games that always went down the same way.
Yep. So like when I was playing, I would like what's the word for it? I wouldn't play. I would just sit there and like talk shit in a corner somewhere. And then when someone did find me, I'd like act like a coward and just shoot at them and run away.
I'm just imagining this conversation having off to the side. Who's that weird midget in the corner? Oh, that's ZeroPresence. Don't go near him. He runs away. He's a coward.
Yeah, pretty much.
Also, I don't know how many people got this joke here. Like, people don't comment on my videos or anything, so I don't know how many people get this. But I cut off that 3,000 credits line very specifically to make a joke to make Trescon look like the greediest bastard in the universe. And you get 3,000 credits. I'm in.
Yep, got it. In. Whatever you say, bro.
Yeah, I made a couple of cuts like that. Like, there's one in, like, the first half of the video where I say something along the lines of, I don't mean to leave a trail of bodies along behind me, it's just that, and then I immediately cut it. But, I don't think people got the joke, which is, you know, unfortunate.
Yeah, shit happens.
No. Hell, I've been asking, like, people I know and friends of mine to watch these and just give me feedback on them, but I don't know if anyone ever did. Because at the moment, I believe the video that got the most views is, like, part 1 at, like, 290, and then for the rest, it's, like, didn't even break 160.
Yeah.
So, you know, but, I mean, that happens on YouTube, you know. It's just depressing.
Yeah, that's how it is, because our YouTube channels aren't chasing trends. Like,
No.
this is not important to in the grand scheme of things. This isn't Fortnite. This isn't the latest and greatest. It's old content, basically.
And I am 99% sure that I'm in some kind of YouTube black hole where the algorithm has flipped a switch and nobody sees my videos on their subscription feeds anymore. So
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with how everything is with YouTube.
Yeah, so, you know, that's one of the reasons why I gave up YouTube. It just feels like that when you've got, like, 29,000 subs and you're only getting a couple hundred views a video, you feel like something in the system is working against you.
Yeah.
And yeah, just me slaughtering all the Llama Cult members on my way down to blow up the tablets. Feels bad getting Silver Dragon out and then immediately, like, coming here and killing him on the World Corp on the Goats run.
Yeah.
Also, I also meant to show off that those pics have, like, unique lines for them, but I never did it. Just, again, one of those gags which, like, doesn't really come across on video. You wander into this, like, random object that has a bunch of funny lines attached to it, and when you're in game and you're doing it, it gives you a little bit of a giggle. But when it's just a guy standing there and just watching these messages go by, it has an entirely different feel.
Mm-hmm.
And so as a result, just like some of the best gags just don't get to happen.
Yeah, the not the regular wine bottles, but the green ones, they have lines like that too.
Must have completely missed that. I'm genuinely surprised at myself again.
Yeah, usually you find them together. There's the decorative, like, green wine bottle with the big cork on the top. Those have similar lines. Like, it tells you to keep your grimy fingers off the glass and a couple of things like that. Oopsie.
You can find these dotted around the map, but
I refuse to make an image for this. I had like 3 or 4 different alternatives for that joke, but I sent them all to a friend and I'm like, any of these funny out of context? And he was like, no. Just
alright, fine, fair.
Yeah, flat no, so I just went for the one that I liked the best, which was meat spin merry-go-rounds.
Something I don't like about these is I think they're set up wrong, because when you tase somebody with the what do they call it? The stun baton. It doesn't transmit panic, so it's a good stealth tool. But when you like EMP the firewall guys and they go into that animation, or when you stun somebody with the gloves and they go into that shock animation similar to the stun baton, they actually transmit transmit a panic, and NPCs around them can respond. So it kind of defeats the purpose of being stealthy.
That hasn't been fixed yet?
So I think it's supposed to be on purpose, because you can knock somebody out without transmitting panic with just the regular karate chop. So I think the stun gloves are supposed to be more of a like a combat stun, or you're not concerned about causing other enemies to come after you, kind of thing.
Yeah. That sucks. I wish you would change that. But that is a reference to Modern War Gear Solid. Have you ever seen it?
No, I haven't seen that.
It is a combination of Metal Gear Solid and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, where Bobby Kotikovich is basically just a military bot.
Yeah.
I'm just waxing nostalgia here right now, because I loved this series back in the day. It was a web series that was being released like around the time that OG Nameless Mod came out. It is old shit.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it was fun, because it was just making fun of itself. It had lots of in-jokes. It was very clearly just a few people in an amateur sort of setting just doing this random film for fun, although it was more like a web series. And it has that unique charm to it in the same way that this does, in the same way that the Nameless Mod does, which is why I had to insert a reference to it somewhere. Yeah, I wholeheartedly recommend, if anyone's gotten this far in the commentary, because 5 hours, you nutballs, I highly recommend to anyone to go watch it, because it's just fun.
What are you doing here,
Yeah, that one clip of it. That was a good clip you picked, because that just looked pretty good.
Yeah, it's like,
it looked like it was like soap, and then looked like it was a character under a box, like Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, it is literally Snake getting into a box. And
Yeah.
if you look carefully at the clip, the ID goes from Solid Snake to just a box.
Nice.
So yeah, it makes sense. How do you not see him? It's full of shit like that. And there is a third crossover that comes into it, which is, I'm not going to spoil it, but back in the day, like in 2009, 2010 internet, it caught me completely off guard, because I was still an innocent little child at the time. Yeah, again, that series gives you the same feeling that the Nameless Mod does, and I still hold a reverence to it these days. Like, in 2024, it wouldn't be that impressive, but in 2009, that shit was amazing. Anyway, sorry, I've been waxing lyrical for too long. Is there anything you wish to say?
This boss fight is just never going to be good. There's no way around it other than setting something up like Alpha, where it's heavily orchestrated. Because you're either going to kill him in one hit, because he doesn't see you immediately, or you run into that rut of Deus Ex boss fights where it's just you stop talking and then immediately shoot each other.
Yeah, for some reason I keep thinking of the boss fight you have with I can't remember his name, but he's like your teacher in Resident Evil 4, where it's very clearly a scripted boss fight, and then you have like that actual fight on top.
Kraus, yeah.
Yeah, Kraus, that's it. Yeah, you just have that fight on top of the tower. I feel like it should be more like that, but like you're never getting that done.
Yeah, that's not happening in this.
Yep. Oh yeah, another example of me using the zoom for comedic effect. Cuts back just for a moment, and then cuts right back in. Also, yes, Tress Tonk, another one of my favorites. And yeah, another one of the things that just really bothers me, even though I don't really care, but on the other hand I do, is that you don't get like an intertitle for the start of Part 7. We're already into Part 7. The start of Part 7 is when you talk to King Cashew before you go down to the DXI. I should have added an intertitle there of some kind, but I just didn't. Because like, on the one hand, like, you've already seen all this before, you know what's coming, I don't need to put it into title, but it feels weird not to have it there.
Yeah, fair.
Also,
Yeah, God.
yeah.
He goes crazy on you.
Yeah,
treacherous scumbag.
Yeah, and you'll notice that I had to actively stop there to let that PM play out. I'm pretty sure I had to re-record that.
I remember that sound effect.
It's so dumb. It doesn't even sound like him.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I cut his dialogue as soon as he says, like, blow it up. Because that's exactly what I do. Again, I don't have my sound on, so I don't remember if I actually commentated this. Oh yeah, another comedic cut there.
So that I think that kind of stuff is good for YouTube, because so like say I'm sitting here playing something on my computer and I just have this in the background on my second monitor. If I see like that, just because you're a human, if you're looking and see it in your peripheral vision and it changes something like that, you're gonna glance over. So that's gonna like redraw people's interest and stuff.
Yep, bitch warping in right on top of me, by the way. Yeah, as I told you when I originally came into the server and I was like, I'm doing this, and then I ended up doing it. I'm a big fan of like video essayists like Civi11, White Light, and a bunch of other people that do videos like this. So the Nameless Mod, my video on the Nameless Mod was basically meant to be that, because either you had, oh god, excuse me, either you had a like 12-hour long play that was unedited, or you had like a couple of really short videos of just like people doing weird shit. And I'm like, I want to be like that in between, and it still ended up being 7 hours long anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I try to do my best. Hand me the staff now. You'll get it back when I'm done with it. Not out of
There's no mention of the fact that I just killed a bunch of people. Because I'm pretty sure that, yeah, that guy, I don't show this in the video, but if you kill Kavo-sama, like, after you, rescue him, and you're on the World Corp route, he just outright calls you, like, a murderous bastard, or something like that. Yeah. It feels like that clip would be slightly more appropriate for that situation, where you just grenade them, like, no fucks given, but, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. But another thing is, that's... that what just happened is actually kind of gamey, because in real life, if explosives went on down there, like the subway would be done.
Yeah, yeah.
And probably the block above would cave in. But just throwing a grenade down there and everything exploding, it's kind of funny that it's just like, okay, okay, well go turn it on, I guess.
Well, 2 points. One, this is Forum City, so that shit's fine. Two, it's Deus Ex, and you can already blow up the subway in that game without, yep. And, three, not related, but it reminds me of, Siphon Filter. Again, I'm pretty sure we've talked about it once on this already, in the first half, with the taser. But when you blow up the subway in the first game, and it's just absolutely fucking wrecked.
Yeah.
And then just in Deus Ex, which is supposedly a much more advanced game, which actually would come out like a year after the original Siphon Filter, if not two, where just, yeah, you throw a grenade and it's like, oh, it's fine. It's just, you know, a couple of body parts, 20 feet in that direction, and like blood everywhere, but who cares?
Yeah.
I was really tempted to just cut this bit out entirely, just because I did a lot of cutting here, but I was really tempted to just cut it all out, because it's crap you already know.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, from watching the PDX side, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I felt like I had to leave it in because, like, well, I love this line. You need to turn your sensors there because there are two butts. It did feel like a very big butt. Yeah, I like that line a lot. So I feel like I couldn't cut all of it, but man, I really went to town on this conversation and still turned out longer than I feel like it needed to be, but yeah. Because there's definitely that whole video essayist thing of keeping it interesting as long as possible, but you just gotta have these long conversations in here sometimes.
Yeah, this conversation really does frame what you're doing at ABI.
only one who knows the code. That means you have to knock him unconscious without killing
Uh-oh.
him and carry him to one of my specialists.
Just that little warning light when your PC's like loading cursor comes up next to the mouse cursor and you're like, what are you doing? You haven't done this for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's just not much to talk about at this point because we're just watching these two talk to each other. And although
Yeah,
technically,
I'm looking at the text to see if like what are the main standouts.
yeah, but there's, oh yeah, we're doing your quest at this point, and this is absolutely another thing that I would have changed if I like had more time. But I would have made it so that I would have done this run properly with the ZeroPresence quest where he ends up dead. So it didn't show up in the final cutscene and all that, because it does come off as a bit, like, weird. But, you know, alternate universe, it's fine. And again, another Deus Ex camera angle.
Yep.
And offer him some kind of hit.
There are some independent film editors that would call this sort of camera angle revolutionary, and then I would karate chop them on the back of the head.
Yeah, that wouldn't be... That wouldn't... Yeah, that's not too revolutionary to me.
It's just... God, it's such a stupid angle. I almost feel like I should have hidden something in that window in the top right corner there, for people who are actually paying attention. Just put like the G-Man in there or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, this was just a murder. Oh no, it wasn't this one. Oh yeah, it was this one. Just this was the murder hobo run through because I was just trying to get to that telephone answering machine as fast as possible. That's why everyone is stacking up at the door and all of their voice lines are on top of each other. So I just had to zoom in on the important part of that text.
I also like how the secretary runs in there.
Yeah, like what the hell was she gonna do?
She's like, don't worry guys, I got this.
She does actually have like a pepper gun or something, but I think
it's either that or a pistol, I can't remember.
Yeah, but if you scare her enough, she just runs off into the corner anyway, so she just doesn't fucking do anything.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're not shooting at me. Yet.
Is that so? Why don't you help me out with
Now go away.
I'm done with this hit.
Yeah, I feel like if you could do proper hand motions, it would just be like lifting up his hand and just like doing the shoe motion in Trescon's face.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just all fingers being pointed away towards his face, like just bugger off, go away.
Activate the fire alarm of the temple. He's bound to come running out in sheer terror.
So, what convinced you to? Oh, well, not so much what convinced you to add the other ZeroPresence quest, but I don't know. I just, why did you add that in? You just felt like it.
I liked the idea because I can't remember where it originally came up from, but there is like some text discussing the idea of account theft, and then I recalled that I actually did lose my PDX account because I just forgot the credentials for it, so I made another account where I used a 0 instead of an O in the ZeroPresence so that they would recognize it's me kind of thing. So I was like, you know what, that actually would be like functioning canon in TNM. So it was actually supposed to be a lot more secretive than it is, because my original plan was if you found the apartment and read the email in day 1, that would cause him to spawn in that room in day 2. But Hawk wanted to just, because it's good content, he wanted to have it just always possible. So we kind of ixnayed on the hidden aspect of it. So because that apartment is very hidden in day 1. So it would kind of suck if you would miss that goal, or not goal, I just read goal updated. That would suck if you missed that content because you just didn't find a room. So I get it. I get why Hawk wanted to do it that way.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And yeah, but basically, back to the question, yeah, it was just added because, like, my logic at the time was, oh, well, I'm gonna voice it, so I'll integrate it into that storyline, cool, whatever. Because, like, in the beginning, I was, like, kind of thinking about things very factually. Like, I never imagined that I myself would voice a character that's not me in the Nameless Mod, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then but then I had a little bit of trouble finding someone to voice Hoover, so I was like, alright, fuck it, I guess I'll voice it. So I kind of let go of that aspect, So, so yeah, it's supposed to just be this retelling, this dramatic retelling of me losing my account back in the day and making a new account. So
in the same way that the Nameless Mod is a dramatic retelling of the forums. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I mean, I remember even when that happened, because I tried to use the recovery thing, the recover your account, you know, with your email, all that jazz. But I had no idea what email I made. Like for some reason I didn't use my main email as my Planet Deus Ex forum account email for some reason. I have no idea why I did that. So I had no idea what email I used. So I had to message Jonas and be like, "Yo, dude, I kind of messed up. I lost my original account. I can't recover it because I don't know the email. Can you just give my my new account? It's this moderating powers so that I can go to the TNM forum again." He was like, "All right, that's kind of dumb, but if you messed up, you messed up here." So.
I love this conversation. Evaluation, but I love you.
Yeah. Poor A2.
It's also a bit weird that it comes up in literally that guy calls him A-bomb in that conversation, but because I never talked to... Oh, well, I did... Yeah, I did talk to A-bomb. It was you who stole the plans. So why is he still named Llama Watchman in this cutscene? I have no idea.
Yeah.
This is also the only time I successfully managed to actually kill A-bomb. I don't know how I managed to do it. I killed him, like, a lot. I got killed by him a lot in other attempts.
Yeah. Dude's pretty damn strong.
Probably the strongest individual character in the game, I think.
Yeah, I would say so, because those ABI commando machine guns, they do as much damage as, like, bot machine guns, so...
Ooh. Yeah, that'd do it. No wonder chicks dig the rocket launchers. I actually really kind of like this fight.
Yeah, because it's different, so...
Yeah, just holding off all of these llama people just coming out of nowhere. Although it's funny that I completely massacred them on day 1 and there was still enough to field an army on day 2.
Yeah.
Deus Ex maps, ho!
This is kind of like a... This is kind of like a poor man's version of the alpha fight. Because you're fighting turrets and guards instead of specifically scripted map stuff.
Just tooting your own horn there, are we? Although, were you the one who did this map?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, then I guess you do get to toot your own horn, because you improved on your own thing.
That's what it was originally going to be for 2.0, is just me improving my maps, but there was a point where we got to, like, where... What's the word for it? Like, the differences between the 2009 maps and the updated ones was just too drastic. So all of them had to be redone.
Makes enough sense to me. And yeah, another thing that I missed is that if you say, like, please, no, don't give me the reward, I don't deserve it, he calls you out for trying to go the friendly route to try and get more rewards. Yeah, again, another line I wish I'd gotten in. But those ones I don't...
True.
Yeah.
In games where that happens, usually that does lead to a better reward.
Yeah, he straight out calls you out for it. He says, this isn't Deus Ex.
Yeah, yeah.
Which, again, is great. Also, it occurs to me that, yeah, it's a bit weird showing off me having successfully killed A-bomb and then having this afterwards, me getting absolutely destroyed by him, so... Call that a video error if you like. That's entirely on me. Oh yeah, this shit. I don't want to move this crate. I can hit him from here. Miss.
Who's there?
What a wimp. He's just sitting there taking it.
I'm just amazed that I'm missing punches at point-blank range. Something about, like, his animation when he's getting hurt must change his collision box enough for me to miss some of those punches.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, see, this guy, Admiral Justin, you see him for about 15 seconds, and then he's just gone.
I'm sorry, when did you have time to go out and get attacked by a...
Admiral Justin MD.
What's the code?
So not only has he progressed up the army ranks, he's become a very good doctor. Also this.
It's fucking Hello Kitty mask.
And the bloody just bare attack bloodstains on him. Either that or he does very intimate surgery torture.
Awfully easy.
The chopper is under lockdown.
What?
Captain Edwin Tion.
Any more codes from the other pilot?
God, we've run out of things to say so quickly that I've just completely run out of things to say to the point where I'm using my own jokes.
I'm staying right here. You are going to the
And then for that guy's shirt with the giant hands, that's just standard fare Unreal Engine texture stretching. Like even in the files, the handprints, they look like regular handprints, but with how textures are stretched, that just looked excessive.
Oh, so that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was just meant to be regular handprints, but they were just stretched out to oblivion.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you know, like in Phasmophobia,
No.
the
I own it, but I've only I own it, but I've only played it once.
yeah, there's some of the evidence for the ghosts in that game is handprints with UV lighting. It's literally the same exact hand texture.
Okay then, that's
So
fun.
yeah, you can like, I'm sure someone just in both games just Googled handprint, and then just saved the image.
Hey, first off, I resemble that remark, and second, shut up. I'll admit I'm not the
Is he trying to give you the fire staff right now? I think he is.
Yeah, he is. Again, another one of my favorite lines. You agents just carrying around so many explosives you can barely move.
Yeah. Very true in Deus Ex.
Very true in Deus Ex. And, God, it's such a weird, like, design thing you have to worry. Yeah, I completely skipped this level, admittedly. Just... Yeah,
I love that level. It's another very tiny, self-contained, but cool thing.
That's true. I found very little interesting to talk about in it.
The showcase is the changing water levels to advance.
Which you end up doing in registration anyway.
Yeah. So for that kind of thing, I like to have representation of the ideas like twice. So stuff in secret levels show up somewhere in the regular campaign, so that if you're not good at finding secret maps, you at least get a taste of stuff.
Not a fan of the rule of 3, are we?
I don't know what that means.
Well, it's just like in early game design, you do everything 3 times. Bosses have 3 waves, or you use something 3 times, or something like that. That's the rule I usually hear. Why did you only do twice?
Just to not get repetitive, I guess. Actually, I think we changed water levels. I think it's used more than twice.
Well, the only two I can think of
I can't remember, though.
The only two I can think of are registration and that level there heading to the ATC.
Yeah, could be.
So yeah, I couldn't tell you what the third one is if it was any. You'd think I'd be the one to ask, with me having had to do all those bloody trivia questions earlier.
This map redo is very good.
I am impressed by the whole tower aspect of it, but man, when I walked into that top level the first time, I just got slaughtered. Like,
yeah.
the turret turned on me, the guy turned on me, and I was dead before I could even say cheese.
And this map is actually, like, it's... In terms of, like, floor plan, it's almost a one-for-one remake, so... Like, this map, functionally speaking, a lot of people like it.
Oh, in 2.0 as well, it is super atmospheric.
Yeah, so that's why yeah, that actually you just said it. I focus more on the atmosphere of it rather than changing the map itself a lot. Like, even the city streets and the outside of the compound and the tower itself, it's all exactly the same, just looks nicer.
I guess you could call this the HD remaster level.
Yeah. And then that pipe, you can walk underneath that pipe. That's like a hidden path you can take.
Taxon.
That's not even close.
There was a couple that I read on the bloody wiki that he apparently uses that I couldn't remember, and it just, yeah, it sounds absolutely nothing like his actual name.
Yeah.
So let's go straight down the main tunnel.
Also, I really am disappointed that A2 doesn't get to do much. Like, every time I've come here, he's never moved.
It's a bad design. He needs to be a grenade.
Yeah, turn him into one of the firewall beacons.
Yeah, he really needs to be a grenade in this context. Like, you can't make a good map that's nothing but one plane of existence, and that's the problem. Like, there's so much like upward movement that it just confuses him, and his model is so small that it's difficult for him to get up even a small tiny lip. And yeah, the artillery cannon would just murk him.
Oh yeah, it would just destroy him. Yeah, I'm turning around expecting them to come down there, and then I just have to rely on the sound. Not the best showing a gameplay.
They shoot at you there, but it's such a small area, it's easy to avoid.
Yeah, and then the mines here, which have the longest range in fucking existence.
Yeah, that's kind of rude.
It genuinely caught me off guard there. I think I actually died. I just panicked because I set the mines off. Oh yeah, and a fun fact about this part, I did EMP all of these, and then I ended up dying later on in the recording, and the quick save was so far back that it ended up not mattering. Also, this shit. I hate this fucking sniper. This is not the only game where he's been the bane to my existence. He just annihilated me on like my first run through on my Steam Deck. Just every time, I just could not get close to him without getting myself killed.
As far as video games though, that's a perfect situation for him too. Like even like player versus player, someone's going up a ladder and you have a sniper rifle, you're gonna kill him. Because the only part of the hitbox that's available is the head.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. It's massive pain in the ass, that sniper.
Yeah.
And I tend not to play with snipers in these games, so it's not something that I usually carry around with me.
We still don't have the code to get inside the office building.
Oh, Captain. What a badass. With his teal hair.
Oh god. Ew.
And now we do.
Yeah, just completely cut that conversation because it was just almost completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can kind of tell at this point that I was kind of rushing. Like, I had, like, the original render for the Part 7 on, like, the 31st. It was done and rendering on the 31st. That's how close I cut it.
Fair.
So, yeah.
Like, video editing is freaking time-consuming. God damn.
Oh, man,
I think the most video editing my wife and I did was for the Q&A video, and that took us, like, hours.
Yep, and all of these individual clips, the setup for the just zooming in on the codec call. I don't know why I'm calling it that. This isn't Metal Gear Solid. All of these little cuts each took their own little bit of time, and
oh god, I know.
And what I did, and I had like all of the individual clips just like in a line. Like the way I did this, the first round edit, I never liked this guy. The first round edit of the whole thing I did was I took all of my raw footage and put it all on the one timeline, and then I cut it down to like about where I wanted it to be for when I was going to talk over the top of it. I didn't even have any like words planned out yet. Like most of this is unscripted, so it doesn't really matter much. But I cut it all down to about like 7 hours of video, and that process took days. And then I came back on the second edit to trim it all down just a little bit further, add the commentary, add the jokes and whatnot. And oh god, by the time that I was doing the second edit, there was so much off to the side, and every time I did like the little macro that you can do in my video editor to remove the space in all the tracks to bring it all back, it would take minutes.
Oh god, yeah. That's the thing, because every little bit takes so long in editing. Like even just shrinking, like on my Q&A, I have a face cam. Even and what I would do is I would have my face blown up to the max while I was talking, and then when I was showing a picture, I would shrink it down to the corner and put a picture up there of an example of something from the game. And god, just doing that, because you gotta separate the video, you gotta put the picture in, you gotta make sure that it scrubs correctly, you gotta make sure that it starts at the right spot, you gotta match everything up, you gotta start the sound, you gotta stop the sound. Oh my god, video editing is not fun.
I am genuinely amazed that I got this project done.
Yeah,
Just with...
this is a lot of footage to edit.
Yeah, I believe, God, it was something like 50 hours of footage at the end.
Yeah, not surprised.
Yeah, it was bonkers. And then I went and did a 40-minute video on a full playthrough of TNM 1.0, so clearly I'm insane. The annoying thing is that, well, not annoying in general, but there's just a fun fact about me, and I know I'm talking a lot about myself in this video, but it's kind of relevant to the subject at hand, and we're running out of things to talk about. And yeah, as I said, you can't stand in the middle of one of these fights for long, because you will die, even if the AI is acting stupid.
Everything. You're gonna take a lot of shrapnel, yeah.
But yeah, one of the things I tried to do with my life was I tried to go to tertiary education for video editing, and this was after I already had a decade of self-taught experience doing YouTube, but they wouldn't let me into the course.
Damn.
They said I didn't have enough experience.
Oh, fuck, okay.
Yeah, it's a whole, story, and I can't be bothered telling the whole thing here, but just know it was bullshit, and they would have sent me down through, what they call a Certificate 2 here in Australia, and a Certificate 2 is if you can breathe, you can get through the course, and I didn't feel like wasting 2 years of my time.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I don't have, a video editing degree.
Then I intend for you to find out. Have at you!
Just Leviathan standing there in the background.
Yeah, just hanging out. Oh, something, so, a lot of 2.0 has a lot of, it would make sense for this to happen type of changes. Like in 1.0, if you're allied with World Corp, he would still just go through and kill those guards that ran off to the side in the footage that we just saw like 30 seconds ago. So in 2.0, we were like, why would Leviathan kill your boys just because they're in the way? So Hawk set up a flag to where those troops and the robot just step out of his way, so Leviathan can go through and kill the ABI guys.
Yeah, really nice touch there. I used it in the stinger for part 6. Yeah, should have bought my Game Boy, he says, just standing there idle.
Now's the time. Find out where they're keeping.
Hopefully his clear Game Boy.
It's just that simple.
Clear?
Yeah, like the clear plastic Game Boy.
Oh.
That's like the classic look of the 90s.
True enough, even though I never had the opportunity to do that. I went from a Game Boy Pocket straight to the Nintendo DS, and I never did a transparent version of that.
Yeah. I think I had the green transparent Game Boy.
I have an analog pocket on my desk, right? Why the hell did I speed this up? Oh, it just...
This fucking gray suck. Man, that's I even mentioned this in my Q&A, that's the biggest regret that I have for this, is I really wish that either Crimson or someone like Crimson could have made that that armored gray model for me. Because NJ12 Commandos are, I will say those are the most challenging enemies in Deus Ex, so having our last level just be fucking jam-packed with them would have been cool.
And it comes off even worse because you had the NJ12 Commandos in the last level. Also, yeah, minor editing fuck up there. The static wasn't transparent. I screwed that up a couple of times.
I kind of like that narcissist static thing that you have in there.
Yeah, I was actually really happy with how it came out. My video editor. Cool. Yeah, my video editor has a white noise generator, and I'm like, this is exactly what I want to do, but I need to have the Narcissus thing in there somewhere. So I made it layer on top of itself. I made 2 layers of the same static video, and then in the middle I had the Narcissus logo just cut out from the Unreal model editor. I took a screenshot, I made it so that it looked right. And then I just put it in between, and I made the top layer of the static translucent, so it's the same static.
Yeah, good. That makes sense.
Yeah, and it worked really well. It worked amazingly, actually. And it's not actually the same static you see in the 1.0 video. I actually regenerated it.
I see.
Which is one of the most minor details you never needed to know, but now you know it. This is what you get when you watch a 6-hour Blue Maxima video, folks.
Is that robot aggro to you, or is that disabled?
He is aggroed. If you pay
awesome.
attention at the end of the chat, he just immediately starts shooting me.
Nice.
This is like the 4th time this has happened in this video. Every time it happened, I made sure it got in. There was the time where I was, the one that you starred in. There was the one with the big blue military robot at the beginning of the DXA one, and then there's this.
Money is the means to get things done.
Because it's just fucking funny.
Man, Trescon's responses. Yeah, I'll just say this again. You heard that tail end of it, but I talked about this while you were gone. Trescon's responses to the PDX guys being like, "Hey, you're a fucking dick." I like that a lot about the World Corp side. He just explains his side so articulate when they're like, "Oh well, you're just a piece of shit that wants to help the bad guy." It's like, all right, guy.
Yeah, especially after you were just trying to get me to do exactly the same thing. It's these conversations that sell me on this side of the game.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it would be nice if they happened earlier so that you could justify being on that evil side for as long as you are. But these conversations are just so well written just in general that it really sells the entirety of this route to me.
Like that brings up a question I want to ask Jonas. Like, did he do that on purpose in the writing? Like to make the PDX side look like they're being juvenile, and Trescon's responses justifying him becoming the quote-unquote bad guy being well articulated? Because I mean it seems like it happens a lot.
I would absolutely love to get Trescon and Jonas into a call like this one and just talk to them for hours about how this was made.
Yeah, what's his name? So we have on the ModDB, we have not Q&As, but dev chats about things. I'm even in one of them, and I forgot I did it when I was younger. But it's a lot of them are Jonas, Trescon, and then whoever is whatever they're talking about, a subject matter expert is on the call. So when they were talking about models, it would be Trescon, Jonas, and Phasmatis. When they were talking about maps, it was Jonas, Trescon, and me. And then there's also on YouTube, if you look up, it's a guy that started in the DX community and branched out into Cyberpunk. His name is Silver Spook. He did podcasts for a while, and he had one where he interviewed Jonas.
Doesn't help with gravity though.
I think I remember seeing that on YouTube actually. I should have watched it.
I'm always trying to strategize. I'm kind of like Scara in this aspect. I not too long ago, I know Silver Spook isn't doing it anymore. I can tell from his channel it's kind of inactive at this point. But I commented on the one with Jonas, and I was like, oh man, it was cool to see this again because after so long, especially because I'm working on 2.0 right now. I was basically trying to debate him and to be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Maybe you should come and do one with me for 2.0. But he didn't take the bait. He didn't take the bait.
You're just gonna have to settle for me, I'm afraid.
Because I've had a couple run-ins through my wife, with clients of hers, where she's done administrative work for people that run podcasts or people that run businesses of similar type, and she would just be talking to the client and mention that I'm into video games and I'm into modding them and whatnot, and they would be like, oh, so I know what it is. They're just being polite. They're like, oh yeah, that's cool. What is he into? And she basically tried to get me to go on and talk about the Nameless Mod if possible, but she manages a podcast company for someone that is into Dungeons and Dragons. So bless my wife, she's not into stuff that nerdy. She told him about me and mentioned, I don't know how she mentioned it, but basically he said, oh yeah, I'll talk to your husband. I'll see if he can if he can be on my podcast, and that's when I learned that he was into D&D exclusively for his podcast, and talking about video games would kind of not be a proper topic for him. So ever since I got that itch, because it would be fun to do a podcast, I was like, oh man, that sucks that fell through. But I explained to my wife why it wouldn't work, and she was like, oh well, sorry. I figured it was the same dirty stuff that you guys would be into, and it might have worked. But it never did.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I mean, I get it. His content is D&D. He's not going to care about a 20-year-old game with a mod.
What do you hope to achieve by eradicating PDX?
But I did show him, there's this movie. I'll find the name of it. I'll Google it while we're sitting here, but I'll explain it in the meantime. It's this movie that was actually paid for by the church, and it was it's about these college kids that get brought into Dungeons and Dragons.
Mazes and Monsters.
Is that what the movie's called?
It's got Tom Hanks in it, doesn't it?
Oh no. Oh wait, hold on. That's a real thing? Hold on, let me look at this. What is this? What is this about?
Mazes and Monsters is about a kid who gets hooked on D&D, and it eventually ends with him trying to kill himself because he gets too immersed into the game and starts thinking he's a wizard.
Oh, holy shit. Tom Hanks is in it?
Yeah, it's real.
That's not it, but damn, that's kind of cool. Okay.
Yeah, it's 100% real. I'm aware of it. I've never seen it, but I've seen clips of it.
Yeah. So the one I'm talking about, you might be interested in seeing this too, because it's ridiculous. It's called Dark Dungeons, and it ends up with this Dungeons and Dragons cult, and they're trying to get people to play D&D to get away from Christianity and play D&D to eventually summon Cthulhu. And it is the most ridiculous thing ever, and it's so funny that it was paid for by the church. But since that guy was into D&D, I tried to help him. I was like, dude, have you heard of this movie? And he actually didn't, surprisingly. And I was like, all right, well, we can't hook up for a podcast, but maybe you should do some content on this movie because it's absolutely ridiculous. And I showed it to him, and the chat was basically him saying like, what is this? This is ridiculous, and like laughing his ass off at it. It was really funny to see.
Very good.
But yeah, it's like it sounds like Dark Dungeons is like a lighter version of this Mazes and Monsters, it looks like.
Oh, so yeah, my favorite part of the video here. I edited and watched this through very carefully to make sure I got it right for the most part. You can still hear the OG background music, but that remix of that track, Psychedelic Democracy, is just delightful in this combat for some reason.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, the space station music is fucking banging. Like, the ambient, the combat music, everything.
Yeah, it really is. I just really wanted to use the Psychedelic Democracy somewhere, because when I did the all-in-one, it wasn't going to be in any of the videos because it was entirely for the next time stinger. So I wanted to use it somewhere, damn it.
Yeah, that's what it's called in music, right? A stinger. When it's like a repetitive clip, I guess you would call it.
A stinger is at the end of a video to, like, you know, well, it's either
you're
usually
right. That's video related.
Yeah, usually it's at the end of like a TV episode that leads into the cliffhanger. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
My bad.
I might be using it.
Talking about is no, you were using it right. Crimson told me what it is, but so like, you know how the Nameless Mod main theme has that very identifiable couple of seconds that it's like,
yeah, the piano notes at the beginning.
Yeah, so that's just like Deus Ex. That's used a lot in our music, which is freaking cool. I love that. I don't know what the terminology of that is called, but I remember the music for Registration. I told Crimson to somehow integrate that, and I was fumbling through my words trying to figure it out because I still don't know what the hell that thing is called. But I remember telling him, yeah, get that in there, the Nameless Mod like main theme, to get it into the music somehow, and he did it, and it was badass.
Yeah, I know.
love Registration music.
Yeah. I know of a bunch of things that do it. Motif is the first word that comes to mind, but I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, it could be. It's something like that.
Yeah, the game I immediately thought of was Project Wingman, which does something very similar.
Yeah.
And yes, the blow everything up ending. I love that klaxon.
Do you think he'll do it?
I don't even have the
good.
audio on. I remember the klaxon.
Oh yeah, that's the super freighter klaxon.
Yep. He already has.
Well, you better move. like
just evacuate the building. What are you doing?
Nice to finally meet you in the flesh.
My flesh prefers the office.
I mean, sure, they were being assaulted from all sides, and they could have just left everyone else to die, but man, that would have made them look bad, wouldn't it?
You in charge. Why am I here?
I have big plans for this city. I'm gonna make it my capital. But we
integrating the
how's it look out there?
integrating the new roof was a good idea here.
A lot of it's led by the thugs Gara hired.
Because in the old cutscene for this, in the first version, it was just a blank dark roof up there that they were standing on.
Just a ragtag group of board members.
I do appreciate that the Planet Deus Ex sign is actually there properly.
Yeah.
It's not in the PDX ending.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the room I was talking about. I would have loved to have like killed all of these guys.
Yeah.
And just see what it looks like when nobody's left alive, but I'll be perfectly honest, there's a couple of them I don't even know where they would be in the game.
Yeah, it looks like some of those are just generic characters.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I saw Andreas and Raving Nutter and Dr. Dumb Lunatic and a few of them there, but yeah, I don't recognize all of them off the top of my head, even after having edited this down.
Mm-hmm.
Killed him in an alternate universe, don't think too hard about it.
What did he say? I didn't see what he said.
Oh, he just said, "You're dismissed," and then Zero just walks off. Zero doesn't actually say anything. And then the second credits fake. Oh, nope, sorry, I forgot the epilogue. Which is just the everyone and everything is sad.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much everything's sad, yeah. Oh, that green bottle. That's one I was talking about that you can right-click.
Yeah, I saw a few of them. You know what would have been nice to have here? Now that I think about it? Just like a little photo of Alpha and or Jackie if they're dead, just with like a couple of candles next to them. Just, you know, one of those nice little
like
details.
A memorial thing.
Yeah. Because they say in a few months it gets shut down and turned into another thing anyway, but it would have been a little nice thing to have. And yeah, all of these epilogue scenes are so empty just because no one's around anymore because I killed them all.
Yeah.
Again, that was the intention. Although it does make you wonder if you can, like... Can you, like, finish a route, like, say, the goat route, and then kill everyone involved on the goat route so that nobody shows up in this cutscene, or is that just something that can't happen?
So I think if you kill them all, it's a different scene.
Oh, okay, that would probably do it.
Because there is because people do betray both cults pretty often.
Yeah, again, that's something I would try, but, like, over the past, like, since November, we're recording this on Valentine's Day, by the way, so, you know, mwah. Based on how many... I've played the Nameless mod approximately 4.5 times since November. Like, full playthroughs.
Yeah.
So, I think you can forgive me for not doing an entire another run just to, like, get all of that weird off to the side shit that nobody would notice.
Yeah.
And as Hawk would say here, poor Patty.
Plenty of rats to eat, she'll be fine.
Yeah, she'll be fine. Wait a minute, did Patty just, like, completely disappear behind Quag? What the fuck?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I think they did make her disappear.
How odd.
Yeah.
And there's Mr. Toothy.
From Forum City. Trestcon and Kylie make PDX Forum City the capital from which they rule all of Forum Planet.
I don't know why they would bother to study him.
Bring some measure of humanity to their otherwise harsh.
There was a it's mentioned only. There's World Corp technology where they were trying to duplicate moderators' invulnerability.
Right. Why are there two notepads stacked on top of each other there?
I don't know. Probably just to make it look like there's like a lot of paperwork on the desk.
Fair enough. Second credits freak out where it's too big again. And by freak out I mean you know what I mean. Yeah, there's the slowly fading in Narcissus logo there. Still not particularly happy with this with my delivery of that line there. Who is Narcissus? I tried a lot to get that line right, but I could not get it right. Alright, so now that we're in the Narcissus bit of the video, and there's really nothing here except just, like, the Narcissus events we already know about, tell me about other mods for Deus Ex, and how they influenced the creation of the Nameless mod, because I know that there's, like, references to Zodiac and Frozen Hell and whatnot around the place, and I know that the Cassandra project was the source for the Narcissus entity, but just...
And then the maps that were donated that I don't like are from Ghost and Machine when they shut down. And Ghost and Machine is exactly what you think it is. It's just Ghost and the Machine, but in the Deus Ex universe kind of thing. And I think what happened with that one is their scope was way too big, and they're like, fuck it, we're not gonna be able to do this. So that's when they passed off their maps to us. Zodiac came out before, and Zodiac was a pretty popular mod because it was one of the more complete ones back in the day. There's Red Sun 2020, which is impressively massive, and was made by one guy with like little help from back in the day. What's some other ones? Those are really like the big name mentions, and or the other like large name projects from back in the day. There were, with how open Deus Ex's modding scene was, there was a boatload of smaller mods, like in the apartment in downtown for ZeroPresence. I remade the house from what's that mod called? From Break-In. That was in a Planet Deus Ex mod contest. I really like all those little mod contest mods. Even I have a lot of content about those on my channel, where I'm showcasing the old mods. The reason I like those is that's like peak Deus Ex modding. That's someone saying, hey, I have this cool little idea, I'm gonna make it. And it's cool that the tools are just all there for that to happen. Let's see. So in terms of influence, other than the references and paying homage to the fact that they exist, there's not really like a influence per se. It's more so just, this is a mod about the community, so let's include every other mod somehow that we can.
Yeah, because you walk into Rent and Repent, and all of the cases are references to other mods as well.
Yeah.
Which is a really nice touch. I love the idea of just like a forum having a video shop, and the video shop is just other mods for you to go and play on your games.
Yeah. I really like that idea. I think that was Jonas's idea.
Yeah. You can get into Rent and Repent in 1.0, but it's nowhere near as like reference heavy.
No, it's Rent and Repent. It's I made the interior and I put windows and everything, but I didn't make the actual entrance. It's just an empty building with like a couple of mannequins in it. It looks so incomplete and dumb. It's when you're running around, it's in the corner where Soul's Bar is. It's got the Hong Kong interior textures used in it. It's literally just an open, big empty building with not even big. It's a small building actually, with just 4 windows on it so you can see in. But then you can't see anything in there.
Oh, and here's Jim, by the way, aka
Yeah.
Hawk, with how quickly he managed to redo the physics system.
Wait,
Okay.
did Hawk put himself in this?
No, I was just making a reference, like, Jim is apparently just incredible in being able to add HDR support, and someone brings up, hey,
Oh,
redo
yeah.
the whole physics system, and he redoes it in 30 seconds.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. The 2009 version is Jim. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it just reminded me of Hawk, that's all.
Yeah, very fair. Because I ask Hawk and it happens.
Yeah, I know Hawk is a genius, but I don't think Hawk would go that far as to kick Jim out.
Yeah. I might make it happen though if I go back in time and take Hawk with me though.
Me?
This is a big change that he did. So, well, I remade this area. I think this looks so much more badass than the old one. The old one was just a rectangle with this texture. But yeah, this is cool with all the different deaths you can have in here.
Yeah, again, another thing that I wish I put in this video, I would have just put in, like, hard cuts of all the different ways you died. I didn't know. I just thought it was just straight up you just get shot with rockets, but no. Fucking 5 or 6 gun dyers just spawning and just running around and killing you that way. It also, oddly enough, reminds me of, and this isn't a massively deep cut, but it's a pretty deep cut. It reminds me of the training missions in the Spider-Man PlayStation 1 games.
Okay, I never played that, but
Yeah.
it had like similar textures as this.
Yeah, it looks very similar. Like the green lines are thicker, but it's just all made up of blocks around this size, and it just it just reminds me of it. It's very unusual.
Yeah, the Metal Gear Solid VR missions is like this too.
Yeah, as you and I both know, and as I believe we've talked about multiple times already, we both love Metal Gear Solid VR missions.
Yeah, I was gonna just make the stealth missions look exactly like this, but in terms of like gameplay, it wasn't gonna be like very visually appealing. So because there's a lot more complex things happening.
And it also just improves the feel of them a bit more to just have it like references to places that there are in the Nameless mod.
Yeah, and I am bringing this look, this specific look right here. This is going to be used in the stealth missions, but in a different capacity than the entire map, I'll say.
Fair enough. This is also the room that I would want to be the quizmaster in.
Yeah.
I'm not going to explain that for those people who don't know. Again, it just also happens to be a really long discussion as well. One of the other things that I don't know if I mentioned this, but I made a very specific effort to like cut out the decision points for the most part. Like if there was a point where I wanted to show off all the different lines, like Trescon being all cringy back when he first got through DxO or what have you, I would show them, but for the most part I would just cut them out to save time, and you can tell because the credits appears up in the top left corner of the screen after you make a choice.
It was deemed unnecessary to make him invulnerable. The entity is incapable of error.
ZP not impressed in the slightest, I'm sorry.
I'm reading again. Because I saw that he mentioned something about a mapper, so I started reading.
How do you plan to...
Are you like a golden retriever to maps? I need a map done. Here, boy.
Yeah, whenever level design is mentioned, I just instantly start looking because that's my thing.
Well, that's boring.
Kind of surprises me you never got a career in that sort of thing.
I thought about it, but I'm lucky I didn't, because game design is just a fucking nightmare in today's day and age.
No, no kidding. I was just thinking, like, 18, having created all these maps for the Nameless mod, sure, you could argue that there are a few problems with them, but nothing that couldn't be beat out with a couple of hammers in a couple of years. I reckon you would have been recruited at some point.
I have my brother-in-law is he makes models and textures in the field, and he that poor guy, I've known him for like 5 years now. He's probably had like 8 different jobs because it's just so cutthroat and they don't give a shit about anything other than their product. So he's been fired for just no reason, multitude of times, and sometimes his whole team gets fired just because they don't need him anymore. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yep, but I'm pretty sure that there are more reliable places to go for opinions on the game industry, because God, it really is screwed, isn't it?
Yeah. Bunch of just corporate fucks just dictating everything with their money now, instead of like rock stars like God, I forget his fucking name, of course, when I'm talking about it, but basically like the figureheads behind Quake, behind Unreal, behind Doom, all of them guys, they're the guys that were just making games because they love it.
The two
like,
Johns, yep.
Yeah, Johns and Carmack, all them. It's just none of that anymore. It's just modeling team 57 with 40 employees make this product. Okay, you're not needed anymore. Sorry, go find a new job.
Alright, well, we're finally at the Trexton fight, so how about we talk about something a little more fun, like his fight?
Yeah, this is, I like in this conversation where it starts because you can actually see his physical being in the background.
Oh, you can too?
Yeah.
Wow, I never noticed that.
Yeah, it looks like he's like projecting towards you for the conversation.
And it would help if his sunglasses were flickering in the same way that the rest of him was.
Yeah, kind of dumb.
Yeah, just in 1.0, this fight is just, he spawns directly behind you, nothing personal, kid, and just tries to kill you. But this at least makes it more interesting.
Yeah, it turns it into a whole ordeal. And then the music being backwards, that's awesome.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's the ABI Ruins music just backwards.
Wow, I'm genuinely depressed I didn't notice that. I can't even remember the music. Wow. And this is why I wanted to have you on this talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the mirrors. I take very little time to look through them because I
Those
knew
are
at this...
radishes right there.
Oh, like, wait, what?
Yeah, in the those things to the right with the yellow, those are they're actually from Vanilla, from Vandenberg. They're growing plants in those little like space age looking planters, but in those they're radishes because it's Treston.
Of course they are. Yeah, I knew about the mirrors at this point when I was recording this, but I knew that there was basically going to be no way that I would remember to, like, maneuver the objects in such a way that they would actually show up on the mirrors properly. Like, I would have loved to have... Like, for those of you who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, those mirrors actually reflect, like, another point in the game. Like, that's clearly the other bathroom that's not the armory. The first set of mirrors you shoot is back in DXI, where that bot is stomping around. I would have loved to have done something like get the bot, like, as close as humanly possible to the mirror, so you're just jump scared by it when you walk around the corner.
That would have been possible. Yeah, absolutely would have.
But I knew that not only did I not know, like... You know, not only did I not know, like, if I was going to be able to do that, I would have had to have done it in DXI and then come all the way here and try it and see if it worked. And if it didn't, I'd have to, like, reload a save, go back, try not to die, etc., etc. It would have been an absolute nightmare. It's a lovely detail. It's a lovely detail, and I would have loved to have shown it off, but this one is just pure practicality more than anything.
Yeah, right.
Because I don't even know exactly where in the room the mirror is in DXI, so it doesn't really help.
There's a door with a mirror on it. That's where it's from.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's the door that leads down to where the AUG is.
And I do appreciate the fact that he has the "why am I not having my flesh seared off" line from the Narcissus ending.
Yeah.
Because you hear that and you're like, what? That's just a weird line. And then you actually hear it in the Narcissus ending and you're like, oh. Especially since this is
that you ran over to where he was, expecting him to be up there.
There was a chance he would have been.
Yeah, that's a logical thing to do. You would run up there to confront him right there, but
it's also worth noting that he has the weapons you do, so if you get unlucky, he can just pull your rocket launcher, shoot you in the face with it, and that's the end of the fight.
You mean because this is my avatar on these forums?
You believe you are roaming the digital world of a...
And I really do like this conversation. It's a bit long-winded, but I mean, to be fair, I've played a lot of games where they have broken the fourth wall at the last minute. So I kind of saw where this was coming from, but for someone who hasn't played something like this before, you kind of need that dialogue there to help set the idea settle in that, oh, Narcissus knows that you, sitting in your computer chair with your fat ass, are real.
Yeah.
But it's done really well in the context of how would this computer AI say this?
Mm-hmm.
Just again, we have to sit here and talk for like 20-something minutes while the rest of this just plays itself out.
The Narcissus ending is cool too.
Yeah, it's a clever idea. It's very reminiscent of Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Which of them is operating you at this moment is of no
Please tell me you know what.
to the entity.
It kind of gives me a Dark Souls vibe too, with the recreation of the world every time.
Maybe, but yeah, it's actually very similar to Conker's Bad Fur Day now that I think about it, because in Conker's Bad Fur Day, he literally asks the programmers to reset everything, except he forgets to ask them to bring his girlfriend back to life, and so he's incredibly depressed as a result of it.
I played that game, but I don't remember the ending.
It was a very hard game to play.
Yeah.
I loved like the last 2 chapters of it though, but I won't get too in depth into that. There are plenty of people who've gone on for the benefits of Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Mm-hmm.
We're here to talk about the Nameless mod, and we've already gone off topic enough. Good.
Good. This is great.
I don't want to have sex with a little green man.
I don't know where the fuck he got that line from.
Where is that line from? What is that line?
I have no goddamn clue.
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, watch my 1.0 video.
Why?
God, I'm just doing math in my head. So, we have a 6.5 hour video 3 times over, twice over, so that's 13 hours? No, yeah, 13 hours and then another hour on the end for the 1.0 video, so it's, what, 14 hours of video I've done on this bloody game? No wonder I'm losing subscribers so fast. Then again, I'm starting to think it's all really artificial. Just like this game. Because the fact that you can have just like such a steady decline of subscribers just makes me think a bunch of it's fake.
No, it absolutely is.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. There's money being thrown around, and like on IGN actually did an article about 2.0 coming out. So I think what happened is just there's someone that works there that loves the Nameless mod and just happened to see it, and he posted a link to my channel with the 2.0 trailer. And that video got a metric ton of views. Absolutely colossal amount of views in terms of all the other videos. So you would think, oh, sweet, all these people, there's going to be a lot of new people coming in. There's going to be a lot more subscribers. They're going to start checking out the other videos. Yeah, that never happened. So, and probably what happens with my channel is because of that bullshit about our music guy selling a lot of his samples that he used for TNM music, a lot of my stuff is copyright.
Yeah,
because, I'm just using the Nameless mod music. So I think because there's all those strikes on the channel, my reach is probably just horrendous and doesn't even exist in terms of the algorithm. So, whatever.
Yeah, pretty sure I had the same thing. And I also had the same experience where I put out a trailer for Flashpoint and it got a ton of views and then nobody stuck around. So that's kind of what I expected. I unlisted the original trailer and I made a new one. And the unlisted one is still getting a lot of views because it's still in all the news articles.
Oh, yeah, true.
So, yeah, that's a thing.
So, I mean, it's whatever. Unless because that's always how it is, too. You get one video that goes viral, and then you become a thing. Then you're on YouTube's radar, then the money starts flowing back and forth. So that ain't gonna happen with us.
No, I lost my chance years ago. I was a pretty big name in my neck of the woods, but that was about as far as it went.
Yeah, and that's the other problem. Like Flashpoint and Deus Ex, it's like superb games.
Oh,
but
it gets even
didn't
worse.
have, it didn't have like the reach.
It gets even worse, man. I did videos on the PlayStation Vita.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I've got multiple videos with over 100,000 views on them. It's just, you know, that was always going to die off, and I never liked the Switch, so when it came time to, you know, switch to it, I couldn't stand the hardware, so I just couldn't stick with it, and...
Yeah, and that's like so many people, like even at work, so many kids that I encounter, they think that playing video games for a living and being on YouTube and Twitch and all that shit is like how you make it. Like, yes, that'll get people money, but that sounds kind of horrible to me, man. Like having to turn video games, like your relaxation, into a job, and then having to chase trends. Like, there's gonna be a point where you're playing something that you fucking hate, but you have to stick to it, and you have to be good at it, or in order to keep your brand going. And that would drive me fucking crazy. I would hate that.
Yeah, I just gave up on that, and I just went for the playing what I felt like. Got next to no views, and then at one point I just decided it was time to call it quits.
Yeah, because if you're not chasing the trends, you're done.
So, is this do not place texture relevant to anything?
No, that's just the default Unreal texture for a model that has an error on it.
Yeah, that's the question I was asking mainly. I figured it was a reference to something, I just didn't know what.
Yeah, that right there is so it's broken in Deus Ex. In Deus Ex, something that has an error like this is just invisible. But that's like I guess if you want to call it a reference, I guess you would call that an Unreal Engine reference.
That's what I would call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me something only I would know.
Because if you're literally making a gag about being trapped inside a video game and it's a fourth wall break, you kind of need that shit.
Yeah.
Like, the Stanley Parable does that. If you play, like, the OG Source version of the Stanley Parable, you get the Source textures. But if you play the updated Ultra Deluxe version, you get the Unreal Engine 4 textures because they ported it to Unreal Engine 4.
Mm-hmm.
And they also apparently called in, like, a lot of favors because they got, like, the models and shit for Rocket League.
It does look pretty cool.
One of the things you do is, you just get dropped straight into the stadium from Rocket League, just with no explanation whatsoever. And yeah, let's talk about one of the more interesting parts here. There are a lot of goddamn lines for the debugger, and I had no idea, like, how to route a playthrough to show as many of them as possible. So,
yeah, he mentions one line where he says, "After talking to me, you should look around. You'll see more seams breaking." Hawk wants me to make like new areas throughout the space station of the reality breaking, and I'm like, God damn it, more work.
now you do need to do that.
Yeah, that's the problem because So he's good at what he does, but he's also very good at giving, like, good ideas like that. So it's like, every time he has one, I'm like, fuck. So, yeah, guess what I'm doing now? Because he'll tell me something, I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect idea. It fits perfectly. It needs to be done. But then it's so much more work for me.
You just need to remember to make it so that you can come back and actually talk to him, because if I remember correctly, if you don't go down exactly the right line of dialogue, you just get kicked out of the ending forever.
Yeah, I forget where that line is. I forget where in the conversation it is. Like, if you have to work to it, or if it's just one like, shoot, he might have said it already in this, and I didn't notice.
You have to remember that I cut out the dialogue choices.
Oh yeah, true.
So you will not be seeing the dialogue choice.
Yeah. What are you saying right now? What's that? Is that a... Oh, that's just like junk numbers. Okay.
Yeah. I figured that'd be a reference to something, but I guess if you don't know, I guess it isn't one. I mean, sure, it's just like a ticketing system, which is just a thing, but yeah. You put in a number like 69, 69, 420, and everyone can point at it and go, ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Are you out there?
Haha, oh, I appear to be dying. And I really wish that transition wasn't there. Just, admittedly, one of the things that really shits me about the Deus Ex engine is that all the cutscenes start with that autosave prompt.
I know.
I just please leave it for like a second so that the save can happen and then the cutscene can start up without like anything going over the top of it. It's so immersion breaking.
Yeah.
Now I see them.
Oh. Yeah, I like this. So this ending, like, I guess the word I should use is cute. It's cool that he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be here if you want to have fun. I like that because it's like the sweetest version of the ending of the Nameless Mod. Like he's straight up saying, yeah, dude, it was fun us playing this together. Come back when you're ready to have some more fun. It's cool.
If only there was like another line to like acknowledge that. Like you start up a new game, go like to the mirror in Phasmatis, and it just says, "Oh, hi, player."
I can change it.
So Revision has save dependent menu changes if you turn them on. I was thinking about doing stuff like that.
Also, this is not how the game actually looks, because the aliens are so far in the background you can barely see them. So I zoomed in the video and then cropped it so that the original video is still playing under so you can see the subtitles.
Mm-hmm.
Very minor thing I did there, but I feel like it was worth the effort. Also, if you're listening, this is about when All Along the Watchtower kicks in.
I mean, I'm still here. I can step out of the world.
I don't know what convinced me to do this. Like, I looked at the Bob Dylan quote, and I'm like, I should probably put that music in. And I was half tempted not to, because, you know, commercial music, one of the most popular artists in the world, one of the most popular songs ever made, probably going to get copyright strikes to hell and back. And it turns out, no, you just can't watch it in Russia, of all places.
Was there music playing in that part in the Nameless Mod or no?
No, there's not. That's another reason why I thought. Yeah, I just thought I'll just shove that in because it feels like it kind of fits.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, just unmute it for a second and you can see that it kind of fits.
Yeah.
See you around.
All the boys.
And the chick. Yeah, and then I synced it up to exactly that "Life is but a joke" comes on, and then it just fades out, and then we go to the proper credits, which I have sped up because in the current, well, I say in the current build, in the build that I played this on, the credits don't go fast enough, so that looking at you finishes at the time that they finish. So this video is about 132% faster than normal. Very cheeky little edit I did there. You don't notice it, but yeah, I also felt it necessary to just have no talking from the beginning of Narcissus to the end of the credits, because, you know, let Narcissus speak for itself, and then just let the credits roll. And as I said, in the in the post credits,
what happens when the music stops?
Another track plays.
Is it what other track? I can't remember.
I genuinely don't remember either, but I can send you like a video if you need it.
Nah, I'll just unmute it every once in a while and listen for it.
Oh no.
For 2.0, we should put like some 2.0 music after the song ends.
I sped it up so that in the video you don't hear that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the song ends when the credits end.
All right. You know what? You can play credits from the menu. I'll look at that later.
Yeah.
Because I feel like for 2.0, if it's just like the Nameless Mod theme or something, well, no, if it's the Nameless Mod theme might be best. I'll listen to it and see what I think. Gandaya.
Yeah, it's just that I feel like you would have to slow the credits down to make that work, because if it cut out halfway through the main theme of the Nameless Mod, it would just feel bad.
Yeah.
So you'd either have to slow it down or you'd have to speed the credits up, and if it were me, I'd speed the credits up.
I forget it. Does it play the quotes at the end too?
No.
No. Okay, that's something you gotta click on. That's right. Okay.
Scara. Yeah, but I felt like that I needed to let the credits play through in their entirety just because, you know, pay tribute to the people that you just finished watching the effort of for 6.5 hours straight. And, yeah. Because...
Look, one of the models I hate.
And why is there two of them?
That's another thing, because that's actually pretty common from back then, I noticed. Sometimes I'll look up, like, old images from games that I like, and I think it's like a way of showcasing multiple angles of a model. They usually do that. They'll put like two of the guns leaning on top of each other for dramatic effect, so you can see different angles of the guns and stuff like that. Something else that I should have mentioned this in my Q&A, because someone asked me about content that had to be cut for 2.0. The fire staff, I actually wanted to turn it into a new weapon when you got to ABI. To kind of like reward you for holding on to the stupid thing. Oh, there it is. Okay, the 2.0 special thanks. Sorry, I just had squirrel mode. I thought that that part wasn't put in, but I'm glad it was. It thanks a friend of mine and the revision team and then the TNM fans for 2.0. But anyway, I was thinking you would turn the fire staff into like a more cyberpunk looking staff kind of weapon. So it would make it into, it would shoot a projectile of flame instead of the boring flamethrower effect. And then you could do an alternate fire where you would use like half the ammo that you have equipped to make like a area effect denial. And the staff was going to look like this dark evil purplish looking color with like metal panels on it and stuff. So yeah, that wasn't going to happen because of course like we talked about earlier with the shotgun, the annoyance of making models work for this freaking old game. So yeah, that was something else that I had to cut.
Fair enough.
Sadly.
As I said there, I would have loved to have put something a little bit more in depth in the credits, like pictures of places you visited and whatnot, but I imagine it's quite hard to work with the Deus Ex credits.
Oh, and here is your video footage of the space that you recorded.
Yeah, it works so well.
Yeah, it looks very nice. I like it.
I was genuinely surprised at how well it did. I thought I was going to need to do something to it, but no, that is just it at full speed, just constantly rotating.
How did you get that? Who gave it to you?
And you can tell that I split the two videos apart and didn't just have it running in the background because this is exactly the same spot when we fade out of this discussion with Raving Nutter.
Mm-hmm.
You might have also noticed that brain work with me here, that I'm using a slightly older version of the all-in-one, just because if I changed it to the newer all-in-one, the timings would all be off. The newer all-in-one wasn't done by the time we did the first part of this, so...
Right.
Yeah, but now that this is done, I'll be able to delete this video from YouTube and forget I ever screwed it up, so yay!
Hand it over. Excellent. Here you go.
Yeah, and this is just going over all the post-game stuff that was in this build. If the stealth missions were available, I probably would have slotted it in somewhere in the middle. Honestly, man, you're gonna have to keep me away with a fucking broom to keep me from doing a second bonus part of all the stuff you plan on adding in the final update if you ever get it out.
Yeah. I'm trying to secretly work through ways for me to do all the dialogue type stuff, because we're using not AI voices, but I forget what the terminology is for it, but
voice changes.
Yes. So all the dialogue that I need, I've recorded it myself. So I have all the dialogue recorded. It's the problem is just getting the voice changer over each one of them, because like my voice needs to reflect Scara, my voice needs to reflect Trescon in a couple of different things that are needed. So I'm trying to learn how to do that myself, because like I said, Crimson is like a professional. He's in this league. He's got his life to live. He's got his job to do. I can't expect him to do all of this by himself. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it myself so that we can get this thing going, because we're just sitting here doing nothing a lot of days, and I would just want, and everything is done but that, so we need to get it done.
I don't know. For me, I'd probably just find some way around it, even if it's just a meta thing of like, hey, this is new. No need to talk, buddy. I know voice acting is expensive. By the way, thanks for the Porsche.
I might even I forget his name, but the guy that voiced Trescon, I feel kind of bad, but I might ask him, be like, hey, bro, because coincidentally he voiced Trescon and Scara.
Yeah.
So I might contact him and just ask, like, hey, bro, you mind?
You could at the very least ask if you could like use his voice in AI, because I feel like that would be something he would say yes to.
Because if so, I would need him to submit me clips. So if I'm gonna have him submit me files, I might as well just have him read the lines as Trescon and Scara. You know what I mean?
Don't have high enough quality stuff to make it work.
So that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to learn. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to do that myself. So I have all my files saved. I just need to figure out how to use it. So.
Oh, I was just thinking, like, use 11 Labs and throw in Trescon's dialogue from TNM and see if you can make it work.
Is 11 Labs what it's called? The thing that does the voice changer thing?
I think so. I admit I've not looked into it too deeply myself.
I'll look at it. Even if it's a paid thing, I'll look into it because we need to get it done. So, like, so he's done a couple of lines of Trescon already, and it does sound pretty damn good. I like when it's Trescon that uses the AI, or the redub for the voice. It sounds nothing like me. It's fucking impressive. It sounds exactly like Trescon. There's some things that sound like AI, of course. Like there's no way to get an AI not to sound like an AI in certain words, but like I'm losing my train of thought just because I don't understand it as much. But basically, what I'm saying is some of the lines that I have recorded sound great already, from the AI model that Crimson has made. But I just need to learn how to do this so that I can at least take some of the workload off and get this final update pushed out, because we're officially taking longer than the original mod took. So I think we're a year and a half over from how long it took the original mod to develop.
What are you planning on doing once this is over?
Just working my normal job and then just hanging out. That's all I plan on doing.
Fair enough. Just figured that'd be the question to ask.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a job at this point. I'll be honest with you, because we're waiting on quote unquote employees to get things done, waiting on other people to get things done, and having to redo things so many times. It's a chore at this point. So I want to make sure to get everything done, because everyone deserves to have the full complete product that I imagined. So.
Sure thing. It's hard to argue with that. And yeah, here I am asking to be a funny little quiz master at the end and just adding more work on.
Oh, what you're showing right now?
No, this is Radish Kingdom.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, you're bringing up something else.
Yeah, what's the word for it? This is another example of waiting on somebody to get it done. I just don't want to work on this. I hate Radish Adventure when it was originally made, because I tried to put my heart into it, and I was basically told, hey, this is taking too long, release what you got. So the levels you were playing before this, that was the product, and it was very like hacky and crappy. This right here, though, this looks amazing. So I'm waiting on another level designer, Huge Logan, to get this done. So I would hate to reflect what happened back in 2009 and say, hey, Huge Logan, send me what you got. We got a release now, like they did to me. So there's no way I would let that happen. So if it does come to that, I'm gonna bite the bullet and try and finish it myself. But yeah, because I mean, shoot, you get Radish Adventure from finding all the Easter eggs. That's so much work. That's so much work, and all you get is those crappy 3 little maps. That is unacceptable.
more scary than it is in Doom, because at least in Doom...
I get it, and I do appreciate Legendary and Nightmare mode being the rewards now, because they are quite impressive, as we can see on the screen right here.
Yeah, this is madness. Like, it's very impressive.
Like, as I've said to Hawk multiple times, you could realistically turn Deus Ex into a looter shooter with this crap, and it would just fit right in.
Oh yeah, if Hawk did decide to do that, I'd help him with no questions asked. Like, if he did want to do that, I'd be his level designer if he wanted it.
There are still so many things I can show you about...
I will get around to playing in this mode someday. I'll probably wait until you get the final patch out, maybe.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I want to do a playthrough of it as well, and then, yeah, same plan.
But there's two reasons why I don't want to. One,
I think this is the point where I basically just, oh, no, there's the achievements. We're very close to the point where I basically just give up and just start talking to the camera, so we're pretty much at the end of the video.
Yeah, I kind of wish... So, I don't think it's possible unless you have a actual release on Steam. It would be cool to have a Steam achievement integration for this, but I don't think it's possible with how it's released.
You can ask the revision guys, maybe, if they bundled up...
Yeah, we tried that. It wouldn't work. It would have to be, like, you know how Revision is listed as its own game, technically, even though it's a mod for Deus Ex?
Yeah.
It would have to be the same methodology. And with us being a subsidiary underneath the modding page for Revision, we just straight up can't have that same UI. It's only a basic listing, sadly.
Well, I was thinking you'd make the Nameless mod like a DLC or something, and that would probably work, but then I realized that you would have to get the achievements for both Deus Ex and the Nameless mod, and people probably would not be satisfied with that, so...
Yeah. And then with how the licensing works, that's just not a possibility with the IP. Like, Revision can get it done, but with us being like a mod of something different from the base game, that wouldn't fly.
That's a shame. It would be good to have Steam achievements, you're right.
Yeah, that would be cool, because I mean, we all know how dopamine hits work for games. The fact that you get a ping and you get a visual representation of the achievement coming up, ooh boy. people love that shit.
They really do.
I have noticed, because Hawk, he's big into getting game achievements, and he used to be like into game speedrunning and stuff. So that's why there's achievements for TNM. And people have picked up on them. They have, even though it's like a hacky in-game system only, people have enjoyed it a lot. So there's been discussion in the Discord between people, and Hawk included, discussing how to get the achievements and everything. So that's cool. I like to see that. And so, as usual, one of Hawk's ideas was brilliant.
Yep. I got nothing more to say about that. Hawk really is just that insanely good.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Do me a favor, and if you're watching this, play the Nameless mod, and let me know when you play. So, like, back in the day, like, when I was a kid, and TNM first came out, someone actually emailed me on my personal email, and told me how much they liked the mod, and I think they went through a lot of hoops. They went through my profile on PDX's website, and I had my personal email listed there, so he went through all that to personally contact me and tell me how much he liked the maps and the whole mod as a whole. And I was like, man, that's cool. Like, that's why and I think I will, yeah, I'll say that the whole reason that I'm still into modding, and the whole reason that I am doing it 25 years later for a dead game, let's be real here, man, is because of stuff like that. Like, it's cool to know that there are people out there that enjoyed a product that I made, even for free. You know what I mean? I'm not in it for money. I just want to make cool stuff that people enjoy. So that's why I put out the caveat of, if you play, let me know, because I want to hear about it.
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think there's anything else to say. It was an absolute pleasure to have you on for this, even though we had to do it like 2 weeks apart in 2 halves.
Yeah, it happens. Like I didn't expect for me to enjoy this kind of thing. Like, I've always just watched videos, and I've always just played video games. I never thought that I would enjoy this aspect and enjoy like streaming. So more history. A while ago when I first got into watching like streams of video games and stuff, I was like, hey, this is cool. I want to do it, just like everybody naturally does when they get into something new. So I tried to actually stream Dark Souls, and that was a nightmare, bro. I wasn't getting any engagement, and I was just sitting there in my face camera looking like I was fucking miserable. So that was kind of embarrassing for me. But it just goes to show you, like we were talking about earlier, follow what you're passionate about. When I started making videos and started doing face cam stuff for the Nameless mod, man, it's so fun. I enjoy doing this so much. Like my Q&A video, it was so fun recording that, and it was cool thinking in the back of my mind, like these are actually questions that people ask me. It's not like me just making up stuff. It's actually people that are genuinely interested and want to hear about something that I worked on. So it's just a cool realization that I had that terrible experience with this kind of realm before, but when it's something that I really like, it's actually really fun.
Yep, makes perfect sense to me. It was like that with me with Flashpoint for 5 years. It was like that with me for the Vita for something close to 8.
Yeah. And like I even got into watching video games like on Twitch streams and stuff because of my old job. It was a midnight security job at a credit card management company, and I would just sit at a security desk for 12 hours and literally just stare at the wall. So I started watching Twitch streams on the work computer. So yeah, that's how I first got into the whole aspect of watching video games rather than just playing them.
Oh well, look, I've got nothing else left to say. This was great. Look, thanks again. I never would have thought you'd actually just come on and just yap to me for 6 hours about this, but
yeah, well, it's fun. Yeah, yep. It's fun.
And my usual sign out is I'll see you all next time, but chances are I'm not doing a video for a while after this one because holy shit.
Yeah. Like we talked about, it's a lot of editing. I know you're gonna leave this pretty much almost raw with how we recorded it, but still, there's gonna be a little bit of editing. So I get it, man. Like if I didn't have my wife to help me edit my stuff, it just wouldn't happen.
All right. Well, my usual. Yeah, I'll just say the usual then. This has been Blue Maxima. I don't know why I just did a side gag. I was pointing at my microphone to signal you to say something.
Oops. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. So usually when I end my videos with my wife, I like to put her on the spot because I know how to make her squirm, and I'll tell her to tell the viewers advice. So I will use my patented sign-off method of just giving a piece of advice, and my monumental, very important advice that I'm going to give is to not eat yellow snow.
And I'm going to put you on the spot and say, I look forward to seeing the next version of the Nameless mod where I'm the quiz master and I take you through 100 trivia questions.
Yeah, God, that just triggered a tangent. We need to get this done. I need to figure out how to do that voiceover thing, because seriously, I'm not even kidding, man. Like the only thing that needs to get done is to finish that audio thing for the characters, and then like some back end stuff, and then you know how Metal Gear Solid VR had the combat ones? I'm gonna do some combat ones too. So it's just frustrating that I have all that on my plate and I can't get it done like right now. Oh my god. Oh, it needs to get done.
I'm sorry. I keep being annoying about it.
Yeah,
but there's the bee farming.
Yeah, I don't know if he's doing that anymore.
He might not be, but I just thought that was a fun gag to put at the end of the video.
Yeah.
Because I started the video with how he's a radish farmer, and now he's farming bees.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's kind of like me. His Facebook is like very dormant, unless he's got something very specific to say. But yeah, last I saw, he's just like, doing the dad thing, hanging out with his family. So So I don't know. Maybe he is still he's got a conglomerate of bees that he's just commanding around.
Probably dresses up his children on Halloween. Go, my pretties.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we'll leave it there. So, this has been Blue Maxima.
And this has been ZeroPresence, project lead of the Nameless Mod 2.0.
And we'll see you some other time.
See y'all.